I'm here, y'all. I'm here. I'm just trying to. I'm still kind of like texting in the other chat as well. So y'all just give me a second, okay? Actually, let me go ahead and drop this link, and then I'll go and listen. Y'all know how I am, man. I'm a peacekeeper. Y'all motherfuckers. I only do war with crackers, man. I don't do war with motherfucking black people. So I'm trying to be. I'm trying to be loving here, man. So, I dropped the link. Y'all can hit that. I will allow you in the chat and stuff like that. But let me go get out of the other one. Oh, here comes Mother Earth. Girl, please. Girl, please be. I know you can. I know you got it. I love you, sis. I love you, sis. Hey, girl, what's up?
Hey, love.
Hold on, one right sec. You can still continue talking, but you can go ahead and speak.
Oh my goodness. Ugh. I just I just wish people, I don't know. I guess that was just a hot ass mess. It, it's just too fucking much. I'm trying to figure out why this lady was so damn violent and angry and upset. I I re- I think I know, but I like to ask questions too. But I also don't like to, have conversations with people who can't listen to you make a statement. I'm still trying to figure out how somebody wants to be in a relationship, but then speaks over themselves that niggas ain't shit, ain't no good men, everybody trash. I, my cortisol levels, my my cortisol levels.
Okay, so was someone else gonna come up as well? I
Can you
don't
hear me?
remember if. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so I need to exit this stream then, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
you have to exit the other one. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So the
All right.
Mother Earth, you came
So
in
sorry.
kind. Can you hear me though?
How did I offend you?
Do you know how to read a room? Because
Can
it's
everybody hear
like
everybody?
it's like certain
Can you hear me, Alicia?
No.
Okay, drop down and then hit the link again, and I'll
Mm-mm.
see if I can invite you in. So at the beginning of this, can y'all hear me, Skinny Boy?
I can hear
Yeah,
you.
can y'all hear me?
You
Am I
can hear me,
good?
Mother Earth?
Yeah,
Okay.
I can
You
hear
can hear me,
everything.
Annalicia? I'm not sure if you can. Yeah, if you can't, like, let me see if I'll just type it in the chat and then post it up real quick. Um,
Am I good, y'all?
yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Yeah, you can go ahead, Skinny Boy. Let me mute up.
No, I'm just checking my, this Cook County Wi-Fi. So I'm just checking, make sure I'm good.
Not the Chicago Wi-Fi.
I ain't come up to do the bashing thing or nothing like that. I just want to say this and perception sometimes, and you got to think people in the chat when we're in the chat down there. Black Woman Sphere made a good point. Actually, I think she was talking to Ajia at the time, but it kind of stands. I think the point that she was making kind of, to me, it kind of switched to, and Alicia, is that your name, sis? Am I saying that right, and Alicia?
I I don't think she can hear you. I try to tell her to drop down. Hold on one sec. Oh, here comes
Okay.
Rudem. What's up, Ru? What's up?
Oh hell no.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, well, when Black Woman Spirit was kind of making the point about the whole, I guess West Indian, Caribbean, kind of coming off sometimes as a little snub or over righteous, if you will. How she was making. I can't verbatim say what she was saying because I was driving to work at the time, but um, I think that's kind of how. And shit, I don't want to tell this one more time. What's Anna? I'm gonna just say Anna, so I don't keep fucking this up, so I can continue what I gotta say. But I think that's kind of how she kind of started to rub everybody in the chat room and stuff because it kind of did go, her sentiments kind of did go to these people and y'all people and I'm above. It did kind of have a I'm above that and I'm above, kind of like the point that I guess Black Woman Spirit was kind of trying to make with you, Ajia. I kind of felt like it kind of fit her more later in the conversation in the stream. And I think that's what was upsetting and kind of rubbing everybody wrong. Like, when you come on and say y'all and these and it kind of, so again, it's all perception. Everybody, I'm not up here to take care, to come at her or to agree. I'm just saying, I just want to give the perspective that everybody has a different perspective. I think we've all had the experience with, our deities and shit like that. And I think I even said it in the chat room. She kind of comes off as a little deity-ish, a little bit.
I do. I do get that energy as well. I think that's why a lot of people are on edge.
And that's all I want to say. Y'all can go ahead and have it. I just want to give her. I wanted her to be up here because I wanted to think I'm attacking her and no shit. But I just wanted to get that perspective of, I read the chat very well. I can read the energy, and the energy really did shift. You feel what I'm saying? It did. She did kind of take on. It was funny. The main point that Black Woman Spirit made with you. I kind of felt like she kind of started walking in that, and I think that's what rubbed chat wrong.
And you see, with me, y'all kind of know how I am. I try to listen before I take offense, and I understood what she meant. So that's why I had to reiterate myself with the type of upbringing I had, because I do understand that a lot of Caribbeans have a detached mentality. But then at the same time, when it deals with the type of drama that happens that I've been seeing lately, I'm not used to that because of my hyper religious background. So a lot of that is being swept under the rug and we just kind of like passive aggressive with it. So we're not fully like out there and we're going to check you. And I'm not used to that. That is the truth. That's not because I'm uppity or any of that. I honestly have never seen that in my life where the toxicity in our family was not the same. So being accustomed to seeing what's happening, I'm trying to be a little bit more understanding and open-minded because again, I am B1. I'm not Jamaican first. I am a Black person first before I ever acknowledge my Jamaican culture.
I think.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that you was. I don't get that from you. So I wouldn't agree with that per se. But I get what the point that Black woman was making as far as sometimes how that comes off. But I don't feel like you're not B1 or nothing. But I do understand too, being some of our people. Then everybody ain't grown up around the so-called culture or all aspects of the culture. So we all, we got different subcultures, if you will. So, just everybody on the hood. We do got Black people that grew up in the suburbs. We do got Black people that grew up around others, if you will. So I understand where you were saying, like, and even within our own families per se, or within our own little ethnicities, if you will. I understand what you're saying. Like, okay, I get it. Like, I know a lot of Jamaicans. I understand. Like, when I hear, a West Indian say, "Hey, I'm not used to that," or even if let's take that for example, he says all the time, like, I'm not, when he first came in space, he wasn't used to how men moved in this space. It's the same principle. Like, he wasn't used to how men moved in this space. So he's coming in on a different level, coming in kind of trying to deal with niggas how we deal with each other, quote unquote, in real life, or quote unquote on the block, if you will. And niggas ain't moving that way in this space, if you will. So it's kind of the same thing. I understood where you was coming from. Like, I'm not used to this, or I'm not used to, and sometimes us that is from the ghetto, when we hear people that's not say that, automatically, we get in our little feelings too, like, we're ghetto, or we overly get sensitive too sometimes. So I get both sides. I just think we gotta, be able to see everybody's perspective, and I think you explained yourself really well. You was like, you go down, how you grew up and all of that. So it's all good. But y'all know I'm gonna shut up now.
Oh, thank you for your input, though, Skinny Boy. I appreciate that. Did you want to? Okay, I'll drop the link again. Was there something else you guys wanted to respond in what he was saying, or branch off, or I wasn't sure because I know we came here for a different reason, but I understand what Skinny Boy was saying. Yeah, like that the Caribbean aspect, it does play a part in a lot of the detachment to the African American experience, and that's another reason as to why before I came on YouTube, I try to make my presence known on my Twitter that I understand that, yes, I'm West Indian and the mentality is different. And there was a lot of things that I had to unlearn from that pridefulness. I had to unlearn if I'm going to be for the greater good of the Black community. I had to unlearn a lot of that ego and the pride and all that kind of stuff and resonate down to what the true facts were. And that, yes, West Indians, we go through a lot of the similar the torments and the trauma that white supremacy has enacted on us. So I'm trying to make that a lot. It's gonna, because I think people think that there was no slavery in Jamaica. Come to Jamaica and feel all right. It's always been that way, and it's never been that way. So the colorism problem that we have in the United States, it has its way in Jamaica as well. So I try to find a common ground, and that common ground is white supremacist terrorism. We all kind of know that. So once we can heal from that, we can move forward. And I don't think my culture is any better than anyone else's. I love being a Jamaican, but I love being born here amongst my African American kin because I understand the best of both worlds, which is I believe Black Americans are all of them.
I think it's important. I think there are multiplicities to your identity. Right. So your culture, your ethnicity, like there are so many different facets that go into your identity. I don't think that you necessarily have to choose between one or the other because all of them make up who you ultimately are. And I think that the response that you gave was, I think it was a perfect response. You're not trying to, like, I agreed with you. You're not trying to be uppity. You're not trying to be this and that. It's just you really didn't know that that's how you were coming off. And you guys moved on from it. So I
apologize to her. I don't know whether she saw it or not, but I made that effort to apologize for if my actions was that way, because I have no problem with holding accountability. And I understand where she came from, that I did say those things. So I don't feel pressed about it. And I respect Black women's fear. So again, that whole respect thing, once you respect someone, it's a lot easier to hold yourself accountable if you have offended someone. So I said, you know what, look, I understand where you're coming from, because she was also West Indian. Now, the pridefulness in the Jamaican culture is a little obnoxious. So I know I have to simmer that down a little bit. And,
because y'all got some hot ass tempers.
Yeah, we are hot tempered. Yeah.
Ooh, child, tempers.
And for rightful reasons, because when you look at, like, I've been to Jamaica, when you go there and you start seeing how a lot of women carry themselves, being that little feminine and damsel, it doesn't work well in Jamaica. It doesn't. You can't survive that way. So you have to be assertive in some way. Okay, so I think Mother Earth is back.
Either in the Midwest too, it's like that too. But it's best to just kind of rest in your femininity, unless you got to get out of pocket with some people. Some people you got to on here. Sometimes you got to fight for yourself.
That whole resting
might have to get rough
thing, that's too European for me, because I don't believe that my nature is to just be sitting there and not do anything. I believe
it's different type of femininity. Yeah, it's not no one type of European.
As a feminine principle, and I prefer to.
And that's your definition of it. I don't think it's all the same.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Mother. How are you, girl?
Girl, my cortisol levels, I had to light up the blunt, okay?
Yeah, I just bonged me some, girl. Virtuous Woman, how are you, girl? Did you want to hit the link and everything, or?
I just got a question. I got a few questions, because it was a lot said on the last stream. And Anna, you just said something interesting, talking about Ajia's response, or whatever happened with Black women's fear, and how she came off as a certain way, but that wasn't her intention. So they were able to have some type of understanding. Do you understand that you came off a certain type of way as well?
But did I not address that? Did I not acknowledge that, apologize, and address it and move on?
Well, in the past hour, the things that you said, nah.
So let's be clear. So the issues that I had, and let's be clear about who I had the issues with. So Twin felt that I was being condescending.
That's not what I'm talking about.
No, but we're gonna go down the line because you're. Let's be clear. So Twin and I had an issue, a misunderstanding. He felt that I was being condescending, and I apologize for the way that I came across because I really do like Twin. I think, like I said, he and I are like-minded, and there's a lot that I can learn from him. Outside of Twin,
I mean, I wasn't really there for that, so I really don't want to speak on that. I'm trying to address what I heard you say.
But you're saying who did I have issues with?
You have apparently all men.
And based on what?
Based on the things that came out of your mouth. That's what. I heard you say verbatim. These niggas this, these niggas that, ain't no good men. I'm gonna be single. I don't. You said a lot. You said a lot. And you continue to interrupt people before they're done making their point.
But did you not hear me ask? I was having a conversation with someone, and before he got off, I asked. I said, I want an honest answer. Because
you didn't want an honest answer. That would be an echo chamber. Because when you asked the question,
I did want an honest answer.
When you asked the question, if that's the case, if you wanted to ask,
everything that he said,
and I wanted an honest answer,
are there good men? Do you believe, in your estimation, that there are good men out there? And he gave me a very long,
but after you asked the question, you said it's not. Is it? It's not. Is it? Tell the truth. It's not. Is it? Like trying to coax him into agreeing with you. Your energy is very aggressive and violent.
Okay.
They're basically saying like you can't just call everybody trash in the chat room when you don't really know them.
Violent.
That's what they're basically saying. You was rude around.
You have to learn how to read the people that you are around. If you
learn how to be a little nicer.
If you see that you're being offensive or people are taking it as that and that wasn't your intention, then guess what? You have to change what you're doing so that you can get the impact that you actually want.
Okay, first of all, with me saying, really, come on, there's nobody. There are no good. I was being facetious and I was joking. I was being jovial. I was kidding. He said what he said, and I received everything that he said. And he did restore some hope in me, regardless of what you think. That is the truth. He said what he said, and it restored hope in me. What diminished that hope is the men in the chat disrespecting and disparaging me, even though they don't know me from a can of paint. And listen, I know how to read the room. And if a person is disrespecting me, I'm going to disrespect them back. I don't care what room I'm in. I could be in the Oval Office. If you're disrespectful, I'm going to be disrespectful with you. Right. It's very simple. I respect people who respect me in any space that I am in. It's very simple. That's why I didn't have a problem with the people who were respectful with me. That's why when he got off, when people got off of the panel, I told them, listen, I had a great conversation. I hope that we can talk again because I learned something from you today. I learned something about people in general, and I learned something about myself. So I understand what you're saying, but the issue that I had with people on the panel, that was already addressed. We addressed it. We moved on. If we didn't move on, I wouldn't be able to have a conversation at all. But I was able to stay and have a conversation. We were able to learn. We were able to build. We weren't sitting around chasing our tails. We were having a conversation.
Okay, so if we're having conversations and we're working towards solutions and being Black first, like if you're gonna diminish what you said down to a joke and being facetious, they didn't take it as a joke. What's the point of that? Honestly, if you're saying that you want to receive respect, if somebody indeed did disrespect you, that can be addressed instead of getting on your soapboxes saying there's no good men. This why I don't fuck with you niggas. Look at y'all whack, y'all weak, y'all simple minded, y'all can't have a conversation. Like going, you said a whole lot,
You was
sis.
going in.
Okay, so you guys
Terrible.
are accusing me of going in, but not accusing them of buying and playing into everything that I'm saying. So I'm saying things they're doing.
you're
the things
trolling?
that I'm saying.
So
No,
you're
hold on.
trolling?
No, but why do you have smoke for me? And
Yeah,
not,
they was trolling in the chat because you was being
why do you have?
disrespectful.
But why do you have? Listen, first of all, if he had a problem, and I forget his name, the gentleman that I was talking to, Gia, what's his name again?
Listen, can you like take
on
a
the
deep
previous
breath, please? Because
Was
like
it Kevin?
Who?
it's a lot going on. Like it's a lot
What
of
was his name?
energy.
I'm just trying to answer your
Kevin.
question.
Was on
Because,
stream.
but this is my thing. If he didn't have a problem with me being facetious and joking around, and I was still able to listen to his answer, and I was really taking it in and receiving it, why do you have a problem with it? He
Do
didn't
you
have a problem. He laughed. He didn't have a problem with
I
it.
wasn't there for that. I'm talking about what I heard specifically.
Yeah, they all had a problem with it in the chat.
If you weren't there for that, that's the problem that you're talking about. You're not.
No,
That's what you brought up.
you weren't
That's the
even
issue you
talking
brought
about
up.
that person.
That's the issue that you brought up, right?
Person.
That's the issue you brought up, but you just said you weren't there for that issue. And I'm telling you, if it was really an issue, he would have said, "Hey, Anna, don't laugh. It's not funny." But instead, he laughed and he said, "No, I'm going to be honest with you, and this is my honest and true answer." And he gave it to me, and I received it, and I'm very happy that he gave it to me because I did feel hopeful after I heard it.
All right.
So if he
Referee check.
if he took that
I
as
think
a
you're
joke,
missing with.
why
Okay,
would you if he took that as a joke, you took that as the green light to use that for everybody in the chat because you were speaking to
They were disrespecting me in the chat.
How are you? I'm asking seriously. How are you disrespected? Because I came in and
Okay,
you've been going on 10 for like the past 2 hours.
Right. So calling people names, that's not disrespectful. Calling somebody a bitch isn't disrespectful, right?
I saw them calling you a bitch after you got disrespected.
Well, you okay, right?
Are y'all talking about Twins conversation or conversation from the last live?
Pardon?
Because I'm lost to where y'all. I said, where y'all? Are y'all discussing the conversation that you had with Twins?
Okay, well, like, how do we move forward?
Sister, hold on. Referee check here, guys, because we lost now. Are y'all talking about? Because I really don't think it's a point in arguing the twin man situation. If y'all had it out, y'all saw.
No,
that's bad. I think Mother Earth is. Hold on, sister. I think Mother Earth is really referring to the last couple of hours that we've been streaming. On task.
She was talking about. She was referring to.
It said a little bit earlier.
That's what you thought. We're clarifying now. Queen. We're clarifying now. Queen. We're clarifying now. We're talking about the conversation and your energy on the last live stream, Taz's stream. Let's forget about you and Twin Man's interaction. I think that's where everybody's really focused on.
No, listen. She brought up a specific situation where I asked a man, I said, "Do you think there are any good men out there?" And he was laughing and he's like, "I'll answer your question." And I said, "Come on, there's nobody." So that's what she was identifying. She referred to that interaction specifically.
I'm talking about that and the multiple times that you said it, but now it's a joke.
I'm talking about what you just said. So
I think your problem is you say so much stuff, you don't remember what you say, and you can't listen to people.
I know exactly what I said.
You're so mad, love.
You just said,
please take a deep breath. Please take a deep breath.
So why are you talking about things if you weren't there?
You're embarrassing yourself right now.
Okay, so hold on one second.
Why don't have a conversation with me then?
I'm trying to have a conversation with you because I see that you are embarrassing yourself.
Then there's this
asking you
then this is a mission and futility.
Take a step back and take a deep breath.
All right, y'all gonna have to pause real quick.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Hold on, Kay. So here's the thing, Mother Earth, you came in a lot later into the conversation to where they were asking the question about are there any good men? I think where the main issue came was in the beginning of the live stream, maybe about an hour or so in, and it got a little rocky there. And I know it didn't necessarily start with Twin, was it? Skinny Boy, from my understanding.
It was Lauro. But I
Yes,
already
it
I
was Laura when he came up. Yes.
I made
And
my
so,
position clear. He's not somebody that everything he represents are things that I don't align myself with, that I don't rock with. And I made it clear that my attitude and the way that I was acting with him specifically was intentional. But with Twin, I didn't want to come across that way because I actually do like him. He and I are like-minded. So I apologize. So what I'm saying is the issues that I had with specific individuals, I resolved them. Anything that's coming outside of that, you're coming from a place of watching, not being a part of it, and you're talking about problems when I already resolved problems with the individuals that were involved. You weren't involved. So you're talking about problems that are not even here. Because the problems that were there, I resolved them and I apologized and we moved on. That's why we were able to have a conversation.
right.
Oh, you apologized about joking about saying there's no good men after you said it when you were talking to Kevin and Ajia?
No, I'm sorry
Did
that
you
my
apologize
sarcasm,
about
I'm sorry,
calling people weak
I'm sorry
and
that my
trash and
sarcasm
things
went
like
above your
that?
head. If it went above your head, then I don't know what to
No,
tell you.
it really didn't go above my head.
Then you should have
And I'm
understood
surprised that
I
things
was
are
being
going above your head as big as it fucking is. Like, honestly.
you see, but I haven't disrespected you, and
I'm
now you're
done.
disrespecting me.
No, you're very disrespectful. Like
Well, I'm also very beautiful.
your
So
energy is disrespectful as
you
fuck.
want.
Like you don't want to take a deep breath. You don't want to listen to
No, actually,
nobody.
I'm done
So I'm
talking to
just
you.
gonna light
I'm
my
actually
blunt
done
up
talking
and
to
listen
you.
to you yell.
I'm actually done talking to you. Who's next?
Okay, so we're gonna have to actually have a thorough conversation. But I'm actually looking through the live stream, the last live stream where a lot of this incident came up. You came in around the hour mark dealing with Laro. So I'm looking in the chat where there could have been some type of trigger that may have happened, because I know the trigger started when Laura was up there. I know that the trigger didn't happen when Twin Man was up there. I do remember that it happened when Laura did. Now, there was something in the chat that must have really kind of like moved the conversation into a direction to where that's when a lot of the people in the chat start, really kind of like looking at you as a problem. So, hold on. KK, I'm sorry. Was there something that you wanted to say? KK, can you hear me? I think you're still on mute. But okay, yeah. So this live, it went really left when Lauro came up there, because Lauro is the master deflector and he likes to confuse and agitate the situation. So I do kind of see where it could have went left, because you did got a little too hot, because you start looking in the chat and you start responding. And go ahead.
Even before that, there were things that was said that was just out of pocket, and it's like, if that's not your intention to be taken that way, you should just switch it up. You should take a step back and see that people are saying like, whoa, what's going on? These like I said, and like the energy, the energy was crazy. So
yeah, it was a little hot. So this is why I
it's
want
like
to
you can't tell people how to respond to that. You can't tell people how to react when they're telling you, I feel like this is how I'm taking this. What should happen ideally is oh, did you felt like that? I did that to you? Can you forgive me? How can we move forward? What's the boundary? How, like, you get what I'm saying? But it's not that.
okay.
And
Listen.
like I said, I think that's kind of a mistake that, how deity came on. And I think, like I said, sometimes you can appreciate the passion and appreciate where the person's coming from. But I'm gonna say this, and I'm not trying to be condescending here either, but I'm 40 years old. Sometimes as one of the old people in this space, sometimes we will speak to you guys being younger, because we understand y'all are idealistic. You're full of, zeal. You're excited. You're learning new shit. And sometimes I like to call it the deity effect. It comes in there. Sometimes it does come off as you can't nobody tell you shit. You know everything. And then I think again, that's where some of the language starts to permeate where we're sitting back like, what you mean you people? These people down here don't get it. Like, and it just becomes kind of like it becomes soft shoe, kind of soft shoe dissing, if you will. You know what I'm saying? Condescending.
Right.
Okay, so
Because like I said, I can appreciate her standing. I can appreciate where you're coming from, but
okay, but this is the thing. I already came from a position of I came in a little bit too hot. I came in mucho caliente. I already acknowledge that, and the people that I was specifically that I was moving hot with, I specifically apologized to them, and we were able to move forward. So I'm trying to understand where all of the vitriol is coming from. If I never even had a conversation with any of the people on this panel.
well, see, that's the thing. That's why I was saying initially when I was trying to get my point across to say the twin thing. I can't speak on that because I wasn't there for that conversation. I can say at least 10 o'clock tonight from what I've heard from you and me watching the crowd and me knowing my chat, me knowing this B1 group, me knowing my people. I can tell you where you rub the people wrong at, and that's how I was saying. Like, fuck the twin shit. I'm telling you about how you perceive tonight within the last 2-3 hours, and I think that's what Mother Earth was even trying to attribute to. Like, okay, fine. You and twin, y'all made up, kissed and made up. I got understand, got that. But we're talking about tonight within the last couple of hours, the energy that you've put off. You feel me? And again, I'm not here to bash you, sis. That's not what I'm up here.
But okay, no, I understand. But at what point do we move on? If I'm telling you that I have acknowledged that I came in with the wrong energy, and I acknowledged it because of X, Y, and Z, because I wasn't coming from a good place, whatever the case is. If I'm already coming from a place of acknowledging that, and I already apologized for that, I mean, like, at what point do we move on? Because I told you that I came in and it was sort of based on the experiences that I had with other people in the space. And I acknowledge that it's not okay. I acknowledge that this is a safe space and I don't have to move like that. So at what point are we able to?
I didn't hear that. So my bad. If you gave a public announcement apology, I didn't.
I've made more than one PSA.
I heard you apologize about the twin thing. I heard you clarify and apologize about the twin thing earlier. I didn't hear you, really deal with what tonight's chat and tonight's vitriol. I didn't hear you so if you did, I didn't hear that. My bad.
Okay,
well,
I guess
you did that issue with me.
Apparently, it's because that's why everybody's up here trying to indict me for something that I've already acknowledged, for something that I've already apologized for something that I thought that things were already moving in the right direction because we were able to converse and we were able to touch on topics that were very compelling and deep. So that's why I'm confused.
Okay, so here, from what I'm seeing in the live now, I am seeing that because I think the energy went extremely high when Twin Man came on the panel towards the end of your little debacle with Laro. That's kind of where it kind of turned a little bit left, not in your favor with this one. Because I'm seeing a lot of people in the chat are saying, oh, she's high strong, she's too, whatever, she's too this. So I am seeing that. And you may have responded to that, but then also, let me see, hold on. So Khadijah, she just posted something in the chat. Let me highlight that real quick and read it to y'all. So, about that whole, the rapist statement, when we're talking about the extremism of red pill, I think that kind of like it really triggered Khadijah for sure.
But you hold on. But why you didn't say anything because you understood the context in which I meant it. I wasn't making a blanketed statement. We were talking about the mindset of a man feeling entitled to sexual gratification based on amount of dollars that he spends. Men who rape women, they feel entitled to their body. So you understood the context with which I meant what I said.
Right. I did. Yes, I did.
Okay. So why am I being indicted for choice for what? I'm not playing semantics with you guys.
Because again, I think that the concept of,
what was said?
Well, can I cut in as a man?
Go ahead.
Can I cut in right here as a man real quick? I
That's
heard this
fine.
earlier. Now I will say this. I get where you're coming from, Anna. I totally get that. I guess you're where you're coming from. I guess I can understand it. But as a man too, to me, that's just a trick when a man pays money and expects something in return. That's basically a trick. I wouldn't even put rapist on somebody like that. Because and don't get me wrong, I'm not in agreement with it. I think it's lame. I think you play yourself as a man if you do that. But we do know that men spend their money on where they heart, where they dig that, whatever, however you want to, put that. But at the end of the day, I think that rape, and again, Anna, you're new to this space, and I don't know the history of things that happen in this space. We've had people be accused of, like, these things go further than
Your Metro PC is breaking up.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Who was
I'm
talking
sorry. Can you hear me?
about Earth?
You breaking
I
up.
can hear
Yeah,
you.
but I
Breaking
think
up in and out.
Yeah, I can hear y'all. Go ahead.
No, it's skin.
yeah, I was just saying the rape. I was just saying that the rape thing, it does kind of, it's just people be on the edge playing with certain words in this space because of the history in this space with people. So I get what you were saying was to you it comes off as rapey, but even to me as a man, when I hear somebody say, "Oh," and let's just say I'm a prick, and I expect that, right? I spend my money, I want some pussy. I don't want the rape charge. Even with that attitude, just say I'm thirsty. Say I'm a trick. Say that, but don't.
And like
You know
I
what I'm saying?
said, I'm not playing the semantics game with anybody. If you don't appreciate my choice of words, that is one thing. But if you don't understand the context with which I'm using them, that's a different thing. But I'm not going to play semantics because everybody understood what I meant. I wasn't calling every man a rapist. I just like you understand. I'm talking about the mentality. I'm talking about that sense of entitlement.
Sister,
If you don't
I understood your context as well, but again, everybody, just because you mean it, hold
don't
on, just
understand,
because you mean it, just because you mean it, Queen,
Hold on, Anna.
because you mean it in a certain way, that doesn't mean it's going to be received that way. And again, like the sister said, you
hold on. I can't do anything. I can't tell anybody how to receive anything. But if somebody has a problem with me, if they can come to me and address it respectfully, and we can work it out. Like, why are you guys? Everybody's like diving off the.
okay,
Yo,
pause for a
everybody
minute.
is not a liar. Ajia.
I got this. Hold on a minute. Pause for a minute, sis. Pause for 1 minute. Now you said everybody's judging you or whatever, but she did try to come in. She did try to talk to you. She came up. Khadijah came up and said, "Hey, you went left with it." Like she said that. You ain't. Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. She came up there and she told you her issue. Now you just said if you got a problem, come up and we can talk about it. She did that, and you went left, and that's when the conversation was left. So you can't say, "Hey, you can't say I'm approachable," and when people approach you, you turn around and say, "Well, I can't help if you guys don't get my context." That's not fair, sis. That's not fair.
Okay, like I said, she was moving left, and so she had to get left. So if you come at me and you come correctly, I can have a conversation with you. We can actually resolve our conflict. But if you come at me and you have attitude in your question or in your energy, whatever it is, you're gonna get what you give. That is the person that I am. I meet your energy. I will meet you wherever you are. If you're high, I'll meet you. If you're low, I'll meet you. I don't have a problem. But at the end of the day, everybody knew what my intention was when I made the comment, because everybody was able to contextualize it, because we were specifically talking about a mentality, and we were specifically talking about a group of men who feel entitled to sex based on X, Y, and Z. People, you want to say, "Oh, yeah, some of the people on the panel said,"
but even with that, that's your perspective.
Another woman said, "Yeah, it is rapey," but nobody said anything to her. Somebody agreed with me. Nobody said anything to her.
So
yeah, I bet you that was in the minimum.
So
Because even as a man, I can understand your sentiments, but even as a man, let's just say I had that. Let's say I'm a prick and I have that expectation. We can disagree on, because be real, we disagree on that perspective, but we can agree to disagree. So if I come up and I say I want to address the perspective, even my conversation with you, you've gotten brash to say, well, I can't understand, I can't deal with you. You can't, and I told you from the day I got your perspective, but you even went there with me. And the whole point is, if we're going to come up here and grow and have conversation, we may end the conversation still not agreeing, but I should still be able to say, whoever should still be able to come up to this panel and say, hey, I didn't like the use of the rapist shit. Regardless of your context or even if that's your belief on that behavior. I disagree with that belief on the behavior. I disagree with your word usage. Simple. We can get off of the panel and still disagree, but when you start doing you people don't have context and you people don't understand, and it gets like I don't know if you really see yourself, my sis. That's all I'm saying. Like I've been trying to play the neutral ground here. I don't really know if you really hear and see yourself. Because even in the midst of this, you can't tell people, oh, I'm open for conversation if we disagree, and then somebody comes up, and because you don't like their energy or even their tone, now it's you flying off the handle because you felt disrespected. When I'm gonna be honest with you, even me listening to them, I don't feel like Khadijah initially disrespected you. Now, yeah, she may have been on 10. Her energy may have been a little high, and that may have been because of y'all previous interactions. I don't know. But at the end of the day, her coming and address it, you can't tell me how my tone should be either. Outside of me, now if I ain't calling you out your name, disrespecting you, you can't tell me how to come up and address it either. Especially if I feel offended by what you said.
Well, let me just give you a little backstory in the context of this R word that we have. So when you're on a panel such as Taz's, the history behind his son being targeted by a lot of these people, they use that context for him. So it is a trigger in our space because, of course, we respect Taz and we respect the whole family dynamic that he does uphold. So when we see that someone was attacking his son using the same R word, it does kind of trigger us because we know how it's a trigger word, because not even just for that, but there's been other instances in the Black YouTube where that has been a topic of discussion that has just been thrown and blown out of the water. So when you use those words, I understood, right? But then I also understand the energy that Khadijah Hunter came through, because at the same time, we know what has happened from saying those words. So it's really hard for me to, the reason why I can only say that is because I understand where you're coming from, but I also understand the energy in which Khadijah came from when she came where you can't just label everybody a rapist. At the same time, I guess having some type of understanding that is a rapey vibe, that is what we've been trying to push more so than calling people an actual rapist, because a lot of people got they really got tore their asses apart on here.
But how is somebody a rapist if they're
let me
expecting
can I
sex for
respond,
money?
or it's not my turn yet?
Actually, hold on 1 second. If Mother Earth, if you
first of all, what was said, and how is somebody a rapist if they're trying to exchange sex for money?
I said they feel entitled.
Either way, now you're playing semantics. Now you're playing semantics now.
No,
entitled.
No, actually,
if a man is spending his money and has an expectation.
That's what I said verbatim. That's not semantic. That's what I said verbatim. I'm saying entitled. I'm saying that when I'm saying rapist, their pathology, in their psyche, the reason they do what they do is because they feel entitled. They feel that they are allowed. They don't feel they're committing a crime.
And they feel, well, see, that's what I say. That's why we can't play with words. Because see, now that's not somebody tricking off. Somebody tricking off is not raping. That's not raping. Or even flirtations. Or even like, I'm gonna be real. I'm a fucking flirt. I flirt with every motherfucking one of y'all in these chats. You gonna call me rapey? Because I'm shooting my motherfucking shot? Come on, we gotta be careful with this shit, fam.
Those particular, like, it's very touchy in this space, bro. It's very, very, very touchy in this space. So I do understand how much
you out and I spent a couple of dollars. I'm not saying it's okay, but I spent a couple of $100 and I have an expectation. Yeah, you're lame, but I ain't gonna put the rapey. I'm not gonna put that rapey vibe on you, fam. Yeah, you a trick. You're lame. You got played, whatever. But I don't put the rapey vibe there.
All right. So it's not rapey. That's not the mentality that a rapist has. Okay, what's next?
Right, because if
there's a
people,
difference between having the mentality and exacting on that mentality. So
Right,
in
but hold on, but but we know that. But we know that. And
yes,
you knew
so
what I
it is
meant when I
it
said
is
why
what
use
I
those
said.
words?
indeed. But
I
again,
can't.
when we are in this space, it is very hard for, like, there are some people who are just not, they're not going to get that, sis. That is what I'm trying to tell you. So
Ajia.
I understand Khadijah's like her like headstrong feelings about this. I understand her energy, but at the same time, I understand what you're saying as well. I understand what Skinny Boy is saying. As I was
Okay,
saying
and you know
earlier,
what? I understand everybody's points.
right?
I understand everybody's points. Oh, but I'm like, and that's the thing. It obviously wasn't my intention. We're talking about a group of people. We're talking about the mindset of this group of people. We weren't talking about any other. We weren't talking about anybody else. So for me to say what I said, and obviously, I'm not saying it with all the validity that you guys seem to be thinking I'm saying it with. I'm saying it based on the context of the people and the mentality that we were discussing. I'm not like that's like, so if you want to indict me for that, indict me. Okay, I get it. But what, like,
It's a lot of rapey shit going on around here. Driving
Yes.
8 hours is rapey.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, there's plenty of shit that you can call rapey on this motherfucker that these niggas be on here doing. Driving 8 hours, that's a little rapey to me. I'm just saying, like, these niggas be on here doing rapey shit that we can really call, as opposed to sometimes the
okay,
titles
but
that
you
we
know
throw
what?
on
If
shit.
you do that, I'm not gonna. If you,
I'm joking, sis.
if you
I'm
do
joking.
that,
I'm just trying to lighten the mood. I was actually
hold on. If
joking.
you
I'm
do
trying to lighten
that,
the
if
mood.
you say driving 16 hours is rapey, I'm not going to indict you. I'm not going to say that's your opinion. I'm not going to, like, okay, that's your opinion. Okay,
But
that's how you
You have to be
feel.
careful with that word. That's like a
Yeah.
term.
There's a
I
certain
was
words
trying to lighten the mood there,
that
Doc.
we are a little bit too
I was just
paranoid.
trying to lighten the mood a minute.
I mean, Ajia, like,
Yes,
if you're telling me that I offended you and I'm telling you, well, that's my opinion, so let's move on. Like, well, let's just move on then. Because this is, like, really going nowhere.
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
I
I'm
know.
sorry. Hold on. No, it's going nowhere because you're first of all, everybody is talking about, oh, you said this thing about rape and da 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 da. Okay, so you're telling me that the individual or everybody on this panel or everybody in the chat, you're saying that everybody was offended, so I need to apologize because everybody was offended?
I don't think it was. I don't think it was that. That was a stepping stone that led to a lot of the aggression towards the end. But it was the energy that you had towards the men, and then with Twin, and we all love Twin, and the way you came at Twin. This is prior to you apologizing.
You guys are. I don't know.
I know. I know.
Right,
No,
right.
you don't know because
It's
you're
everybody
talking about
and not
Twin,
you.
and
It's
Twin and I are
everybody
You're
and
not
cool.
going to feel the same way.
You're
it's
talking about
everybody
Twin,
and
but
not
Twin and I are
her.
cool. So
That's
I don't
hilarious.
know.
That's what I'm saying. Like, we can either agree to disagree because we're gonna have to take this to another day because things happen. Well, I don't remember getting into any kind of altercation with any of you niggas ever. I don't think I've ever had a problem with you guys in the B1. So,
We need to move on and have fun.
yeah, it's a learning environment. So we all have our own opinions on how we
It
think
is
of
a learning
things.
environment, and I'm good because I learned from the people that I was cool with on the panel, and I had conversations and great dialogue with specific people on the panel. So I learned. I'm good. I'm fine.
Yeah.
Hey, Rue, we want our Rue reparations. Pay up, cut the check. 500 to 1,000.
I'm good. I like you guys. Everybody, all of a sudden, everybody.
I say my opinion. When I say my opinion,
Shit,
we
let's
go.
move on, please. What about the 500 though? Is it Cash App? Is it
When I say my
PayPal?
opinion, and we don't
Right,
agree, I don't
chicken.
expect you to.
What King Kunta say? Chickens and trinkets and biscuits.
We need 500. We need trinkets. We need lawnmowers. We need motherfucking lions in
This girl
cages
said
and shit.
lawnmower. I'm done with you.
Ajia, you gotta let him come back for the laughs. That King Kunta
I'm
guy.
done with you, girl. Stop.
So I can laugh. That shit was funny.
We need anything that'll help lower our cortisol levels, y'all.
Right, Rue cut the check like reparations. I need
Money.
more Rue reparations.
Where the money reside? Where the money
Where
reside?
the money reside? This nigga talking about he gonna see me. Boy, you don't know where the fuck I am in the city. What you talking about?
Who said that?
Ajia, he said he about to drive 5 hours.
Gosh, Rue, you better set your ass down
You
somewhere.
about to get a U-turn.
Ajia, he said he ain't about to ride 8 hours. It's
Fuck around and can't even get out the bed and shit.
Child. Child.
He said he about to drive 4 hours.
Did you want to come back, boy? Because I can pull you back up whenever you wanted to come back to.
Oh, Kevin. His name was Kevin. Okay. Thank you. It was Kevin. Hello, Kevin. Kevin and I are cool. Thank God. We're good.
The most notorious troll.
Sleep. Okay,
Grandmaster troll. They still King Kong simping.
You in the back real quick, okay?
They still out here King Kong simping for old bro.
King Kong simping. I'ma need some cash apps though for the 500. We need biscuits. We need trinkets and chitlins.
Like King Kong.
Oh mother.
Now for real though, I you're new here, Annalicia. I think again, only time will tell how things will develop. So
You gotta be.
Hold on.
We like you. You just gotta be chill.
Man, if y'all don't
just
stop
be laid back.
that
Be nice to people.
More of our earth.
No shade.
I'm nice to people who are nice to me. So I mean, you could take that for what it's worth.
No, they was nice to you in the beginning. Now I know in the chat when you start making them mad, they just clap back.
Okay, but
that's
see,
all.
but that's not true. So.
I've been watching from the cloud.
Okay, but I experienced it, and that was not my experience. My experience was not that I was well received by everyone.
Let it go.
But it's okay to be nice though. It's okay. It's cool.
It's also okay to defend yourself, right?
You was cool the other time on the other panel.
If I feel like I need to defend myself, I'm going to defend myself. It's very simple.
So is anybody starting some spring gardens this year?
Mother Earth, you got some pictures?
Yeah, I got some pictures of some things I propagated, but I haven't started.
Yeah, put it up on the page.
So are you starting your seedling indoors first? Because it's still kind of cold. Or I'm in Texas and it's freezing though.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not doing it yet.
Okay, so we're done then, right? Everybody aired out their grievances. Nobody has a problem, right?
Well, trust me, we're gonna.
I don't know if they probably will let you know, but I don't have a problem. Yeah, we gotta learn how to get along, at least for Martin Luther King Day, one day.
Listen,
man, fuck all that shit.
I want to bring it over here so we can hash it out. We can actually have a decent conversation. But yeah, listen, we're gonna butt heads at some time. It's just learning how to
big ass
agree to disagree and still be respectful.
Why are you talking about my head? The fuck is wrong with this girl?
I'm sorry. I don't think you.
Don't mess with Paul.
What's up? This is the hypocrisy. This is where the hypocrisy is.
Is she a Taurus too?
You guys
you're a Taurus.
This is all about. We're all about loving each other in a community, and then.
But no, that's not how we roll here.
No. How do you look?
We have our ups and downs.
What size is your head?
Bitch, I look good.
Bitch, what's the circumference of your fucking head then?
Bitch, I look good.
What's your head circumference, ho?
It's definitely smaller than yours, but it's okay.
Put your camera on.
Big heads are beautiful.
Oh yeah.
Rihanna got a big ass head.
Let's see your head.
Rihanna beautiful. My mama got a 5 head. My son got a 5 head. It run in the family.
Let's see your head.
You can see my head.
Okay, just fucking slap
in your
yourself,
dreams.
because you see her talking about, oh, we're about empowerment. We love each other. You be nice, and we'll be.
Okay,
Bitch,
so
I
And
wasn't
bless
nice
y'all
to you.
fault.
I was
That's all.
being nice to her.
hold on, y'all. Hold
I
on.
was being nice to her.
Wait, hold on.
I came
So,
all
Y'all both
in
are
on
beautiful
my
women.
Erica Badu shit.
Brown and
And
chocolate.
what I'm not
Vanilla.
gonna do is give my good ass energy to motherfuckers that can't hear. If the cognitive dissonance is clouding the room, that's okay. Let's talk about our goals. Let's talk about the
because you're talking about my
future.
head. You're marked.
Because I know she can
You
see the
must be
future
marked.
with that big ass head.
You must
Let's
be
talk
marked.
about the future.
Bitch, listen, put your camera on. That's what the fuck I thought. That's why you don't have your picture up. 'Cause you're marked.
Put your
you
camera
don't
on.
do the Jessica interrogation
Slap
here.
yourself. You're
Slap
You have
yourself.
to relax.
And yeah, this is why we
Slap
can't have
yourself.
unity. Bitches are worried
We don't do the love.
Brother Moses, we do need unity. Stop.
Is she big mad or is she little mad?
You're
Is she
fucking
big
whack.
mad? I
And
think
you're
it's
a
big,
hypocrite.
like the
You're
head.
mad. Now, and I know exactly why you're mad. I know why you're mad. I would be mad if I was you too. I would be mad.
I'm so mad. Oh my God.
Y'all trifling, yo.
But
I really can't with y'all.
I'm happy that I was able to stay this long so that I understand really and truly what type of time you guys are on. Because this is what you really do have it. This is not conflict resolution. Fuck what you heard. I know conflict resolution.
I can tell you one thing.
This is not it.
I can tell you one thing, Alicia. We don't do the. We're not tell each other. Don't hug and kiss and all that kind of shit.
I told flip your camera on. That's all I want to know.
We're not Jessica X over here. We don't do the Jessica.
Can you
X
flip your
treatment.
cortisol levels down? Can you flip that off?
Because you're
Please.
in real life, in real time. In real life, I'm beautiful. That's your problem.
Yes, I hope
that
so.
Is your
because
problem.
You sound ugly as hell. You
you
sound so
beautiful.
mad.
What's
mad. Wrong with your spirit, beloved?
Mad.
Beloved.
That's why you are mad. It's
Please
sad.
Take a deep breath.
It's sad that we can't come together because you're mad.
It's so sad.
You're murked. It's just beauty. It's just it's all skin deep.
Yes.
Plastic surgery. It's okay.
Yes.
Yes, of course. Of course. There's makeup tutorials. There's all kind of things to help. I mean, if your face looks like an old catcher's mitt, there are things that we can do.
And there's nothing you can ever do for that big ass head.
Oh my God.
But I still look good.
Here we go.
I'm happy for
but
you.
I still look good and you're mad.
I'm happy, Gina.
My head could be
Damn, Gina.
I look better than you.
Y'all gotta stop with this, man. Like real talk.
I said let's talk about the seeds.
You're a perfect example.
I said let's talk about planting gardens.
You expectation. That's
Big Head brought the shit back up, man.
Listen, I don't know if she's.
We can be friends. It's okay.
Stereotype.
I forgive you. I forgive you, love.
And it's sad.
I know you didn't mean it. I know you still learning. We all still learning. It's all love.
And I'm gonna continue to learn, and I'm gonna continue to be beautiful while you're murked and you're mad.
Yes.
U-N-I-T-Y. U-N-I-T-Y.
Sing that
That's the unity.
Hello.
Hello.
Tripping, man. Look,
Kevin,
we are all beautiful.
Kevin,
for the most part.
Can I ask a question?
Y'all
when we were having a conversation, do you feel like I was being combative? Like after we got, even when I made that comment about that mentality being a rapist mentality, did you feel slighted? Did you feel like I was being combative and divisive, or were we able to have a conversation?
You talking about me?
I'm talking to Kevin.
No, she was talking to me. No, me personally, I didn't feel personally slighted. Do I think that things got heated at times? Yeah, but I think that a lot of it came from people, everybody misunderstanding each other.
Y'all ain't right.
What's everybody smoking on? Anybody doing edibles?
Even that being said, Kevin, do you feel like I was able to acknowledge my sort of my place in all of this and how I was moving, how I came left at people and my energy was wrong? Did I not acknowledge that?
You did apologize.
Yeah, did I acknowledge it?
Yeah, I think it was something along the lines that if you had done anything, you would apologize or something to that effect.
Okay, so but now this whole stream has been created for people to air out their grievances based on what? About what? Now we really know it's because you're just murked.
What y'all gonna have for breakfast?
I'm fasting.
Oh yeah? How long?
Yeah.
And this is why
Oh,
there's
yeah,
I'm
you
a
had the
old
stomach
nigga. What does
bug.
you
Remember
just
that.
merged? What's that mean? You put me
remember
on.
that.
Yeah, I have no idea what that means.
I don't
What
know.
does that mean? You just merged. Oh, you don't
Okay.
like niggas. So put me
Mother
on.
Earth.
Huh?
What else y'all having?
I'm gonna make some oatmeal with blueberries.
Ooh.
Oh,
You
use
put
some
cinnamon and nutmeg in that hole?
yes, cinnamon,
What kind of meat?
nutmeg, vanilla, coconut milk, and
Hey,
Jamaican thing?
who puts meat in their oatmeal?
Okay.
You put meat in your oatmeal?
Did you say
No,
meat?
meat on the side.
no.
You could dip it on there.
Damn, girl. I get the meat in the morning. You know what I'm saying? Then I eat the oatmeal.
You know, like your turkey bacon, vegan bacon, whatever beef.
I get meat in another way.
It's
Oh, you want something else?
demon time.
You better put the oatmeal on there. And you know the rest.
Ooh, we.
I just don't know how things got to being talked about with foreheads and stuff. Like I came late. I was supposed to be sleeping. How did the big forehead and stuff come into play?
That big forehead shit in Taz's chat. I don't think she saw it.
But apparently it's here too. How did we get here?
It's fucking here.
Yeah, and then in America we have roasters. We do that. When we talk about each other, roast each other.
Yeah, but
it's American space, so we roast. So
we roast. Like I roast
either, but once I
roast for hours and hours a day.
Yeah, but I think for Annalisa, I don't think that's something that she's used to like that. Would that be accurate?
I can safely assume that.
No, that wasn't my intention.
Right, because I think this goes back to the whole culture differences and whatnot. Because for her, this is not something that she's like very used to.
No, them niggas up there, they kind of gentle, if that's an accurate word.
Oh, niggas don't roast in Canada, huh?
No.
So Skinny Boy, me and you gonna roast each other? Nah.
I mean, you know how we do.
We from the same sector.
Skinny Boy over there sounded like a damn Decepticon and shit.
Man,
right.
Cook County.
Metro.
I don't know what it is.
With your pay-go phone.
I'm downtown. I'm supposed to be getting the best shit right now. And I'm downtown.
Oh, Skinny Boy, hit me on my neck.
I understand that, Pookie. I can see that.
Pookie.
But Annalisa,
didn't I tell you to go get that cheesecake?
Ooh, avocado toast. I love avocado.
No, avocado toast is lit.
Yes.
Lit.
I hate the texture of avocados, but I still
I like avocados. I actually love avocados.
Oh,
what do y'all do with the seed?
What you putting it on, Kevin?
Say that again.
What you putting your avocado on?
I can eat avocado by itself.
Oh yeah, easy.
What do y'all do with the seed?
Yeah, good idea.
Well, I mean, I heard that it takes like 3 years for the avocado tree to bear fruit.
And that's in the right climate.
Mm-hmm.
You can,
I never
you can save them. You can dry them out. You can grind them down to make like hair mask or face mask. You can boil them to make tea. And I think it's a food you can make with it too. I don't know.
You can make a tea?
Mm-hmm. Or you can make avocado seed oil too with it.
Oh, you gotta show us that one. That's what's up.
It's a process, but it's doable.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. I know you can put it in your hair, your face.
Mm-hmm. I accidentally kicked myself off. Don't mind me.
Yeah, I was planning on saving me like 5 of those damn all at the same time.
What you say, Ajia?
No, I was thinking of I'm thinking of creating my vertical garden. So I have a couple of pallets that I was saying about sanding down, filling them in on the inside, and then like filling it with dirt, and then having it, since I can't like have a whole garden, it's a lot easier to have a vertical garden because you can put it on your fence and you can grow it from there until you're ready to put it on the ground.
Yeah, I'm thinking about getting one too because they have ones you can have inside the house too. And
yeah,
then,
you
so
buy
you're a DIY one?
Yes.
Oh,
Actually,
okay.
once I plan to hit my 1,000 subscribers, I'm gonna be posting up on my keto diet and all of that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
And
you definitely gotta show us how you make that garden.
I won't be
I
on
always
the
wanted to
once I hit that thousand, I'll be putting all this the whole the fuckery on my other channel. But yeah,
I want that rollout miracle garden. I'm finna cheat everybody. Forget that. Like our TV, you just roll it out and you water it and you nurture it. You might could put like a little dirt on it too. It's an old school.
Let me go to Google real quick.
It's an instant garden.
Let me go to Google real quick.
Yes. I don't know if it's like Miracle Garden or something, but I saw it on a shopping network channel a while back.
Ciao, y'all funny.
So have we resolved our conflicts? Is the conflict resolution good? We good? We black again? We all good?
I really do think
Canada,
so.
From Canada
So
to,
it's
from Canada to Texas.
So, wait a minute, hold on a
Skinny
second.
boy.
I'm looking at the comment section. Said Brother Moses was saying that Annalisa was talking about tell us why we're trash.
She said because y'all disrespected her.
The group, I guess.
She said she was disrespected, so that's why she called people trash and all that other stuff. So yeah,
hey guys, please subscribe and like to the stream.
We can move on because there's nothing to resolve when you don't see an issue. So yeah, the gardens. Does everybody know what grows on their end?
What did you say? That last part? I'm really done with y'all. Y'all be
you a trip, G.
stressing me the fuck out, man.
Wait a minute. Who's promoting that I do an ASMR?
I'm done with you, hoes. Like, don't talk, man. Like, shit. Goddamn.
Right, y'all stress me out. I'm about to hit my wine and my hard liquor.
My fucking cortisol levels, bruh.
I cannot with y'all.
Do somebody got
go back in the chat and start.
Do somebody got that clip? Somebody need to roll it.
No, you might as well stay up here, skinny boy.
Virtuous woman, don't leave that chat room. I'm coming to flirt, boo boo. Don't go.
Skinny boy,
drop
down. I'm talking
about.
You better shoot your shot.
He's trying to make you an internet wife.
That way, yeah, he's trying.
TV, I'm extremely slow, girl. I really don't know what you talking about where it says a share button.
Oh my gosh, I thought I saved your link too.
I don't know. I honestly don't know how to
spell the first part.
The app itself. Like,
isn't it just cashapp.com and then your tag?
Wait, so do I have to go on the website itself? Because I have the app, so I don't know if child. It's Gazalia 14, y'all.
I don't know. Yeah, make sure.
I'm thinking about the queen pin.
What you say, KK?
I'm thinking about the drug lord kingpin lady, the queen pin. I think she was Cuban or something like that. The a part of her name, Ajia Gazala. I think she was though some kind of Spanish queen pin.
Gazalia? Oh no, it's a Somalian name for gazelle.
Oh yeah, but you know it's a lady. It is a drug queen pin name that too.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it means gazelle.
Hold on a second. Hold on. I'm looking at the comment section. I think people are mad that I calmed the panel down.
Yeah, because niggas like NOG. Jesus Christ. I mean, we came here to resolve. We didn't come over here.
Khadijah.
More like honestly. I can't.
Correct. Okay, Khadijah. All right, you right.
I did virtuous woman. I clicked. Drop link. What you talking about? Oh, okay.
Y'all a mess.
Khadijah, you spicy like Khadijah from Living Single.
I slow. Who dropped off? Was that Mother Earth? Okay, well, I don't like I don't like, because we are trying to build over in the B1. So, and it's not like we're trying to allow everyone in. So in retrospect, we vet people hard in our space after the whole fiasco with the manosphere and just letting any random ass motherfucker come on the panel and just disrupt.
Yes, because trouble found y'all.
We've been extremely
I ain't
paranoid.
calming anybody in that inauguration, Brother Moses. I'm not calming anybody over there. I'm staying right over here.
Mhm. Hey, virtuous woman, how are you?
I'm good, Ajia. How are you? Nice to meet you, huh?
I'm good. I'm nice to meet you, girl. I'm good. Man, this is your first time hitting the link, girl. It's not gonna be the last time because there's some shit, girl, we gotta talk about.
I know. We do need to get it going.
Oh no, not this morning, but
Let me tell you how to get this hyperlink real quick before we get started.
Yeah.
So click on your picture you're on the app, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so click on your picture.
Right.
And then the top right corner, there's like a barcode looking thing. It's like a little square.
Right.
Click on that.
Okay.
And then you should see like the little greater than, less than looking share sign in the top right corner.
Okay.
Click on that.
Man, I have one, yeah.
Okay, you clicked on that?
Uh-huh.
And what are the options on there?
I only have like copy, save image, and print.
Okay, so go to copy.
Oh, that's what the hyperlink is?
Yeah, and then paste it in this chat, and then I'll copy it, and then I can keep it in my file so I can repost it for you.
Okay. Thank you, love. Girl, I'm slow. I've never really done it that way. I've seen
Yeah,
Rude.
there you go, right there. But it's easier because sometimes you can't find people's cash apps. So it's easier if you have the direct link.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know how any of this works, so yeah, I'm not used to this. So thank you so much, Virtuous Woman. But yeah, what's on your mind, girl? What's up?
Oh, nothing. I'm just listening to you guys talk. I think it was good to move the conversation over here so y'all could talk a little bit more freely. But I'm kind of wondering, like, do you guys want to build with Annalicia or do y'all not want her around?
I mean,
who wants to start first?
Who wants to go first? Shit. Y'all making my spirit hurt. Y'all motherfuckers.
Well, I guess I can give a response really quickly.
Yeah, go ahead.
I would say that as long as she's willing to learn, I think that's fine. Like I said, everybody's not gonna agree, and we're probably gonna end up butting heads because there are some set ideas about who we are, and
Right.
we're trying to understand her as well, and I don't think she's like being mean or evil or anything like that. And I think that we just have difficulty seeing things eye to eye. So, but I think other than that,
I think that part of the issue is like when you come into somebody's space, like you do need to read the room.
Right.
And I had a chance to build with Annalicia a little bit on Black Woman Spheres channel, so I kind of understand her energy a little better. But when she came to B1, she forced it. You know what I mean? Like with the talking, it seemed like she wanted Taz to go at the Saint and Sinner dude, and then she's like, drop the link. But some people, I think, just are much easier about talking to strangers and making friends, or just generally feeling like they'll be accepted wherever they go. And so maybe that's like part of her energy, instead of falling back and reading the room and kind of, understanding the tone. So I don't think she took the time to get to know what the chat was about. But I don't think
I would appreciate she would respond. I haven't heard her
Is
say
she
anything since I came in.
Is she still here?
Yeah, she's still on the panel.
Annalicia, are you still here?
You guys are just like beating a dead horse, because you're saying I don't know how to read the room. I acknowledge that, and I received that information, and I acknowledged it. I apologize. So at this point, we're really just beating a dead horse.
Yeah, it's a little.
Well, I mean, we should. I mean, if that's the case, we should drop it. I mean, I only see it causing
I really
problems anyway.
Because if you guys think that I'm going to just grovel at your feet, like,
no, we don't want that.
Already.
No.
Let me finish talking because I acknowledge my part in this. So at what
go
point
ahead.
do you guys acknowledge your point and your part in either instigating or being disrespectful?
Well, let me say this. I didn't necessarily hear the part about you reading the room, but I was approaching this from a point of it's a culture in the B1 network.
Yes.
And it's a certain class and decorum. And, no offense, but you kind of ratcheted it up a little bit, like just going, like calling whatever they felt like you were calling trash or whatever, like as that's not something that we as women do in the B1 network. So when you come in as an outsider and do it, then everybody's going to be defensive towards you.
So who did I do that with?
Just in general on the panel, weren't they complaining that you were saying, like, calling them names and stuff like that or something like that?
What names was I calling whom?
Here we go.
No, let's be specific because I don't want to, let's not speak ambiguously. If you guys are going to try and indict me, you need to come correctly, right? Because I'm not going to.
Okay, but it's like that attitude right there. Like first you say,
I have this attitude because you're beating a dead horse. The attitude that I'm referring to that are actually affecting me, and you're not saying.
But you're over talking. The attitude that I'm referring to is you talking about the conflict resolution.
Because you're beating a dead horse. That's what you're doing.
But you're not. I just got up here, so I'm not beating anything. I haven't.
You're talking about what everybody else
touched the conversation. I haven't touched the conversation.
What you've been talking about.
Anyway, what I was saying before, she mentioned that we didn't seem interested in conflict resolution. And so my intention was to be like, okay, are y'all even trying to get a common ground? And I was trying to say, okay, well, when you came in, you don't show respect to the people around you. You just bring your energy into other people's space and you're being rejected and you can't handle it.
I apologize.
But we don't want no apology. That's the whole thing that you don't get.
Okay, but so it's okay for people to disrespect me and I'm not allowed to defend myself. That's what you're saying.
I don't think anybody has disrespected you.
Okay, well, that's your opinion. And I don't know what to tell you. But people in the chat were actively and continue to actively disrespect me, name call and disparage me. And I'm not allowed to have an opinion about that. That's what you're saying?
No, that's what you put in my mouth. But I'm not. Listen,
but that's what I'm doing.
I'm the last person here to argue with you. I'm definitely not gonna let you wear me out. I don't have any energy for this. I came to tell Ajia about.
Well, that's what I'm doing.
So I didn't want to join the panel because you can't ration with somebody that's being childish. Like you need to
rationalize. That's the word you mean?
No, don't correct me. I said what I meant, and I meant what I said. You need to grow up.
I'll do that. You're right. I do.
Yeah. Okay. So do that and do it in silence.
I'll do it how I want to do it, when I want to do it, the way I want to do it.
But you do it over there like that, not over here like that.
But I'm here and I'm doing what I want to do.
No, you were just quiet like you should be. You were being the dead.
I thought you were Miss Conflict Resolution. What time are you on now? What are you on now?
May I interject something, please?
Okay. You're not saying anything, so I have nothing to say.
Okay.
May I interject something, please?
Yes, please, Kevin.
No. Because she doesn't get to decide who she's going to respect on this platform. She can't talk to Kevin if she can't talk to us. She can't respect Kevin if she can't respect the women that surround him.
But Kevin, you're not Kevin.
If she's going to shut up,
you don't have to respect that everybody.
Shut up.
You don't have the rapport that Kevin has.
Be quiet.
You are not
Kevin.
Can I answer your initial question, Virtuous?
I'm not going to give you much anonymity.
I already built a rapport and showed a respectful relationship with you on Black Women's Fierce channel, but you over here doing too much because you want attention.
For you guys to think that I can't respond or I can't.
No, you're not talking to anybody unless you. No, you're not talking to anybody. You don't get to choose who you talk to. No, you don't get to choose who you talk to. No, I'm the gatekeeper. You come through me. You ain't talking to nobody till you talk to me. Now what?
Period.
Real quick. So hold on. Let me say something. So To see virtuous woman, hold on,
no,
hold on. To see virtuous woman get heated, that is alarming to me. Okay,
I'm not heated.
But no, to see like I
No,
understand
to
where
see
you're coming
virtuous
from.
women disrespected is alarming
Yeah,
to me.
so yeah, I know, like we kind of know you, virtuous woman. So I know how your energy is, and I see where your frustration is coming from now, and it's giving me a little, it's getting me a little anxious because I don't want to.
No, this is no. Let me talk to you, Ajia. This is the thing.
Okay.
Like, this is the thing. This woman is making it like we're doing something to her when really she's coming in here and she's trying to control the space. And it's an order of operation in here. We are here. We are B1. We make this network. We have sweat equity. We put the time. We put the energy. We built this. And she's not going to come in and tear it down with all this bullshit because you're talking loud, but you ain't saying nothing.
I'm defending
and then
myself.
she thinks, no, be quiet. And
No,
then she
I'm
thinks she's going to pick and choose between the people on the panel who she's going to respect and who she's going to talk to. And the bottom line is, if you ain't respecting everybody, you ain't talking to nobody.
I'm not mean to anyone.
You ain't talking to nobody. And Kevin can have a good rapport with you if he wants to, but you ain't talking to him until you respect me and everybody else.
I don't think you could tell a grown man what to do, but good luck.
I just did.
Wow.
I just did. It's not about me telling him what to do. It's about me telling you ain't coming in. So now what?
Virtuous woman, can I answer your initial question?
Kevin, yeah, what were you going to interject?
Nah, you shut up. We're not talking to you. Be quiet.
You're
Go ahead, Mother Earth. Be quiet. 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 Be quiet.
I'll keep talking. Nice try. Nice try.
Wait. So first of all, here's the thing. This is my fucking space here. So yeah, B1 Network, that is definitely Kaz's channel, but in here in my space, it's gonna be a little bit different here. I understand where you're coming from, Virtuous Woman. I understand where you're coming, Kevin. I understand where you're coming from, Annalicia. As I was saying before in the last stream, time will only tell how this is working, okay? But this whole, Annalicia, what I can tell you is this. You did come off kind of hot from the beginning. And we kind of I understand because you're used to those dusty ass niggas over there and you're just high strung. In this space here, we are actually a pretty calm place here, and we've been through a lot of shit. So the energy that you're bringing here is very reminiscent of people who like to bring a lot of the chaos. But what we're trying to do is we're trying to not come at you the way we used to. We used to go in on motherfuckers. Now the energy what you're feeling from Virtuous Woman, that's probably like 2%, to be honest. So
I mean, at the end of the day, I came in, first of all, I came in to talk to you. And second of all, I came in to see if everybody even wanted to kind of get along. And then I was saying, this is my perspective. And then she immediately jumped in, dismissing me, like, you being a dead horse and giving me all this smoke. And my thing is this. Listen, you got to extend respect and grace to people. Like, you're not going to be some rude ass person. And we're not moving around you, bowing down to you. Nobody's accepting that shit from you, period. And you're not going to handpick. You're not going to hit. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking about you. Yeah, but you're not going to handpick who you pick on this panel and show some respect to. Like, when you show respect to people, it's because of who you are, not because of who the person is. You disrespect yourself and you disrespecting everybody else. And I'm not going for that shit. So you're not talking to nobody until you respect everybody. Period.
So what we were doing was we were doing a consensus. Okay. She asked Kevin what he felt. He gave her his opinion. You gave yourself your opinion, Virtuous Woman.
I didn't even get far enough to give no opinion. I didn't even get that far.
Oh, I know. But I also know that Mother Earth has her opinion as well. But here's my thing.
Can I make an observation?
No, because I'm getting really fucking frustrated because I'm not the type of person that likes to. If someone is, I understand where Annalicia is coming from mentality wise. I understand that her energy is very high strung and is very reminiscent of deity. And deity brought a lot of dysfunction in the space. We're being triggered right now by that. So I don't want to treat Annalicia like deity. And I feel like a lot of y'all motherfuckers are treating her like deity. I'm not keeping for her, but that is what the energy does feel like. Okay.
Can I make an observation, sis?
Okay, go ahead.
Can I make an observation real quick?
Yeah,
I
go
don't
ahead.
think that's, and I hear what you said, and I know the energy that you want to keep on your panel, but I don't think that's fair because
I understand.
came up there. Hold on. I came up there, and I came up in a very neutral and peaceful way, and got the same. Now, Virtuous just came up and did the same thing, and got the same effect. I think at some point, and I see Black Woman Sphere saying we're bullying her, but I think at some point we have to look, and this sister's gonna have to look in the mirror and accept this ain't us. Nobody's bullying her. We came up. You had two people come up here.
Hold on.
I'm definitely not bullying her because I already had a conversation with her that went very well.
If I'm telling you you're being a dead horse, if I'm telling you that I have acknowledged my energy, if I'm telling you that I have apologized, at what point do you ever move on? Because if you're not going to move on, you're going to keep me in the same place. You're not, you guys are the ones that are not moving forward. I had a conversation with Kevin, we were cool. I had a conversation with Jaya, we were cool. I had a conversation with you, we were cool. So at what point does everyone else move forward? Because you guys are beating a dead horse. I acknowledge
that's the thing, though. She didn't come up to beat a dead horse.
No, that's not what happened. That's not what happened.
Right. Okay, now I'm done. Because if you guys are telling me that's not what happened, now I know.
No, you misunderstood my entire energy, and then you flew off the handle with it. I wasn't coming up there to talk at you and say, this is what you did. I was coming up there to explain you and say, maybe you didn't read the room and that's why you're getting this kind of attitude. But because you felt like the dead horse, you took it as if I was dogpiling you. And
no,
I've already I'm not finished. I'm not finished. See, that's the thing. You always respond prematurely and you don't get the full context of what's being said to you. And that's why the shit pops off. That's why it pops off. I already built a respectful rapport with you already on Black Woman Sphere channel, so I would have expected you not to receive me that way, first of all. But then secondary, you just coming at me with unnecessary bullshit, and then now you're getting bullied. No, you on your bully shit. You like a bull in a china shop. You've been on your bully shit since the beginning. And I'm not going to take responsibility for that. I came up to try to see, like, okay, are we all trying to fool with each other or not? You know what I mean?
You guys are telling me that I didn't read the room, and I already acknowledged that. I
didn't tell you that. I didn't tell you that. I was talking about the situation.
You didn't read the room. You were acting crazy.
But I wasn't convicting you. That's what you don't understand. Like, you have a problem with shame. Like, I wasn't convicting you. I was talking about the whole situation.
But I already acknowledged the whole situation.
Okay, you're not an active listener. You just want to be in the space that you're in, and that's cool.
You wanted to be constructive about and contribute to this bashing session.
Who are you talking to?
See, that's why I tried to come and do it kind of neutrally, because I didn't want this to come off as a bashing session. That's why I tried to come with.
That's what I'm trying as well.
A certain energy. And I just feel like it keeps going.
It's not a bashing session, but sometimes people can flip this. Sometimes people respond like that, and they put.
Well, hold on, but I think
the way people respond make the other people look like they're bashing them, and it's all about the way that she receives the person talking that determines whether or not it looks like bashing. Because I for damn sure didn't bash her.
Kevin, is there anything that you wanted to contribute? Something productive?
Why does she keep calling on Kevin though?
I don't know. It's weird. But that's her way. That's her way of being dismissive.
Hold on a minute.
Right.
See that right there?
Avoiding the issue.
That right there is what you don't realize, Annalicia. See, this is where maturity comes in. That shit right there. See, that's not even this, Kevin. Like
I want to know what he
being
thinks.
dismissive is disrespectful. Like,
But
come on, like
so
if we're
it's
gonna have a
disrespectful. I want to know what
conversation
Kevin
and try to
I
have
want to know what
and
Kevin
see
thinks.
each other's points of view. You can't be on the live stream huffing and puffing.
I want to know what Kevin thinks, and that is
Sucking your
disrespectful.
But why are you yelling at him when he's just trying to talk to you?
I don't have time.
Wait a minute.
And you
So
expect
because
people
I want to know what
do as
Kevin
well.
thinks,
Come on,
that's
sis.
disrespectful?
No, you just talking to him. Why are you talking?
Oh my
Why are you
God.
yelling?
Yeah.
You're really sick.
Okay, just because Kevin was nice to you during that session, you do not know when he will actually turn up. So looking for Kevin to save you is not gonna always be. It's not gonna be in your.
Kevin wanted to say something, and you guys cut him off. I said I wanted to hear what he has to say.
Well, Kevin ain't talking to you
Well, he
until you show
obviously
some
relinquished
respect
his
for
time
yourself.
when other people started talking, and he didn't continue.
You gotta show some respect for yourself in order to talk to
dismiss
Kevin.
what somebody else is saying to
You
you.
guys all want
It's
to
really
speak
no
for
point
Kevin.
of you being on the panel anymore.
Be his
There's
guest.
no point in this anymore. Because nobody can say anything without it coming off as you're being attacked. You're not receiving anything because you're sucking your teeth. You're making all these huffing and puffing.
No. But
you're doing everything to let people that's
already
communicating with
received
you know.
this information,
and
you,
like right now,
you already know that I received this information because I had this conversation with you one on one.
Like even right now, sis, you're still over talking people.
I had this conversation with
doing
DJ.
Everything to let people know that you're dismissing the point. So why would anybody? Like? This is really a point. You're right. This is beating the dead horse. You're absolutely right because it's no point having this conversation if you're not open to receive shit. And the people that's talking to you,
now that we have a general consensus that we're beating a dead horse, hold on, skinny boy, because I'm not. Listen, this shit is hitting, and I'm about to go off on you motherfuckers right now because I'm getting really fucking irritated. Because listen, I think that it takes time for people to adjust to a certain space. First impression, I'm sorry, Annalise, but it's not good in my book. But because I'm an empathetic and an actual kind person, I give people chances to redeem themselves. I cannot speak for any of the people in the B1 network. I cannot speak for them. But what I can say is this. Skinny Boy was indeed right. You did not know how to read the room. And I can tell you then because you've been in the space for a very short amount of time. When you come into YouTube, that's what we've been telling you. There's certain things, there's certain people you speak to, there's certain words you don't say because we've been there and done that shit. I know I'm trying not to get too spicy right now. I'm really trying to let go and let not this cortisol level hit me. But you motherfuckers are irritating me because at the end of the day, Annalicia has some very good points. Feminist or not, or whatever. She has good points. It is conducive that we hold ourselves to a standard knowing that we are B1 and no, we don't coddle people. We do have a vetting system. Yes, I appreciate the vetting system, y'all. Y'all did a damn good job. A for all you motherfuckers, okay? But at the end of the day, as I said, time will only tell how Annalise will adjust in this space. I don't want to be perceived as a mean person interrogating. I specifically started this live because I knew that if we didn't have a thorough conversation and gave people the chance to speak, I know if she was to come into the next live, she's going to say, oh, hello, and no one is going to say hello to her except for me. So I want there to be some type of, we can really understand what the fuck is happening. I'm telling you, you motherfuckers are irritating right now. Because I know we can do a lot better than this, okay? She's not deity, okay, y'all? I know y'all are triggered. This is not deity.
But Ajia, nobody's triggered. I just think that Annalicia, she does come from the kind of gender war setting.
Yes,
and it's cool, but it's polarizing to the group. Like I said, I already had a chance.
I don't even know who deity is.
Yes, we've been chilling and cruising for the last few months. Yes, new. So we have to do the necessary vetting process. I think we some of us did a little too far. Some of us were too true to it. But then again, she's here. Okay.
Right.
But when you say vetting, it seems like when you say vetting, it seems like we're trying to decide to let her in or not. And I don't think it's that energy. It's just a matter of, do you understand like the space. Like I said, like she's gonna
really gonna
like
Ajia,
when I met her, she was
Ajia,
on a gender war hype, and she was like really about that girl thing.
About
and then,
how finish what she's saying. Let Virtuous Woman finish real quick. Go ahead, Virtuous.
Thank you, I appreciate that. When I met her, she was on like the girl thing, and it was like, okay, women need to align up and be allies and stick together. But in B1, it's not a separation. And so when she was coming over,
we found her in a different sector. Is that correct?
Right. So when she came over and she was coming at the men, it could be like you expected us to automatically be with that shit because you think it's a girls versus guys situation. But when the girls was turned off by you, then you fall back on I'm being attacked, and it's like, well, no, this is not that space.
Yeah, we're not.
That's not what happened. Jaya, hold on. I just want to understand something. You and I weren't talking. So when it was just you and me, I want you to try to remember. You don't remember when I was saying to you, I at first I struggled to read the room. I felt like I was in the corner, and I felt like I had to be on the defense.
Yes.
So if I acknowledge that within myself, if I saw that about myself, and I don't need anybody to point, and I'm introspective enough to see the shit.
So we see that, yes.
See my own challenges. I acknowledge it. Do you not think talking about it over and over is beating a dead horse?
Yes, I do agree.
No,
yes.
I think
Please
you're
let me go
acknowledging
next.
the wrong
Let me finish.
Hold on.
Ajia, hold on.
Let's just let her finish.
I'm waiting. After she finishes, I want to go next.
I haven't had that conversation. I come here thinking that you guys have an individual problem with something that I said to you individually, but you're still talking about me reading the room, which I acknowledge. You still talked about the attitude that I had or how hot I was talking to Laura, which I acknowledge. You talk about Twin, which I acknowledge. You guys talk about the rapist comment or the rapey comment, which I acknowledge. You talked about Kevin. We talked about Kevin and how he and I were good. Like at what point do you move forward? If I
move forward,
have acknowledged and received the information, and I'm saying to myself, Anna, check yourself before you. You guys get on the bandwagon.
This is what you were talking about. Yes, I understand, but here's what I'm trying to say to you, and I know you might take offense to this. But the reason as to why you're continuing to get pushed back is because your energy has not diminished since you've been
up. Because you guys are disrespecting me in the chat.
God damn it.
Oh my God.
Fuck, man.
That is a lie.
Take a shot for me.
You guys are berating me in the chat. You really don't think I'm going to say
speak?
Come on, man. Come on.
Because this is. I'm sorry.
I mean, I've been waiting to answer Virtuous Woman.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, so
please cut the shit, you guys. You guys, this is hilarious. This is funny.
Annalicia.
Ajia, can I please speak?
This is funny.
Please go ahead, skinny boy, and please mute up.
Thank you very much, because this is kind of total. And please don't take this the wrong way, Ajia. I think at this point we on bullshit now. Because let's be real here, and please don't interrupt me.
I know, I agree with you.
Please don't interrupt me.
Don't have to apologize. I am feeling that energy right now. I do agree, but do go on.
Because this is bullshit at the end of the day, fam. She keeps going back to the past, and I apologize, and I said, and I acknowledge. Right now, sister, in the midst of today, right now, presently, your attitude and your energy has not changed. You're still not reading the room in the panel. You're still not.
Yeah, we told you, listen, girl, we're gonna push you. And I can tell you,
we've had two people come up here and try to.
The process of
it. Like, maybe if Kevin says it, she'll receive it.
Damn near cover you. And your attitude is still. You still have the same. You still have the same responses. You still have the same fucking outlook. It seems it's like nothing has changed with you. So how can we sit here and say I've acknowledged and we're beating a dead horse? Well, no, we haven't. We're not beating a dead horse because you're still.
Because why don't you try to have another conversation with me? Try to have another conversation.
Still got the same energy.
Try to have another conversation with me and see what happens. Why don't you do that instead of talking about the same shit over and over? Did you try that?
Why
No,
do
you
people want to
didn't.
have a what?
No, you did not.
You sound ridiculous. You think people want to further a conversation
I
with
tried
you
to
and they
have a
can't fucking
conversation.
All
reach
right.
a conflict
Okay.
resolute with you right now? You
We
sound
all need to
ridiculous.
take
Again,
deep
you need to
breaths.
grow up.
No,
This is
chill.
puberty.
Let's
Fuck what you
chill.
talking about,
Let's
Ajia.
chill.
This is fucking
we're doing
deity
the most right now.
2.0.
Let's
All
chill.
right.
2.0.
Okay,
I
okay,
heard
so
y'all. Now I
here's
heard
the
y'all.
deal, Annalicia. It's evident that there's some people who don't like you because of your attitude, and then there's certain people who don't like you for your rhetoric. So I'm not going to tell you what to do. You can always make your decision. I'm not going to be the person that's going to say, well, fuck these motherfuckers, or yeah, you should cling to us. This is your decision. I've made myself known. I've made what I have no issue with you personally. I understand your energy, but I do understand your attitude. And when we're in this space, we've been so chill, we've been vibing for so long that when we get a new person in our space, we have to constantly be on edge. So you're the few of the first of the subscribers, the new subscribers who are willingly able to hit the link as soon as you join the group. You did not read the room. And when we say that, I would kindly suggest anytime you go to anybody's platform on YouTube nowadays, you go in their chat and you read the room for a good 2 weeks before you even engage. Okay.
Okay. All right.
That's my listen, and I'm saying this
Okay.
straightforward. I don't want to do the little girly voice. No.
No.
Because I truly care. I'm not like the people in the
No,
chat.
you don't. You actually don't.
Hold on.
But I actually am
See
reading
what I'm
the room now.
saying?
Hold on.
Like,
Reading
what
What I'm
the
saying,
fuck?
G?
you guys are really
Okay.
good.
Alicia,
I'm good.
Ajia, she's letting you know she's not receiving this.
I'm literally giving
She's
you
literally
game
letting you
so
know.
that you can understand the B1. I could easily just let these motherfuckers just devour your ass. I'm giving you game. I would appreciate if you just calm down real quick. If you really wanted to truly know who we were how we interact with each other, since you talk about socializing with other Black people, it would have been good. I appreciate Black Women's Sphere bringing you here, but at the same time, I saw your energy on her platform, and I was like, well, you know what? We have a very different dynamic where we don't abide by the gender war or do any of that type of stuff. So I don't know how she's gonna do it. So I knew once I saw you in the room, I would announce me but I know some people won't. I'm giving you game, girl. So step back, maybe. Step back and really watch. Because yeah, you're seeing this now because of how you came in strong. I don't think you would have had that, you would not have the same energy if you had gave it time, to be honest. Because I came in smooth and I came in like in loving arms because I was able to watch how they interacted. Oh wow, these are the kind of people that I want to actually be around. So when I was able to go in the comments and in the whole fucking chat room, I'm able to vibe with them a little bit better. Okay? You came in hot and you came in with an attitude. So we don't like that here. That is just an honest truth. We hate that shit here because we don't like that type of energy, and you brought it here. So we're telling you now, if you don't have that gender war mentality, break that shit free immediately. That includes a defensive attitude because we're actually not very defensive here. We debate knowing that we love each other and we're only trying to give each other that information and we understand the passion, but there's a difference in energy, period. And your energy was that way. This is just my opinion here. And I'm giving you the game because at the end of the day, if you actually want to be here, take my advice. And then you come in and you converse, because how we do our panels is not the same out here.
Ajia, if I came on the panel and we're having a conversation, and every time you say something or you ask me a question, okay, whatever, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I'm sucking my teeth. Is that? Are you really think I'm receiving you, G? Should I really expect the chat to want to further, go further conversation with me? Like that's what I was saying to you from the jump. Even beyond the energy shit, fam. Like it's the attitude now. Like now it's this. I'm past the energy shit now. We all come in the room sometimes flying off at the handle, depending on what we. But I'm past that now. I'm just looking at everybody that has tried to talk to this sister on this panel. I've seen her get combative, no matter how they came at her. And then we sit here and we're playing this victim role, and we're sitting here, well, we don't
come at you out of hate. That's the thing. So maybe you're used to people who come at you. It sounds very hateful. When we try to correct,
I really feel like I've made it very clear. I really feel like I have made it clear and I broke it down.
Alicia,
hold on. Wait a minute.
Talk about as well.
I told you the space that I was coming from. I told you mentally. I told you where I was coming from. I acknowledged that I was moving left. I acknowledged my energy was off. I acknowledged my feeling hot, and I apologized. Like I overstand. I know who I am. You guys don't know me better than I know myself.
No, and Alicia, you apologize, but in the midst, you're still doing it.
If you're,
am I lost?
This is
okay. Wait, because now we're talking in circles. Am I lost?
I'm trying to talk.
I'm the only one that sees.
I'm trying to talk.
Am I the only one? Am I lost? Am I the fucking only one lost?
Alicia, go ahead.
You apologize. You acknowledge.
Hold on.
Still in the midst of doing it.
This is why I'm confused.
What are you talking about,
if this problem was as pervasive as you guys are pretending it is, I wouldn't be able to sit on the panel for an hour and we wouldn't be able to have a conversation. Taz was sitting up here and we were going back and forth. We were having a conversation. We weren't even all agreeing on all of the topics, but we were having the conversation nonetheless. So I have the capacity. I have the patience. So at what point do you say, okay, let's move on and let's see if something can be done? I
know damn well if you sat on the panel with Taz and sucked your teeth, said man whatever, and did all this extra shit to let people know you're not fucking receiving and you're disregarding what they got to say. I guarantee you Taz didn't sit on no panel with you and engage you like that. You ain't finna lie and say
we were having a conversation. He wasn't sitting there and he didn't put me on fire. We were actually
you're missing my point. The whole point here is about your attitude.
We were having a conversation. You know what? But this is the difference. Taz already addressed my attitude. And we
one person at a time. The more you talk, Skinny, she's gonna get louder and louder. Let her talk.
We moved on and we conversed. You see the difference? He addressed it. He said,
"You tried to do that here with you, but you didn't receive that." We tried to do that with you tonight.
Skinny
boy,
boy,
the whole point of coming up and trying to be down the middle here. That was the whole point when Virtues came behind me and said, "Hey, what are we doing here? Are we trying to resolve?" You weren't receiving none of that.
Okay, real quick,
beloved.
Hold on,
you didn't receive it. So at that point,
you're just going in circles at this point.
Okay, Skinny, hold on 1 second. So let me address Brother Moses's. Taz did say shut the fuck up. Taz definitely does not say shut the fuck up specifically to a woman on the panel. So that right there alerted my attention as well. That also is like, well, damn, if he can do that, Taz has never done that to me on the panel. He said, man, shut up, Ajia, in the chat once.
Someone's trying to get on the panel.
Taz lets you, listen, Taz will let you talk, right? Now,
someone's trying to get on the panel. They keep on messaging in the private chat.
Girl, listen. I don't know what to really tell you, but that was one of the things that alarmed me. That Taz said he had to say shut the fuck up to you, and you refused to stop. Because he said that to me once.
If I refused to stop, he would have kicked me off the panel, and you know that. So let's not act like Taz is not in control of his network. If he had a problem with me in real life, in real time, he would have kicked me right at the panel.
And he didn't. He just said shut the fuck up.
So what is your arguing? What is your
argument is this? For him to say that alarms me because he usually does not say that.
You know what else he did say? He said, you don't need to fight. You are in a safe place. He also had that conversation with me.
So why do you feel, wait, so pause, comma, pause. So why do you feel this grown man felt the need to tell a younger sister that? He obviously saw your energy and saw everything that we're seeing now. That was his point of telling you that. Calm down, sis. You good here.
But we had a conversation. That's the point.
Oh my God. Come on, man. You seem very intelligent.
Did
you just miss like you said?
Okay, so Skinny Boy.
The fact that the man had to say that to you, it speaks volumes.
Okay, but the
You're
fact that
missing
he
the
didn't
point.
put
You
me on the
trying to
panel,
you're
and
trying
the
to
fact that
direct
we had a
you trying to
conversation
direct this the way
afterwards
you're
also
trying to
speaks
direct
volumes.
my points.
It
You can't
also
do
speaks
that.
volumes.
You missed what you said. You said it yourself.
All right.
Well,
Taz,
we had a conversation.
Boy,
You kicked me off,
it's
so
not.
that
that's
also
not
matters as well.
this how we see this
You
how I know
can
you ain't
focus
been
on
around,
the
sister.
negative part of it, but I
Sis,
focus on
Taz
the
ain't
It's
gonna
not
get
going
around.
anywhere.
First of all, Taz ain't gonna just kick you off. Taz will go back and forth with you and he'll cook you before he do that.
Taz
He
will
may
go.
time you out
Okay,
for a
so
minute.
now,
You don't.
now he
Can I
won't.
speak?
So now he
Can
won't.
I
Okay,
speak?
now he won't kick people off the
Can
panel.
I speak
Pause.
without
Can
getting
y'all
interrupted?
pause real quick? We have another person on the panel. Hi, Danielle. How are you?
Taz ain't gonna put you off right away.
Are you
That's not true.
you're not muted.
Okay, Taz isn't going to kick me off. Okay.
He wasn't, no. So, listen, you apologize. I know people are going to take it as half-assed. I'll take it for what it is, and I'm going to give you the benefit of doubt. I'm going to say that here on my panel, so y'all won't be motherfucking mistaken how I interact with Annalicia, okay? I don't want there to be any misunderstanding there. So y'all can make your decisions in silence however you want to do it. I'm going to hold my end of the bargain on being respectful because I personally have no issue with Annalicia. I think, Annalicia, you are going to get a lot of pushback. You really got to reconsider how you start responding. Again, with the reading the room, okay? So we can either move on from there and we can actually have a meaningful topic. We can close this out. We can do something tomorrow or whatever have you. But at the end of the day, you made your apology. They can accept it or not. I accept it. Thank you. We can move forward from there. But if I feel you're coming in with the energy hot, sis, honestly.
No, I'm saying if you're saying my apologies half-assed, it's because I made it for the 100th
I say it was half-assed. I said to people,
it may come across that way because I'm saying it for the 1,000th time.
I said to the people, some of the
Maybe
people
it's how you're saying
are going to take your apology as half-assed. I take it for what it is. That's what I literally said to
Maybe
you.
it's
So
how you're saying it, sis.
at all. It's kind of pissing me
Now,
off.
but when no, it can't be how.
Here we
when
go. Here we go, y'all. Here we go. Go ahead. Go
I
ahead.
said it was
Go ahead.
authentic.
Make another dumbass
I
remark.
was
Here we go.
authentic when
Make
I
another
said
dumbass analogy from what I just said.
when I
Listen to the immaturity, y'all. She's gonna turn around tomorrow and say
Nah,
stuff like,
let's
"Well, I got the
chill.
L word,
Let's
kiss my
chill.
ass."
Honey boy, let's chill.
Hold on.
May I please interject what I was going to say?
I literally just said you gave your apology. Some people in the chat are going to take it as half-assed. I take your apology for how you gave it by your intentions, and I forgive you personally. So when you come and ask me, well, if you don't think it's half-assed, girl, I did not say that I took it as half-assed.
No. I'm not talking about you.
Don't stop.
I'm talking about you feel like it's half-assed. It's because like this is
half-assed. I'm saying that people in the chat are going to take it as half-assed. I know some people in the chat are going to take it as half-assed.
Right, because how many times have I said it? At this point, it is half-assed.
Okay, can you compartmentalize this, please? Because listen, I'm yelling in my own fucking house at 4 a.m. in the fucking ass morning. I'm getting irritated and my cat is looking at me like she wants to eat me. I'm not going to repeat myself another fucking ass time. I'm telling you this. You gave your apology. You say that your intentions are true. I, Ajia Ghazalia, take your apology personally as myself. But people, there's going to be some people in the chat who are going to take your apology as half-assed and they're not going to forgive you. Does that make your apology half-assed in your eyes? No, but to them, they will. That is what I'm trying to say to you. So you can roll with that or not.
Okay.
Well, you know, we don't even get down like that in the B1. Actually, let's be honest. We all not kids. But tomorrow's another day.
This is pissing me off because listen, not everybody's gonna like you, and you're just gonna have a move around.
Yeah, but that's fine.
Things
tomorrow's
change.
another day. We not. That's one thing we don't do. We ain't finna sit up and
I
hold
didn't
grudges
think your
tomorrow.
apology
Like,
was
Hello.
and all that.
I do not think your apology was half-assed. I don't. Personally, Ajia Ghazalia, because you're on my fucking ass platform. But I know some people, because I know them very well. I know they're gonna take your shit as half-assed.
Okay,
I know that.
All right.
Hello.
Understand that. Please go ahead, Kevin, because I'm about to fucking pull this shit. Y'all motherfuckers pissing me off.
Okay. So I think this is kind of like one of those conversations where it's probably best to just not mention again if possible, because it's very clear that this is not going to be solving or changing anything.
That's literally what I was saying earlier.
No, but you created this live stream with the intention for people to air out their grievances that they have with me specifically. But you guys kept on talking about grievances that I already acknowledged, that I already apologized for.
Yeah, I think at this point it's just better to not mention anymore, because it's not doing anything. It's over. It's almost 2 hours at this point. I don't know how long. I don't know when exactly this conversation got into this kind of big, explosive argument.
This is how I want my life to end. I don't want my life to end to where we are not having some type of, not positive lovey-dovey feelings towards each other, but a common understanding of where the end, what we're gonna do next once we come together as B1. That is what I want, a general consensus of what we're gonna do next. I know how I'm gonna hold myself accountable. Y'all motherfuckers literally just heard me say how I'm gonna move from henceforward. Okay? I'm observant, I listen. I don't usually get triggered, but I listen to what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want her to go nowhere. I don't want her to go nowhere. She seems very intelligent. She seems passionate.
I agree.
This ain't that.
Right.
I mean, this is fuck this sister shit. But I do think if we decide to have conversations and engage each other, we can't have fucked up attitudes and based on our own personal whatever we feeling or whatever we feel rubs us the wrong way.
I think this goes back to the whole idea. I think this all goes back to the idea of learning how to read a room. I'm thinking now that she's probably learning what it is that she probably shouldn't do if she even wants to even come back. But I guess this is the hard lesson of quote unquote, reading the room. So that way that if she wants to come back, she makes a decision to want to come back, she have an understanding of what it is that we're expecting, or what we would respond, and based on how she may react to something.
Agreed. I do feel the same way. I do appreciate your passion, but then again, we're in a space where we're a learning space. So the obnoxiousness and the aggression, it does need to be tamed down. So if you can recognize that, I know you do. You don't have to respond in validation, because I know you do. But at the end of the day, once we move on from here, again, as Mother Earth was saying, your actions is going to basically tell us whether or not you've heed what we were trying to say to you. So hold on, Virtuous Women's.
I also want to say something else too. So, Annalicia, are you listening? Annalicia?
Yes.
Yeah. So there are times when I do speak, and there are times when everybody gets heated. Like even I get heated at times. But in this particular setting, while everybody else is very, very upset, I'm choosing not to be, because I'm recognizing that at the end of it all, this is all a learning process for each of us. And I think for you, as somebody who is getting the chance to be in here and having to understand what these the type of people that are part of B1, I think that this for me, it's the best way to handle it, because I'm not exactly upset or angered or bothered by it. I just think that this is part of learning a new area of the B1 sector. Like we really don't want to
Ajia,
be upset with you in any way, or to be angry with you or in any way, but we're just wanting to actually have like a conversation, just the basics of how B1 works. So that way that, once you're able to understand that, you'll be able to maneuver, how we operate as opposed to how other spaces operate, whether it's talking about, stuff with women's sphere or other spaces. Here, things are very, very different. And so how we may react to certain things is very different from how other spaces may react to it. It's not necessarily that we're trying to push back on it. We're just bringing certain things to light. That's all that it is.
Absolutely. Virtuous woman.
Oh, hey, my phone had my phone died, but I just wanted to come up and explain my intention. I
Okay.
was just coming up to say that I had met Annalicia in another space, and that she was very much a girl's girl, and just explain that she had kind of like that gender war background and
Right.
brought it to a place where we didn't have that going on. But
Right.
I was going to say that overall, I think that she's cool. Like I
Right.
built with her like she's straight. I
Yes.
don't think that she did anything necessarily like to apologize for. If they had smoke on the panel, I think definitely that could have been left on the panel. My
Okay.
intention was to explain kind of the disconnect. But unfortunately, I guess because she was so exhausted from hearing it over and over again, that she just replied to me as if I was saying the same thing as everybody else.
Right.
And
Right.
then I had to respond back to her.
Yeah.
So
That's
I
why.
wasn't,
That's why I took your analysis of the situation a little bit more seriously because I know how you are. So yeah. Go ahead.
yeah, I wasn't, and I mean, I don't have any anger, any smoke or anything, but I was just trying to say that, like we're all here, and you can't expect us to like move around you per se. Like
Right.
you want to blend in because I think it's potentially a good fit, but I don't think it's like a thing where you need to apologize or get permission or do this
Right.
or do all that and change yourself. I'm just saying where it could have all went wrong. But I don't have any expectations of her.
Right.
So I just wanted to say my piece on that just so that I'm not misunderstood.
Absolutely. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, virtuous woman.
Thank you.
You
Thank
want?
you.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm
You
gonna
want?
drop down for somebody else.
Okay, well, thank you for coming up and sharing that with us. I appreciate that because I feel that that's what you were doing. So I'm glad that you came back up to verbalize that.
Okay, thank you, hon. Okay, can you okay, I found it. All right, bye.
All right, good. Okay, Kay, did you want to listen, Annalicia? You got a lot of yeses more than nos, despite all the fuckery that's been going on. So go ahead, Kay. What did you want to say? You're on mute, love. Okay,
Is she
well,
on there?
she's on mute. So
Yeah.
go ahead now, real quick. Can you hear us,
Who, me?
Danielle?
Yeah, I can hear you guys just
Okay,
fine.
yeah.
I've
Hey,
been
girl, how are
listening
you?
to the whole conversation. It sounds
Yeah, yeah. Let us
honestly,
know.
I don't know many of you guys, so hi everyone.
Hello,
Um,
Danielle. How are you?
I'm well. Hope you guys are as well. But listening to the conversation, I was just wondering when anybody, you finally did, thank God. I don't know how to pronounce your name, host, like changed
Ajia.
your way you attack the situation. I'm like, she's clearly not getting how you guys are approaching it, and it's been the same approach again and again. And I'm like, it's just we sound, even though I wasn't speaking, but since I'm trying to be in the group at the time, it's like it sounded like a bunch of high school kids. Like I would have felt attacked as well if I was Anna. But I do understand like her energy was really hyped, so that would get me hyped too in a conversation. Like,
Yes, yes.
but we are adults, so it's like
Mhm.
adults having a conversation. Like I know when I talk to my kids and I try to tell them something, if they don't get it, I have to try to tell them a different way. But it was like 6 7 people trying to tell her the same thing the same way. I'm like, you're surprised you're getting the same result? I
Yeah.
just like,
Mm.
and then it's like a room full of intelligent people. It's not like a room full of ghetto people.
Yeah,
I'm
we're
listening
actually
to
we're
these,
not
and I'm like, these
like
are intelligent ass people,
yeah.
but it was really childish. Like I
Yeah,
was
see,
so
look, Annalicia,
Right. No one's bashing.
intellectually very petty.
I'm not.
So we will challenge you and it'll sound it's I know they a few of these motherfuckers be trying me and I have to remember like what kind of space I'm in. Like I know that these people are truly challenging my mindset. Because even when I came into this space, I'm still a Pan-African at heart, but I understand like has really educated me and challenging like the cultural boundaries that's keeping me constantly adhering to that false ideology. So he gives me an opportunity, and that on that stream, I didn't even engage. It was not like I was angry and pissed off. I was actually listening because and I didn't want to respond out of emotion. I wanted to
And it's
take
different Pan Africans too.
yeah,
It's not just one
and
kind.
I'm still a Pan African, but But with his education, I'm able to speak a lot of the understanding. That's what's going to happen in this space. There's going to be a moment where you're going to be challenged with a lot of what your talking points are. And you're in the B1 space. We don't like gender war shit. We don't think any other culture is better than anyone else's. We focus on America. And even I, in this space, recognize that. So there's a level of reverence that we have for the knowledge that is being spread here. So I know you like the intellectual challenge, and if you're able to, withhold a lot of the emotional outbursts, because I know it gets hard, you will learn a lot, because we try to teach each other in love, in comedy, and being petty, but we don't do this out of hate at all for each other.
I don't do that. Please don't do that. Don't say that you're always coming from a loving place when you
I did not say we came from a loving place. We talk about, because we actually want something to progress in our community.
You said that we come with love and this and that.
And being petty and all that kind of stuff. Yes, we do come across as that. But sometimes
No. Wait a minute. There's one thing to come across, and it's another to actually, for the insult to actually come out of your mouth. So let's not do that. You guys are being just as disrespectful. You guys are getting just as hot and tight as I am. So let's not say, oh, Anna, we really mean well. And we, no. Because you guys are doing it. You guys are doing exactly what I'm doing. Exactly what I'm doing. So let's not, if you want me to be accountable, you guys should probably be accountable as well. You guys are angry with me based on it's all perception. Because my perception.
I do agree with that. I do agree with that on both sides. That there is a matter of perception.
Your perception, then that means you must attack me, or you must get at me.
Okay, I'm gonna make the perception that will probably be more reality. We are petty ass motherfuckers in here.
You're motherfucking disrespectful.
Hold on, Annalisa.
Talking about.
Finish.
Yo.
We are petty as fuck. Okay. But we don't
petty.
love each other. We do not hate each other. We do not do the gender war hate. We try not to talk to each other in this fashion.
Who cares about the gender war? If you're disrespectful,
yeah, this is not about the gender war at this point.
Who gives a fuck if you're disrespectful?
In that perspective.
She made a gender war comment, okay? I'm just confused how, if she apologized, we're still, even though I wasn't in it, y'all don't jump on me, because
I literally just finished on a happy note, and then she came back and said, no, that's not. Okay. Well, you know what? The perception, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. We are hateful ass motherfuckers. We hate you.
You're disrespectful. Okay? Of course you guys are. Of course. Be accountable. This has not been a kumbaya. Like, let's not do that.
Okay.
That's not what this has been. You and I had a conversation one-on-one where I acknowledge everything, but yet still we are here.
And I to the table.
Difference in perception. I want you guys to take that in. You guys have gone to this length because of the difference in our perceptions.
Okay, what is the perception that you have again?
The perception is I have been accountable and I've apologized.
Okay, so that is the perception.
And your
perception is that you held yourself and you were accountable. Kevin, was your perception that she held herself accountable? It's a yes or no.
I believe that she was trying to hold herself accountable. She did acknowledge.
Okay.
She did acknowledge, yeah.
Okay. Mother Earth, do you feel the exact same way about that? That she has vocalized and verbalized her.
Why does she get to say she disrespected me openly?
Okay. Who else didn't disrespect? Okay, so Kay, you didn't disrespect her. Do you think that she should hold herself responsible? Do you think she should hold herself responsible? I'm trying to get a fast ass fucking consensus because ain't nobody got time for shit. Go ahead, Kay.
Not enough. It's just too much conflict.
I'm so glad I joined this group.
She
cool, but you might have to.
Okay, listen,
I might have to have a fun stream another day and just drop her down. She having a lot of conflict.
There's a such thing as redemption. Like it's all good.
We trying to have fun.
We can just finish.
No shade.
Tomorrow's a new day.
I didn't disrespect you, Annalisa. I told you how I felt. I don't, there's people in here who have felt that you have, but
Right. No bullying or nothing. We don't dislike you or nothing.
You literally are you're misconstruing when I say that we do it out of love. I'm not saying like, oh, we're loving Teletubby. That's not what I mean by love. Because there's sometimes you're gonna have to be a little bit more stern on somebody. We don't do the hugs kind of love. It's a tough love type of shit here. That's what maybe I should have said tough love.
Do you come across as someone who has a problem with tough love? I've been here for how motherfucking long? Do you think I have a problem with that? I have a problem with you guys not being accountable, but wanting me to be accountable. But you guys are being disrespectful in the chat. You guys are being disrespectful on the panel. No one's apologizing. No one's taking any accountability. I'm responding to what I'm reading in the chat. I'm defending myself based on what I'm reading in the chat.
Something's in the chat now. Let me see.
Well, you know what?
I'm talking about all throughout the night. So you guys, listen.
You must have talking about earlier.
If this is what B1 represents, you guys have fun with that, and you guys do your thing with that.
So and Alicia, I cannot speak for anyone else. That you're on my channel, and I've been trying with you. I'm not trying to bend you at all. I understand where you stand. I understand.
No, you don't, Ajia, because you and I had an authentic conversation, and then you made me backpedal.
And Alicia, I didn't make you.
Don't do the.
We had an authentic conversation, and I acknowledged everything, and I apologize. And I
accepted it, Alicia.
So why the fuck did we get all? How do we end up coming all the way back? If you and I already had that conversation and everybody heard it.
And Alicia, the last thing I said before you start going on this was that, listen, we can be petty at times, and we can be a little bit disrespectful.
Right. Nobody's bashing you.
Not the right word. Disrespectful is the right word. Use the right word. Use the right words. Disrespectful is the word. Petty is not the right. That's not the right word. That doesn't sum up my experience on this panel. It doesn't sum up my experience with the chat. Disrespectful sums it up.
You talking about earlier in the chat on the other page?
I'm saying overall.
Okay, so even with me trying to reason with you, it doesn't matter. Is that what you're saying?
No, you're saying that we can be petty, but it's tough.
Okay. Bicker. She mean bicker, like going back and forth.
Be disrespectful.
Okay,
Call it what it is. Call it what it is. Please be
accountable. Can you hold the fuck on real quick? Because listen, okay, we can get a tad disrespectful. I can get a little tad disrespectful. Niggas, we human, okay? Now,
no, not Anna. Anna's not. That's why we're on this panel.
Anna, but Black woman's here. When she comes here, she gets disrespectful too, and we love that energy anyway. We embrace it, but there's a limit sometimes. There is a limit, okay? And
there's a limit. I said things that Black women never said.
Hold on. And a vast majority of people did not like that level of disrespect. They got disrespectful. I cannot speak for them. I wasn't. I listened. So I'm giving you the benefit of the fucking doubt. I cannot speak for them. Stop worrying about them in the fucking ass chat. If you want to redeem yourself, you can do so.
I'm not.
Hold on.
This is YouTube.
Hold on.
You're talking about redemption?
I'll talk over you. I'm not going to do it because I've been too fucking nice. And I cannot say perfect words for you because I'm not in your fucking brain. But what I can do is I can tell you the honest truth here. I'm not doing it out of hate. I'm doing it because at the end of the day, I love Black people. You are in our fucking space because one of the other Black people brought you here and we welcomed you here. That is their fucking ass why we're here. I understand where you come from. Trust and believe me, I do. But you can't stop. Hold on. You have to understand that motherfuckers are going to get disrespectful. We are human beings. I know you are going to get disrespectful. And we're going to accept that. We're going to accept that as well. But we're going to be human and we're going to get through this fucking learning ass process. So you can either get on board or you don't want to get on board. We are not perfect here. We do not exemplify perfection, but we make do. We are humans. I'm not going to sit here and say perfect. You're not fucking perfect. Marva's not fucking perfect.
Okay.
We are not perfect here. We are constantly learning.
I'm sorry, but I'm so sorry.
We are constantly learning every day. We're gonna make disagreements.
I've been quiet for
We're gonna go attack each other. But at the end of the day, can you get back in the chat and say, you know what, my bad, bitch, you know, I'm not the motherfucking ass fool, and you move the fuck on. If you can do it on both ends, you're fine. That's why we came on here in the fucking first place.
That's funny.
Stop. Just stop. We want you here in the space. Move accordingly. That's it. End the fucking story. We will accept you. We will.
We
will listen. Stop, girl. We are not in Rainbow and Daisy land. This is a real fucking ass world. It is what it is. We're gonna make fucking disagreements. I can be an adult about it. I can be an adult about hearing Taz talk shit about my ancestor and sit there and listen. At the end of the day, we're gonna have issues, but you're gonna have to be able to get over it. They can. I know they can. In time, when you act accordingly. They're disrespectful. All right, cool. Let's acknowledge that. All right, they're disrespectful. All right, cool. What you about to do next?
That's funny. That's hilarious. This is hilarious.
You can just make that move, and I'm not doing this out of hate, bro. I'm not, bro. This is not here. We're not trying to roast you or do any of that fucking shit. So stop being so fucking defensive.
Ajia.
Not with me. Don't be with me because you getting high strong with me.
How could you not be defensive when everybody is attacking you? That's crazy.
Please, I can't speak. Please speak up. I couldn't hear what you had to say.
I said, how could you not be defensive when everybody is attacking you? I don't understand. Like, I listened to the whole conversation. I've been just listening for a large majority, well over like an hour and a half.
Well, this conversation was about
like I do know Anna. Like,
so Danielle, this is a continuation from an 8-hour live stream.
How can someone join?
Danielle, this is just a continuation from an 8-hour live stream.
Me and her have talked about that as well. I do understand it's a continuation, but again, as adults, adults in a group trying to learn, grow, and build something together, right?
Absolutely.
You're saying, okay, we're human, but at the end of the day, you can't get apple juice from an orange. So if you're disrespectful, that's because you're disrespectful. It's not because you're human. It's because.
And I literally just said these motherfuckers are disrespectful.
No excuse for it. Like, you can say whatever you want to say.
I don't know if y'all heard
me.
But
certain stuff that you're just not going to do. There's some people who will never do certain things. Like, prime example, I listened to you, right? And I listened to a few people who were able to talk and complete their entire idea. But every time Anna spoke, she was cut off. Nobody listened to her entire idea. Like, if you treat somebody like that, they're gonna be defensive. I would be defensive. Like, why are you talking to me? When you talk, I listen. When I stop talking, everything you say is going to have my full attention. I'm not going to cut in because that's rude. That's disrespectful. You learned that as a child. And I've listened to 5 adults do the same thing for the last hour and a half. And it's like, oh, she's her energy, she's off. It's not her energy. It's the group's energy feeding her energy. Because you're not going to disrespect me. I'm like, why would you not just hang up? What's wrong with you? She's like, because I want to stick it in. And I'm like, if that many people were being rude to me, I got to go, baby. You're not even getting my time. Like, no need for this conversation.
I just want to say really quickly. I know we're talking about the end of the day in the conversation, but it's the beginning of the day here. I'm going to be going to bed. Well, actually, I got to start my day. I'll talk to y'all later. B1, I'll talk to y'all later.
All right. You have a good one. Okay, so
who's this on the panel? I'm sorry, Ajia.
That's Danielle. I don't know if you're my subscriber, you're a subscriber B1 or anything.
This is hold on, because you had someone come on here and talk about, this is B1 and we conduct ourselves a certain way and we have decorum. But now you're saying we can be disrespectful and so this is what I'm saying. If you guys are not holding yourselves to your own standards, you're not going to get at me for not being up to your standards either. That's my problem.
Okay, Annalise. Okay. I don't know what to respond to that.
No,
So-
but listen, I really felt like I had this conversation. Everybody was listening. I apologized. We moved forward. And then everybody wanted to come in. So, but you wanted to talk about the rapist thing. And I just feel like you were just like coming from a different like what? Like what? No, so you had your own intentions when you came on the panel with your energy. And the intention was, okay, Anna, you know what?
My intention. Are you going to speak on my intentions, knowing damn well that I reiterate myself?
Were you the only person on the panel the entire time? No, you weren't.
No, I'm asking you specifically for me. I don't speak for anyone else. So did you get from me that I is that what you thought about me specifically when I came on here? Do you think my intentions were to drag you through the mud and all kinds of stuff?
I'm talking about the collective.
Okay. I'm not the collective. My name is Ajia. So I'm asking you specifically for myself. I need to understand that because I asked you personally, can we have this, get this out of the way because we couldn't accept the link on Taz's channel. So I just wanted to just get it out the way. We just put it on the table. Okay. Oh, hell yeah. We're just acting, and we just move about our way. I didn't expect that it was going to take this long. So my intentions was actually to get this hashed out. So I'm not the collective. We're not a collective. We're not a cult. We actually have individual thoughts. That's why I specifically wanted people to come up to voice their opinion real quick, drop down, and then we make a general consensus on what we're going to do next. It's really that simple. And I understand that you apologize. That's why we're trying to move forward, but you got angry with everything I said. Like, I couldn't say anything perfect. I'm never going to say anything perfect for you. I'm not trying to bend you to my will.
It's not about perfection. Listen, it's not about perfection. It's just about accuracy. If you're going to call me disrespectful, if you're saying, listen, you come on this network and you're not conducting yourself to our standards, according to your own standards, you guys have been disrespectful. You guys have been name calling. You guys have been
no, but they just matched your energy. That's all it was.
They were doing it before that. Nice try.
No, it's not a nice try. I saw the whole stream earlier. The whole stream.
But I was here. I experienced it. I don't care what you saw.
But I was in the chat too.
Okay, yeah, but I don't give a fuck about what you heard or saw.
Right. Well, I give a fuck about it. Ajia.
If she doesn't care, like, why the
Ajia, can you just boot the non-B1 people down so we can have a meeting?
Oh, she dropped
the other person too. Just,
like, if you don't
care, it's too much. I hate to be like that. It's too much. Like, we came to have fun. I'm not trying to be mean or rude to her. We not bashing her.
I didn't kick her off, y'all. She dropped off herself. I didn't kick her off.
We not trying to be funny. It's not. It's that.
My thing. Like, I'm getting real sick and tired of this because I was trying to be a peacekeeper here.
Right.
I'm really trying to.
And the nicest people.
Yeah. Listen, I'm probably the calmest fucking person to do that because I know Mother Earth would. Listen, Mother Earth, I can't take you on peace treaties. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You're crazy. So I try to.
Right. We not picking on her. We seen what she was saying.
On people.
Trying to hear all sides. We wasn't trying to be mean.
I don't pick on people. I'll joke and shit, but
me neither.
Get on you? Nah. That's not me. That's not me. So that's why I wanted to make it on my channel. Yes, please. I need Taz. Please, like I'm getting a headache. Khadijah, can you hit the link too, please?
Khadijah, get up here.
And that's why I was saying to just.
And I definitely want to get Taz up here, but yeah, Khadijah, please.
Khadijah, Fuki, Taz.
That's why I was saying she couldn't hear what we were saying, so let's just drop it.
She didn't want to listen.
And try again another time.
I was saying it is
right. We're not trying to act funny. I accept her. It's just like
that's why
just mayhem.
I don't with her. I don't, bro.
That's
Ajia.
why I came.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mother Earth. I'm sorry.
Ajia, you there?
I'm here.
Now I want you to peep something real quick because I got to give you this love, but you know I love you. I got to go and spank your hand.
No, go ahead, man. I'm learning every day how to do what your mother.
Hold on, I want to peep something. Now you sit up here and you damn near caped for this woman. You covered her.
Yeah, I know.
See how she flipped on you.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Hold on. I want you to see. Soon as she got a ally on that panel, I want you to see. Soon as Danielle came up, and I get how she could. I want you to see how her energy flipped again on us.
Yeah, I know.
I want y'all to peep.
I know.
Man, my discernment is on golden, my nigga. I tell you, I read this shit. That's why I kept saying y'all was focused on a goddamn bullshit. I'm telling y'all, it was the attitude. I read that.
It's kind of like Black Karen, like a Black Karen. I'm sorry.
Listen,
I had to make that call because you the nicest person.
I try, but my heart is fucking pounding right now, my nigga.
Right. I wasn't trying to be mean, y'all.
Hold on, because I'm finna make a parallel here.
Okay, go ahead.
Sister. This is the same sister that I sat up here and tried to make a point about using rapey words and shit. She basically turned around and pulled a Karen right here on y'all fucking panel.
Right. Yeah, it's kind of like a Black Karen. I hate to be that way, but
listen, I don't.
Virtuous woman, can you come back up, please?
Man, I'm gonna tell you like this, man. I'm gonna tell you like this, dog. Like I said earlier.
I just want you to peek
So it's y'all hear me? Oh, that's
that's
Kenny boy talking. I ain't allowed to talk while he talking. Let me be quiet.
No, go ahead, Taz.
Till
go ahead.
Is it okay, Skinny boy, for me to go?
It's kind of like a split personality.
Oh, y'all too much, man.
All right,
Trump always paying Taz. I'm blaming it on Taz.
So I dozed off, right? So check it out, though. Now, for me, this is what I said before I fell asleep, man. Listen, I don't mind what happened. I don't care what happened. But when you come back, you know what I'm saying? Knowing, you was here with a better attitude, it ain't no big deal. Okay, man, some of that shit I just heard, man, some of that shit sound like motherfuckers just don't respect us, dog, no matter what we do. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? Like, you know me, man. I ain't rocking like that. I'm only giving you so many chances before it's like, fuck you too. So I hear you say fuck B1 and B1 ain't do nothing but roll the red carpet out for you. Hey, man, you can move on then, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, we try to be
let her tell it, nigga. Let her tell it. She had the same energy with you, and you was cool with it. Let her tell it.
I don't be giving a fuck, bro. Like, I'm here to discuss, have conversations. I know we're gonna get heated. I know people gonna say shit you don't like. But how many hours do you get to keep being disrespectful, though?
Well, what she's saying is that we were being disrespectful and we were not owning up to our disrespect.
Right. And they just matched her energy in the chat. I guess on the other.
Ain't nothing to hang on to. All that shit was mutual. All of it was mutual. There was nobody just overly doing no disrespectful shit to her.
Right.
And I wouldn't say she was over there. It was all mutual. Ain't nobody getting away with shit. But don't play Karen now.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I mean, it was a lot of the whole the topic about. She said that she, my thing was this, like, I said to her, like, you gave your apology. I accept your apology, but I know some people in the chat are not going to, and that's a reality. And then she's like, "Oh, so you think my thing is half?" And I'm like, no, I don't think your apology is half-assed, but I'm not everybody else in the chat. And then she started talking about, as a collective, and I'm like, bruh, like we don't all think the same. We're not thinking all the same in regards to you. So I'm trying to be the peacekeeper here, and I'm like, damn, she
right, and we wasn't bashing her.
I literally
but she turned around. It
was not
like it was making my hair hurt.
Can I say something too? Like I don't feel like I was picking on that lady. Like I really came to her trying to talk to her with a clear, level head. She kept fucking interrupting me, kept trying to overtalk me. And so at this point, I can see you not listening. And I'm like, yo, just chill. Take a deep breath. We all come in here chilling. Maybe I can say it a different way. Oh, well, fuck me. Well, bitch, you got a big ass fucking head, and I'm tired of talking to you.
And see, here's the thing.
Don't take
we know you more, but we know how you communicate. So, as I was saying to her, you probably should have read the room a little bit longer because as I said, we're kind of fucking petty to each other. And she's like, no, you need to call it what it is. It's disrespect. No, to each other, we're petty. Right. But when we hear disrespect, we're gonna give you disrespect. So while you're
understand,
some people are being petty, and it sounds like disrespect. So listen, I know what it may seem like to her. That's why I barely said anything because
you know what?
I'd be like, okay, damn.
I ain't trying to. I wasn't trying to take over your
any of the shit that she was saying.
Making my head hurt.
Because I
We
wanted
keep
to
saying
observe
that girl
what was
can't
going
read
on in
the
the chat.
room or
I
the
saw people was responding to how like her energy was
Right.
rising.
The people that don't really even like
areas,
be
yeah.
mad or nothing. Right.
Yeah,
Here's
so,
the thing,
Like
though,
Papa
man.
Shrimp,
Like, I was
Khadijah, they used
man. Y'all know that shit. Our space ain't for everybody. If you ain't black first, a lot of times this ain't gonna fit, and you know what I'm saying, it's gonna be some fucked up shit. She just ain't like, she ain't even American, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so like, I mean,
Here you
that's
go. Not American.
mentality is different, and that's
Yeah,
what we're
right.
saying. The mentalities, we were like, oh, I'm pretty sure there's no roast sessions in Canada. So, I mean, like, damn. So it may sound like you
It might be a little bit of too strong of a womanism or feminism
yeah.
too. Like I don't have nothing against all of it, but I know I'm not either. But it's like it's just too strong. I don't know if it's the energy, the personality. I don't dislike her.
Because see, I didn't hear feminism. I heard a level of vitriol, disdain, hatred, pain. You know what I'm saying? Like, feminism is more so talking about women's rights and what, you know what I'm saying, what women should be entitled to and whatnot. Not necessarily.
Right. But they also had this role they play too, though. They do the Karen thing a little bit too. Like
She sounded like
they could take it to another level.
She sounded like she hates men.
But ain't that what I said, KK?
To say things like there's no
what you had said,
fuck you,
Yeah,
niggas.
That's what I
she even
said from
asked
the
Kevin
gate.
what he thought
This is
about
what
if
I
he
was
was in a
saying.
true
Y'all,
for him to say yes, she was like, oh wow, I have to write that down. I was like,
hello?
Right.
While y'all talking about,
I have my issues.
Hold on,
we all have our issues with people or men, but it's not that super deep though. No.
Yeah.
No, I'm disappointed, but like I don't just hate.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, cut your
while
thing
y'all
up.
talking about she can't read the room, y'all ain't really even reading her. Cause y'all still
Maybe that's what it was.
Oh no, I was. Now that flip off, that threw me off. I did not expect that, but I was trying to read it. That's why I was like, I'm gonna let her speak, so you know, to give her understanding. But her energy was high the entire time. It's not like when I gave her a chance to speak, she didn't even like, you know, calm down and just like explain what she was saying.
But Gia, this is my thing though, Gia.
Do y'all think she was trolling us though?
Oh my
You didn't
God.
realize.
No.
Please
don't traumatize me with that T word, please.
That's who she is. She wasn't trolling.
I said that. I said that.
She came back with a
Somebody said that.
remark to you. You wasn't even peeping it.
So we said y'all didn't like her defiance, but I don't think that's defiance. Some of that shit was just outright aggression, unnecessarily.
Exactly. I said she was violent as fuck. That's exactly what she was.
Like I said,
you did say that.
Level of patience. Twin men gonna exercise a level of patience. But what we gonna say also is, hey dog, everybody ain't gonna do that, and I ain't gonna be like this for long. So I mean, like, you know, once 4-5 hours have passed and you still rah my nigga, like somebody gonna air you, dog. It just is what it is. Like somebody gonna eventually air you, dog. You can't keep on just running around stepping on people when people try to give you chances. Eventually, you know what I'm saying, people gonna say hell no. Because I've seen the comments as the video was going on. Like, keep in mind, 6-7 hours ago, motherfucker was saying hell no. So you know what I'm saying? I mean, that's just, you know, just progressed.
She sounded like those other demons that used to be over here, the double jointed. You know what? The other black Karen. Wait, y'all got 3 black Karens. You know, from the other part.
What I
know who I'm talking about, Tez? The 3 Karens. Wait, no, it's about 5 Karens.
She shows.
You know the ones against you.
Motherfucker. I know. I didn't appreciate that shit.
You know the other Karens. I've been looking at that. I'm like, it's kind of like a little bit of that behavior. I hate to be like that. Have to say it like that. But it's true.
So I need to ask this question: why is people being purposely? I don't understand this. Like,
Chris,
how many times you have to reiterate your intentions and how you feel about people for your viewpoint to be acknowledged? Like, this shit is starting.
You can do it 1,000 times.
What she do? Text you?
Hunter Biden.
No. Listen, y'all gonna see it. Y'all gonna see it. So, and I'm getting really irritated because
Chris, you might be right.
I need to make these. I guess people don't know me because they assume things about me, and that's why I was saying to fucking Annalise earlier. She's like, oh, people don't care about the information, but you know the information, so you can't lie on me. That's why I say certain information. I know it's personal, But there's certain things that if you want to understand a bits and pieces of me that makes me a B1 person, you got to know that shit. So it's kind of infuriating to me to feel like,
right. Because you're right. You could be your own person. You just can't be mean, though.
Hold on.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to be perceived as a colorist person. I'm going to make that fucking statement. Because I don't find any value in someone being a colorist. I think it makes absolutely no sense for a Black woman to be colorist. Once you know the scientific significance of what melanin is to the skin and what it has done for you as a human being. Hold on, guys. Once you realize that shit, there's no reason for you to be colored. So I'm making that statement now because I want
this conversation though, because to me that's the problem.
I know. Listen, I don't want to say anything.
And you will be transference because you darker.
I hate being. I don't like mess. I listen to it, but when it comes to me per se, I hate stepping on fucking people's toes because that's not what I'm here for. But what I don't like is when I'm being perceived a certain way and it is not me.
But see, some of the problem with what's going on with her, man, is
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm making that statement.
But let's check it out though, man, because here's part of the problem though.
In time, you'll understand why I said that. That's why
I realized, like, in the middle of that conversation, as I was trying to be cool, other people were saying shit like that, and what it did, it made her feel like she was able to keep doing a lot of that shit.
I really hate this shit because, like,
let me finish, my nigga. Introduce colorism and keep telling this girl she pretty and all this shit. All you're doing is making it harder for the conversation to progress. Because none of that shit had nothing to do with colorism. It's her attitude. It's the way she carry herself.
No, when we were the conversation that we were talking about had nothing to do with that. If she had let me finish, that's the issue. I was setting up the fucking y'all pissing me off, man. Like, for real.
Yeah, I just think that was a way out though earlier. I didn't like that shit because I felt like she was getting an out by people saying, "Oh, you pretty, don't work," or people going.
No, I'm saying I was talking about. No, listen, I was talking about in terms of what they see, what the manosphere sees. They're gonna see a pretty girl, and the mere fact that a lot of those niggas over there are colorist, they're gonna see that as well. I'm not lying about
that motherfucker as a German Shepherd. I don't like. Listen, man.
I understand that, but they do have that color.
I already know. Minister
That's how they think. That was the analogy of what I was talking about. So the mere fact that I listen, I'm getting really fucking irritated because I was just called a mean girl earlier, and I've done absolutely nothing mean to anyone here. I've done absolutely nothing. We've been here 2 fucking hours, and people can listen to this fucking live stream of how I was trying to resolve what was going on here, rotating, letting people. I literally was trying to give the benefit of the doubt to this woman, and I verbalized that shit.
Hey man, it's just so bad on that bad like this.
And she was condescending at every time.
Like this, shit went down, and like my nigga, like better calm down, man. This shit happen every day. You have a plan. This is the outcome. It happens all the time.
I'm getting just really frustrated. And I was trying. They can tell you I was trying to really reason with this woman. Virtuous woman. She came in.
All the nice people.
And it sounded like she was coming for her, but she wasn't.
All right.
At all. Y'all pissing me off.
Nobody came up there and attacked her. Let's be
Any
real.
man was nice.
Nobody did.
Mother Earth.
I think she was seeing people call. I do have an anxiety. I think
Pookie saw it first, though.
We were lying, and we was mean, or all
that
shit.
There was like, if people in the chat were saying, shut up, so that's what she was reading only.
Nobody, listen, man, I need y'all to understand something. It wasn't that nobody saw it. There's a level of like, listen, man, if I'd have got up there and started dragging that woman off top, man, they'd be running the video saying, look at Taz doing this and that.
Right.
And so I don't get into people, bro. She got to do something. She got to really do some fucked up shit to me for me to even be allowed to say something to her. Y'all know how it is with me. I ain't allowed to say shit to nobody, even when they do say something to me. So that's why I'm more patient and shit. But when I see you start doing this shit to Twin and other people, You know what I'm saying? Eventually, man, some people gonna have you, dog, and that's just that. But I do understand why it was said earlier, why, when the Mean Girls comment was made, I do understand why that was made, because understand this. As we was trying to exercise a level of patience, they was dragging her in the chat. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why
on the other stream,
I did not respond. Because I knew at the end of the day we was gonna come to this type of shit, because I knew her. Man, I'm telling you, I'm thankful that I did not really say anything in the chat, because I was looking. I was watching some of y'all, for real.
Man, y'all better get ready.
Y'all might, right.
2021.
Y'all might as well have King Kunta back for entertainment.
No, this shit is not all love though, man. If you're gonna hold panels with people you disagree with, though, man, you can't you might well just get ready for this type of feeling, though, man. This is the feeling
and boo them out.
People online. This shit happen all the time.
You gonna have to do a test, just start booting them off. That's why I was like, just boot.
Or you got to be able to deal with that shit. Because like I say, I don't generally kick people off of disagreement. Long as you ain't doing no over the top shit, I don't care like that. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Right, but when it's beyond 2 or 3 hours though, like Jesus Christ though.
I mean,
you hate to
just be ready to cook, because niggas ain't gonna let that shit ride. That's why I say
you hate to be like that.
I can do all that motherfucking cooking, because I try to do the slow cooking, the nice simmering and shit like that, and the meat still came out tough.
At least warm them up first.
Y'all can go ahead and start frying or baking or whatever. I think I'm done, because I tried. I'm the only level-headed motherfucker, and look where we got. So imagine any one of y'all hype-ass niggas. I know y'all motherfuckers will tear her fucking ass out. So that's why I'm trying to give her the benefit of the doubt and be nice.
I ain't about to air no
She arguing
and next
with
time I
everybody
give you a
except
wink,
Kevin.
Ajia,
Hey, let's
next
go
time
to
I give you a wink,
Ajia
you
the
better
Zali.
Yeah, Khadijah, you right.
That's what I'm
arguing
saying,
with
man.
everybody but Kevin.
Honestly. And I really didn't come at her with any hate. I understood what she was saying, and I actually agreed with majority of what she was saying.
But if it's not you can't let it bring you down, though. Is what I'm saying. If you didn't do nothing wrong,
right.
But that's not the thing, Taz. No, that's not the thing as well. What's bothering me is that, Black Women's Sphere came in early and she said, "Oh, y'all a bunch of mean girls." I don't know if she was talking about me personally, because she knows that that's not the type of person that I am. But maybe she does. But that's not how I feel. Like, I was really trying to fix the situation, because I didn't like a lot of the comments that was going on. And I said, hey, if you want to talk about it, please, let's talk about it. But that's why we were here. I'm not here to have some gross drag session. That's not what I stand for.
Hunter Biden. Yeah, you.
Shit, that might be the problem, though, dog. Like I say, it ain't really nothing else to discuss with that woman, so it's gonna become like a drag session eventually, dog. I'm just telling you.
The reason why we is because she's a guest of Black Women's Sphere, and we love Black Women's Sphere. So that's why
her personality is strong too, but it's she lighten up.
I love that personality in her. I love that type of shit. So when I heard her also on her panel with the same type of energy, I'm like, oh well, I like her. That's how I felt personally. I can't speak for her.
because I know she younger than us too, maybe too. So
I don't know.
No.
But I personally had no issue with her. She had some really hot moments, but who doesn't? So I give her the benefit.
I don't need this. Just I don't like the way how she was talking to the chat and
there was
to the B1 family.
There were some points where it got a little hot, and that's when I pulled back, because I'm like, well, I don't want to chime in on that type of energy. And it's very fortunate that I did, because at the end of the day, she can't say that I've ever said really anything bad to her. Because I came on the panel to address her and, politely address, introduce myself kind of stuff. So I know how I am, and I told her how I am.
Brother Moses.
Brother Moses, right, though, man. That's how I roll, but you got to, like I say, that's why I was, in the conversation to see where she at with it. I don't believe she's a Black person. I believe she's her gender first. You know what I'm saying? She
maybe, that's what I've been saying.
You know what I'm saying? It ain't, I don't think she cares that much about being Black, and I think part of that is not being American.
Right, and I get that too sometimes, but I still feel like I'm Black first, or at least balanced enough. But she just don't. I don't think she fair enough. You know, I'm not trying to be mean. Like it seemed like the balance thing wasn't there. Being balanced or being fair. Like I get if she was mad about something somebody said in the chat earlier, but I told her they just matching your energy, honey.
Right. That's what. Yeah. That's basically what
That is mad person. She came through the door ready to cook, man, on some shit like where nigga calm your ass down. So like I say, man, if I got to tell you to calm down, man, you know, and we still, you know, up and at it 7-8 hours later, dog, and you still got that same ass energy. I expect it to be some shit like that. That's why I say I don't even know why you tripping. Like, fuck it, you know what I'm saying? Like it is what it is.
I don't know, man. Like,
I just felt like I was trolled. Y'all was trolled to death. Just trolled. Whew.
I mean, what you expect when somebody come up and be like,
that shit trolling though. That's how she really is, man. That ain't she wasn't trolling because trolling is joking and playing this shit. That motherfucker.
Oh, she said she was joking.
She ain't joking or trolling, dog. That's really her.
She said she was joking when I asked her why she was saying shit about there's no good men and the men in the chat for B1 was trash and shit. Like she said she was joking.
Yeah, that part.
Then she said, oh well, I was disrespected, so I'm disrespecting y'all. Like, all right, boo, whatever.
All right.
Yeah, but that's,
she, you know, she can feel the way how she wants to. I can get her to a sense. It's hard to find a good guy sometimes.
She's looking for more of the back and forth energy anyway. That's what I was saying earlier. Like it wasn't really to me because even now it's like, I mean, just understand that point. Her conversations probably need to be within the catch that until she get that energy off because we can't represent what it is that she wants to, you know, have a conversation on. A lot of that shit is a conversation she need to have with people that are opposite, you know what I'm saying? Because she's trying to force the opposition conversation, and we're not. We ain't forcing an opposition conversation. Some conversations we're gonna agree, and some conversations we're gonna be in opposition. But she coming through the door opposed to everything, and it's like, damn, dog.
Kicking down the door.
Well, listen, I wasn't trying to mold her mind. I was just trying to accept her in the position that she set her in.
Right.
And literally, I literally like verbalized it multiple times. Like, look, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, you know, I can't speak for anyone else, but in time, maybe we'll have a general understanding. And you know, we're petty. You know, we banter. And then she immediately, after I said that, well, see, no, that's not out of love. And then it just kind of went right back to it. It was just a cyclical thing. And I was going to close out the stream like 45 minutes ago. To be honest,
Hunter Biden making sense there. He said, I mean, Taz had none B1 on his panel before David West did not disrespect. True. And militia guys, they're very respectful.
Yeah, I've had plenty of people. I say if a motherfucker come with respect, they're gonna get respected. But once you come with that type of energy, like I say, eventually, because I'm not gonna be the first one to even go in on you because I'm more patient than that. But eventually somebody gonna say, hey, man, fuck you, dog. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, for real. And it was deserving when it happened. That's what I'm saying. That's why I ain't tripping. When it happened, it was deserving at that point. You know what I'm saying? So much had happened already.
There's multiple people saying it too.
Even when Lero said that shit, it was like, oh, well, you know, listen. Because what Lero say? Well, ain't nobody gonna tell this bitch to shut up. You know what I'm saying? It's like, well, you know, no, I'm not, but you just did it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I knew that shit was coming. So you know what I'm saying? It ain't nothing that you worry about. You gotta just keep it moving. This shit happen every day for real. You do panels and shit with these people. I'm used to this shit.
How do y'all have patience with Afropic? Like, that's golden.
That's what I'm saying. It's being patient.
Cannot tolerate. No.
You know what people ain't
hilarious.
People ain't gonna.
I do Afropic.
But you go from there knowing your disagreements, and it's cool. You don't like once the disrespect started, man. I would think that we would have some type of camaraderie before you start that. You know what I'm saying? Like I say, now I've been fucking with Afropic like 6-7 years, so you might hear it back and forth with us, but just understand that's somebody I've been knowing for a long ass time. But you can't come on and I just met you today. And you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, you try to do this shit, you know, you try to do this shit based on other shit, because it really ain't that, man. We black, man. We just trying to talk shit based on that. And I said, if you're not that, man, you're just not gonna fit. You know what I'm saying? That's just all it is. You're just not gonna fit. She don't fit our conversation.
Read Hunter Biden quote down at the bottom. And when nobody's jealous of Jessica X neither. That's obtuse. That's not over here.
Oh, for Jessica X?
Yeah. Because like that, I disagree with that. I just thought about that too, because I think she's biracial too, the girl that was up here.
I don't know if it had much to do with her complexion.
Yeah,
it's just
it's a reach.
And and Jessica docs too, because I saw her do that a few days before that. Like I so happened to look on her page. I'm like, she do stuff too, be looking up the value of people's house where they redox, Shira 7. I'm like, she do all type of bogus stuff and troll people too.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
Wow, Hunter Biden, really? That's crazy.
Yeah, I think so too, Hunter. That's what I was saying. That's why I made my statement.
Right. We don't even really be tripping off that.
I don't like being like, once people are like, oh, well, you're Caribbean, and then I mentioned about colorism. Does that make me a colorist? No, I don't abide by colorism because I've seen what it does to people. I've experienced that majority of my life, and I would never want to do that to anyone else. I judge people off
because we only could be transferred. You only could be transferred.
At the end of the day, being misunderstood in this space is expected. So I'm just gonna take it for what it is. I know where I stand, and you have never actually seen me make any of those statements.
Right. I got some of my friends biracial too.
Because that's when you want to stay away from a lot of times.
I don't put them above me though.
As the host, though, you want to be careful what lane you're going down, because, like I said, you got to read it. If you just think about the energy earlier, some of the shit about colorism was the problem, because, again, it gives her an out to misbehave, disrespect, talk shit, and then the first thing we talking about after that is colorism. It's like, no, dog, let's talk about this motherfucker's foul ass mouth. But before we talk about colorism, I don't mind having that part of the discussion. But understand that shit ain't gonna have nothing to do with how she's received. She's gonna be received because of her fucking mouth.
Right. I wasn't trying to be mean and take over the stream when I just said just drop them. It's just, it was too much. And Ajia is nice. Like they was like ruining her stream a little bit. So
yeah, they were telling me I need to.
I was standing in the background.
I'm not harsh to people like that. So I give people a chance. I really do.
Right. You gave her a long ass chance.
But I understand that, and that's what I was saying. The gender war and the whole other stuff that goes on in this space, it does fuck with your mind sometimes. So when you do, you're constantly on edge. I get that. I get the same thing, but that's why I was trying to explain to her, and I knew that I would probably be the best person to articulate that.
And she came from TikTok. She didn't come from here.
Okay. So
yeah, she's not from this
different world. Yeah, it's different over there.
Yeah, it's rougher over there, I think. I'm gonna check it out.
Yeah. I haven't been like frequenting, but I go through on Instagram. So it's a lot easier to interact there. But yeah.
Converse anywhere though. I mean, we just talking, so it shouldn't matter what site you on. Because like I said, eventually the energy level should come down. You're not under the gun like that. So I mean, if you just carry yourself like that, eventually it's gonna go bad. I'm just saying, like if you moving like you under the gun in every conversation, that's how it's gonna play out.
That's facts, Skinny Boy. I kind of feel betrayed in a way, but then again, I'm not like, I don't expect any loyalty from anyone. So I literally, when Taz was snoozing, we were really going at it like, hey, look, let's cut this and like just hash it out and then just move the fuck on and we just take on a new day. And it went on like this. Like we were trying to like, okay, we got what you're saying. Let's move forward. And then maybe a small comment will come out and it will just like take her back to square one. And then we'll try to bring it back to the end goal. And as I was like finishing off in like a little cute, little funny banter, let's just move the fuck on, whatever. Then she went back. And that's when, she did pull the Karen. And I really felt
blaring.
I felt like kind of like gaslit the whole time. Like,
right.
Seriously,
and we really not that mean though. Like we're not the cruelest station on here.
Me especially.
Right.
I was trying to like, whatever y'all was saying, I was trying to like, okay, also, and and it didn't resonate at all. So
we just gonna add her to the book of Negroes and keep it moving, man. Fuck that.
Right, book of Negroes.
We add her to the book of Negroes, man, and keep it moving. Man.
Another one bites the dust.
I mean, y'all know me, man. I'm very welcoming and shit like that.
Right.
I give people chances.
And that's
so
why we love you,
feel like
Ajia.
this,
Tuki and Skinny Boy was right.
That's
like,
why
I
we
really
love
feel
you,
like
though,
I
Ajia.
failed.
You was even nice to her when you cussed her out. That's why we love you.
That's what I'm saying. I really feel slighted, bro. I really do. Cause
you were.
Yeah.
Right. Righteous Maurice, where you come from? You didn't just came up out the grave.
Now you know how to move accordingly with her.
Shut your ass up, man. Keep it moving off that shit, man.
Yeah, now you know how to move with her.
You're the host. You can't be feeling slighted when somebody going on some bullshit. You're the host, my nigga.
See, but I'm not used to that. I've never considered that confrontation because earlier she said that she's an empath, and I'm like, oh, she's an empath. Well, empaths, we can speak towards each other. And as I'm speaking to her, I'm realizing that I'm talking to a wall, and I'm like trying to chisel holes in the wall so she can listen, and it's not going.
You got to be a level head empath. Too hard with no issue.
Really, like that's what I'm saying. I failed.
I'm the ultimate empath, a super empath.
Here we go.
Where's the amethyst fund?
Well, I'm just saying, like when it comes, like, because like even without the amethyst, I was always an empath. The amethyst only makes me a super empath, right?
Chris
So,
said she an
that shit it do bother me though, man. When like, because if you're gonna host, I'm telling you, man, take your heart out of some of it because this is what you're gonna encounter as a host. I'm telling you now. This is what you're going to encounter. You're going to encounter people that just don't agree, which is fine, but then you're going to encounter people that disagree and won't stop. And I just don't know. I don't think she's the type that's going to go start making videos and shit, but you got a whole other type that'll go start making 55 videos about you. You know what I mean? So you got to be ready for that shit as a host because this shit don't stop. It gets worse than this.
Nigga, I'm about to put me timestamps on this shit because I'm not gonna reiterate myself again. Because I've been done told her ass like I have no issue with you. So about these other motherfuckers, I can't speak for them. So if you want to put my name in the title, you know, I would refrain that you don't lie on me because I got the receipts on your channel and mine.
Right, because I'm not no colorist. I don't got nothing against
I don't fuck with that shit. I actually don't like dealing with the colorist type of obsessed.
Right, my daddy had yellow, my sister had yellow.
No. I love all shades of women. You're black, you're melanated. That's it. That's all I need to know.
Man, she using that shit.
Why
I don't need that.
Why did you bring it up again?
Huh?
I said, why you bringing up colorism again?
No.
Oh, we saw what's his name put down there, Hunter. Hunter made a comment. That's what I was saying.
Man, fuck what they talking about. That's some bullshit trying to get some more attention on some shit that's not even happening.
Who is that talking?
That was Mother Earth.
Mother Earth.
Mother Earth up here, cortisol. Mother Earth cortisol.
With a dash of cortisol.
With a dash of cortisol.
I'm still laughing about that.
It was a whole bucket of cortisol up in this thing.
Now I need my chitlins, biscuits, and trinkets. You tried to make him get your 500 test. He ain't
here.
2 drops of cortisol in the bucket and fuck it.
Yeah, that's not a fair live what they trying to do tomorrow. That's not fair.
No, it feels like I don't like this feeling at all because the one thing that I don't like to do is be misunderstood, so I try to be clear.
Mm-hmm.
So
well, they can run it back.
Don't host no more shows, then, nigga.
Oh, the live is here.
You got to. Right, and people had a right to speak on that. If people speaking on you as a black woman that ain't black or mixed, you know what I'm saying? We do have it. It's not even about you being bad or
that. When I was talking to her about the whole color part, that was like in reference to the manosphere. I'm not talking about me.
Not you. No, the narratives they got going around with other people in this space.
Because if she's gonna go into their space, how they're gonna perceive her. That's all I was talking about. I don't believe in any of that. But
no, they got this narrative that we jealous of biracial light-skinned people. Or I'm like, no, I'm not in the least form.
I mean, it is what it is. I mean, I gotta take my
That's the bullshit. I'm like, but if you speak on black women, I'm gonna always say something.
You know,
that's been me. I've been speaking on colorism since the early 2000s or late 90s. I don't play that shit. I don't even like dating colorist men. Because I check them if they say something about darker women.
But I've never
I'm very, and that's been around since the 80s or since slavery. Alice Walker and everything. Like, I'm very familiar with that. Before YouTube, it's very real. Like, I can't tell nobody else's experience, but I know that they can't always use that line too. It depends. But it does exist. You know, I know some men don't take it as seriously as women do. Maybe it affect them, but
no, it does affect them, but they don't.
But really, it seems like it affects us more, like, because sometimes they don't understand, or some of them ignore stuff, you know.
But I didn't even like question her lineage. I was not even talking about that, but I understood the whole ambiguous part because that is what they see. That's what they want.
Right.
So I was not
looking beyond that. It's what's in the mental and in the heart, you know.
But at the end of the day,
how a person treats you too.
So that's all I was saying to her. So maybe she didn't hear that part, but it's on the live, and I know I said that. I was very clear about it. Like, this is how they see you. So they're only
right. And some people had deeper issues that you can handle too, like more than you can handle. I'm not trying to be funny or nothing. Like, I started thinking that I don't really want to say that out loud. I'm not like judging or nothing, but it seemed like something going on.
Trying to think like, well, no, that just doesn't make any sense. Yeah, we know it doesn't make any sense, but that's how they think, and we're just trying to warn them.
And I respect people differences, and you have the right to be whatever you want to be, believe in whatever you want to.
But at the end of the day, if you have this type of energy, well, we're trying to warn you, hey, don't go to this area.
You can't curse out everybody.
Yeah, it's
and we ain't all wrong.
As I was saying, you gotta read the room. And so we're trying to illustrate that with our own example. I guess she misconstrued that, but from my understanding, we were just trying to show her, hey, look, at the end of the day, we've dealt with these motherfuckers before. Taz has the receipts for it. Watch them, and you'll understand why we act the way that we do. Because a lot of us
too many blarings.
That shit that happened.
But see, you gotta understand what I'm telling you though. She don't want to hear that shit. She want the smoke. So she gotta go talk.
She was like a little deity. That's what they were saying. She might be
she wants the smoke. So you gotta go talk to them because we can't give her the smoke she's looking for on those topics. As the shit is gonna start getting insulting and coming off as insulting because the things she want to talk about and argue about, those are manosphere conversations.
We don't like talking about that.
And I get it. We all might like to smoke a little bit sometimes, but not all day, every day.
Yeah, we like to joke and poke fun at it and, you know, laugh at all the things. Really going deep with the emotion, we don't.
What I'm saying is the things that she won't smoke on, we don't represent them. So, you know what I'm saying? It's like, you can sit here and say this shit all day, and most of the shit I'm going to agree with. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of these dudes do represent what you're saying. Okay, but now, moving forward, you got to understand that, you know what I'm saying? Look, man, we opposite. So you can't look at me and say you see what's in them and expect me to respect you now. No, we different people. So you got to respect them a different way than you respect me. And it sounds like she just look at us all the same. So that's in itself is a problem. A virtuous woman always think somebody trying to build a channel. I don't assume that nobody is it anymore. That's what shit I learned a long time ago.
I mean, listen.
I think we're doing okay, but
listen, definitely out there. I know exactly where I stand. She really cannot say anything bad about me. If she wants to lie, that's fine. Because I'm gonna put the timestamps of what going on in this live, and I'm even gonna refer to your live if I can, Taz, if I'm allowed to. I'm just saying for my own sake. This is an insurance policy for me. Okay. I'm not about, listen, I am about peace and all that kinds of shit. So if I'm going to defend my shit. Okay. That's all I want to say.
Before you started your stream, Ajia, she definitely said, oh, well, we can start one up and go to my channel. We was like, bitch, we don't want to fucking go to your channel. Fuck, like.
Oh,
She
that's
on
what
some
she
hoe
said.
shit. Hell yeah.
Oh, I ain't
She
hit
on
that
hoe
part.
shit.
Then. I probably was in the
It's
store.
all on wax. It's all on.
So I guess that's what it felt like. We were
Yeah,
the
y'all
mean girls.
reported that. Get that part too.
And you
Right,
know, it's
you hate
later.
to be like that with somebody mutual friend, but it's
Yeah,
it is what it
honestly,
is.
like, the proof is here. I really didn't come at her in like ill intent wise. Like I did raise my voice, but it was not out of like hate or any of that kind of stuff. Because I know some people don't
It was
understand
out of
soft
love.
voice. Because she was high the whole time. So if she's up here and I'm speaking soft, it doesn't make any sense.
I mean, you ain't. I ain't hear it, but I'm just saying, like, just knowing her attitude and shit like that. Shit don't. There is no. Everything with her is gonna be a back and forth. She's not going. So you'll never make me believe she was victimized. You know what I'm saying? You never made me believe she was victimized.
I personally didn't victimize.
Right, kind of like
I know some of the people in the chat did.
false me
It
too.
wasn't me.
Yeah, she ain't gonna be nobody victim. So having said that, dog, it is what it is, man.
No, real talk. Like I wanted to just dead it right then and there, but this shit done dragged on an hour and a half for no reason. But well, I guess my diplomacy attempt failed miserably, but I learned.
It will. I mean, that's what I said. Just get ready to cook, my nigga. Like, fuck all that dumb shit.
I don't like cooking people tasks because she's talking about disrespect. She hasn't seen me be disrespectful. Y'all haven't seen me disrespectful. I don't want to turn that on because listen, I'm trying to turn in relief, man. For real.
Think about
I don't want to turn up on nobody for real, man, because I get real ugly.
a lot of that shit gave me the vibe like a couple years ago, man, when niggas like used to come over and build their channels like that. It's just a woman doing it, but understand this is no different than like when Fantasia used to come over and shit and argue with us and then go back to his channel and complain and shit. And then eventually they found, you know what I'm saying, people that listened to them and, you know what I'm saying, they never came back. That's all it is. It's just another person, man. Like, stop taking that shit like you did something wrong. You handle the shit the way you're supposed to, man. Fuck that. Tomorrow a whole new day though, man. We ain't supposed to be talking about this shit tomorrow, man. Fuck that shit.
Right, ain't that something everybody that left damn near got a page for? But shit, I was right about that. I'm like, maybe it's just bad blood, but then I'm like, I fucking turn around. They got pages.
Huh? Wait, what, Chris? Who? Huh?
What you say?
No.
Brother Moses said, "Who got next?" He finally got a day off. Shit, that made me want to go to the lab and think of somebody we can just go in on tomorrow. Brother Moses off tomorrow. We got all day. Shit, I'm gonna have to dig somebody up and drag nigga. Man, my nigga drag somebody tomorrow or today. That's today.
Listen, I didn't do shit. I held my own. I held accountability on whatever that was because I didn't say shit. But I can't speak for nobody else but myself. But she was treated as a collective, and I'm not cool with that. Okay.
Right. And can't nobody hold you accountable online. If you ain't really did shit to them and they don't know you in real life in front of you, you ain't gotta be accountable for shit. They ain't Jesus Christ or the judge and the courtroom. I'm just saying, these people, YouTube accountability. They need to make that a word, YouTube accountability.
Child, I'm
They
just
think they Jesus Christ on this motherfucker. They done nailed him to the cross.
It's the hypocrisy for me.
It's too much, man. Like I felt like I caped for her way more than I caped for y'all, and I felt like, God damn, I done turned down. People saying you fired. I'm like, oh shit, like so I'm like shit.
You was like a Trump supporter.
Yeah, I know.
Oh my God.
You know what? I'm sorry, y'all.
KK, you.
No, real talk. I'm sorry if I was caping, bro. Like real talk. Deja, I know how you feel, man.
That's how black people need to be. Like Trump supporters. You need to ride.
Bruh, I apologize if I let y'all motherfuckers down because, man, because y'all was telling me to go in.
Right. And I just feel like y'all was trolled to death. It's just like the chat started trolling her back. I'm like,
I don't know. My bad, y'all. Shit, I done motherfucking failed.
You handled it like you
That's
were
what I'm saying. Empathy in real life don't work, and empathy online is gonna fail as well. So shit.
Right.
God damn.
That's
I
only
really
when a motherfucker your enemy.
Oh man.
See, that's you have to sit down and
Somebody said in the chat, pink pill, two pill.
you have to sit down and examine yourself as an empath sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Recognize how deep it is that you can go as an empath. Like I say, when I realized I was a super empath, I was able to not, go in on people and shit. That's quick, man. I'm more receptive to the pain. I heard the pain, I felt it. I seen the pain dripping all off that woman, man. So, it made it hard for me to go in on her. Like I say,
I
man,
didn't take it to heart, y'all.
man, it ain't that easy, It ain't that easy to get stats out.
Taz, I told you use Jesus Christ.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
You know what we said, watch out. I told you use Jesus Christ. You got the healing hands for everybody. Jesus Christ. Oh God. You gotta put your hands on them.
I get actual anxiety, so that shit gets me fucked up.
Yeah.
Like that shit doesn't fuck it really does fuck up my mental, because like, man, it's just something about like you getting on someone else's nerve and then you just imagine how people respond to you. Bro, it does trigger a lot. Like, again,
read what
It's like he was talking to like a teenager a little bit. I hate to say
read what Khadijah said, man. That's the bottom line, man.
What she say? I don't know why y'all having this in-depth discussion. She gonna be arguing with somebody else later.
She probably
Khadijah, she coming back to you, bro.
She probably arguing with herself right now. Shit.
I said I ain't done shit for her.
Y'all think she on some Bush review shit? Her man playing tricks on her. She arguing with herself.
Let me stop. There's clearly something there, man. I don't like to just throw mental illness on people, man, but it's clearly something.
Nah, let me stop.
Something ain't registering, man. She want too much smoke, too much at a time, dog. It's different to be looking for some smoke, man. Like that motherfucker want smoke for every comment, nigga.
Bro, Moses, I'm like mentally.
Yeah, I'm just cracking jokes. I ain't saying she got no issues. I'm just cracking jokes.
I am. I'm saying. I mean, I know. I'm not a doctor or anything. I'm not a psychiatrist.
Yeah, me neither.
But I mean, as a super empath, I can feel the issues. I just can't diagnose them. But I can feel it.
Okay. ESP.
Yes, I can definitely.
You should just watch get you a psychic ball and a Ouija board.
So like, yeah, skinny boy, like an actual Karen, I would be compelled to actually knock the fuck out of her. She had that energy, but because
blaring,
I had to pull back. But if it was a real Karen, I would have really done that, because I don't like being psychologically fucked up like that. That last turn, that really kind of fucked me up, and I was like, all right, cool. You know what? I lost. Like, I felt like I lost the game. It was it. So
I think about Emmett Till's situation.
It is what it is, man. For real.
Yeah, I think about Emmett Till's situation or the Central Park 5. I remember that when I was younger. That still like kind of bothered me.
Yeah, facts, Black Beauty. I saw that comment that you made as well. Yeah. I saw not your comment, but the comment between the three. Yeah, I did see that as well. And I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want to respond.
The hell went crazy.
I saw that as well.
Yeah, even Papa Trump, I'm like, that's the nicest person.
Yeah.
I'm like,
I fell asleep thinking about this woman saying her boyfriend was scaling the walls of the Capitol. I don't care what that woman said, man. I fell asleep thinking about why the hell Khadijah and Sequoia was in my chat playing. That was more of a concern to me than what the fuck that woman was saying. You know what I'm saying? I could care less about that. I went to sleep. Fell asleep.
I accept my
Khadijah and Sequoia bring their ass up here and fuck my friend. What was on their minds?
Yeah, I remember that too.
Yeah, he was saying
Yeah, and then it's just something that she has said, and then you kind of like, yeah, I know. The live is up there, man. It is what it is. So, but anyway.
I got niggas in there looking like, damn, you in the B1 space talking about the Proud Boys? Like, man, Hey, man, I'm just looking like, man, let me go to sleep, man. They down here acting crazy, man.
Right. Sometimes I troll different people's pages, but like I don't be like messing with them like that, different little seconds.
See, I don't
I do that too, though.
Trolling.
Man,
I just
everybody else might not understand that shit, man, but we don't have inside jokes for nothing. You know what I'm saying? So I expect other people to come in and always get it. People are supposed to come in and, like somebody said earlier, you come in, you read the room, and you go off the temperature of the room. If you come in trying to change the temperature of the room, it's not gonna happen. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's just not gonna happen. We've been doing this shit too long. We're not a group of people that's just here, you know what I'm saying, talking shit. Like, you know, we have fun with this shit, man. So
yeah, that's what I was telling her, but she was telling me
might be on to something,
being loving and petty about it.
Miss Andrews, whatever you said. Where you at, Chris? Yes, I think so too. Because I was thinking that, like,
you were saying
I'm not a fool. I had an undertones of some womanism of it, but I'm like, my mother is not one.
Well, that's why I was trying to gauge her understanding of where she stands when it came to men. That's why she even asked Kevin about the good man thing, and even say, yeah, you know, I do believe that they are out there. Everyone was saying that. I even said it. And
I felt some way too about 22 like that.
And I understood why, but the pushback that she had was not, it was not like, I guess we were just going through it, and she said, men are ain't shit. Listen, the live stream is up there. I ain't gonna say shit.
Yeah, like I wouldn't have like called people in no chat that though. Yeah, I wouldn't.
Do a stream dragging Sequoia and Khadijah.
She was right. She was trying to say that she was just joking though, but they ain't taking like that as no joke.
Bitch, because you wasn't fucking joking. You only called you out about it.
That too, because I'm like, because it was a real argument for a long time. But I'm like, if it was a joke, why she sitting here like debating with us? I'm not understanding.
I'm sick of Sequoia, man. Like,
yeah, I don't blame her. I've been done with y'all. Whatever.
I'm sick of her.
Just done with y'all. I said, I ain't never seen Khadijah like that. I'm like, damn. I'm like, I'm telling her,
yeah, when Khadijah get like that, though, man, you know, it's kind of something else going on, though, because she kind of the patient, fun one, you know what I'm saying? And
well, that was where most of the energy that came from, you know, and then I guess we were just trying to deter her from really focusing on that and just understanding, like, and child, she just
oh, Sequoia, for real?
Question.
It's just too much, man.
Highlight Sequoia question. Comment.
Yeah, highlight that shit so I can get it on the record, man.
Wow.
Yeah, Chris was right too. Y'all both was right. Skinny Boy said he called
man.
Yep, she was saying that.
Oh, down at the top where she said she hates men.
Yeah,
she admitted she hates men. It's all way at the top.
Oh, she did.
I didn't know that. I wouldn't even argue with that shit.
I didn't hear that she hate men, but see, that's what I'm saying. That again, with you know, that's where the energy coming from, though. So you know what I'm saying. If you hate men and whatnot, or even had that level of disdain, you looking for smoke, and you ain't gonna find it here.
Hell no.
We don't like that energy.
Ajia.
Here, and eventually it's gonna be that negative ass, loud ass, unnecessary ass argument. That's why I say, man, don't personalize that shit, man. Get up tomorrow.
Yeah, this was right.
That's what I was trying to push for. I was like, hey, you know what? Tomorrow's a new day. Let's just start off anew, and then
that's today.
Something else. Well, yeah.
Today's a new day. Today's a new day. So we're not gonna let her raise our cortisol levels. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I gotta say, I don't hate men like that. Not to get no dick. Oh no.
Go ahead, mother.
Is it demon time?
I'm just saying.
Is it still fucking demon time?
Yeah, I think it's about.
Yes.
I ain't waking up.
Sorry.
If I can go be loud and smoke blunts and the whole thing, you know what I'm saying?
You gonna go back to the garage?
Nigga, and nobody even hear me.
You gonna scream?
Yeah, I used to hang out in my parents' garage a lot. It's actually pretty fun. You just have all that nice space open and all that kind of stuff. Out in there.
You could turn it into a man cave with couches in
it. You could turn it into man cave.
Yeah.
That'd be funny.
Yeah. Would
Man,
you said you were empath, so like what are things you do to protect your energy and like I guess refill your cup after you be getting to motherfuckers all the time?
I've been neglecting a lot of that, and a lot of the realization, in my mom's tribute live, like that was one of the things that I promised myself, because I know that I am, so I have to protect myself if I'm going to really dive into my content, because I know shit like this would happen, and I need to be level-headed at the end of the day when it comes from. But a lot of these lives, they make me tired, like emotionally tired.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna start taking care of my spiritual health. But like, is there any recommendations you have? Because shit, I'm about to buy a whole lot of rocks. Real talk.
As a super impact, I got some recommendations.
Just rocks.
Come on, super
No,
empath.
like a crystal, or because I know amethyst is good, but I know there's some that's particular formulated to like leveling out energies and shit like that.
Oh yeah, them not cheap neither.
Selenite.
Age, but
That's how you gotta learn how to protect your energy, though. This is
that's why I choose not to engage. That's my
a
thing.
two-word phrase you use to protect your energy. And then the two words right there, it'd be fuck you, fuck that, fuck this, fuck y'all.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's how you protect your energy. You know what I'm saying? You don't, and once it's time to let that shit go, you let it go. You know what I mean? That's anything you put your energy into is supposed to be 100. When your energy ain't in it no more, give it 0. You know what I'm saying? That's how it worked for me. If I'm doing it, I'm doing it 100%. If I'm not doing it, I'm not doing it at all.
It's a lot of trolls. Like, I don't know how y'all deal with trolls that want to get on your live. That's the only thing that'll be driving me crazy.
Oh, funny.
I had to fight all my life. All my life, I've been fighting these.
The last one was that when that King girl got that Bill Cosby case. He was a troll. Big time troll.
Can you hear us?
Black woman's fear up here. Oh shit, man. I just got tired as hell, man. I holler at y'all niggas.
Right.
Wow.
Hey, good morning, Black Women's Fear.
Yeah, I ain't feeling you, but I'm gonna just say this. I'm gonna just say this. A lot of y'all need to learn how to gauge the room. Everybody not in a space for you to attack. And a lot of y'all, like, Taz handled everything that needed to be handled with Annalicia. When everything happened on the panel, Taz handled it. Like, nobody gets to declare what B1 is more than Taz Exclusive and Nyla Sands. They are the founders of it. So they get to speak on it, not you motherfuckers. So when Annalicia was up there and she was being whatever y'all thought she was being, did Taz not handle it?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm waiting.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm waiting. Did Taz not handle it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what the fuck did you need to do a second live stream for to attack a woman and you don't even know her mental stability? You don't know where she's at in life. You don't know what's going on with her. You don't know. And then y'all come over here and go in, and then Virtuous Woman with the shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I'm the gatekeeper. No, you ain't nobody's gatekeeper, baby girl. You're your own gatekeeper. The gatekeepers for the B1 network is fucking Taz and Nyla. They're the gatekeepers. I don't run shit over there. I get told to shut the fuck up over there. So what the fuck make you think you're going to be able to gauge how other people present themselves in the space? Yes, if she's being too much, that's up to Taz and Nyla to handle that. That's not up to y'all to come in and ruin people because y'all don't know where they coming from. Y'all don't know what they going through. I happen to know what this young lady is going through. And I take it very personal that you, and then with Virtuous Woman, you literally just did a video protecting her from an older woman that was crazy. And then you come in with the same energy. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. I don't respect none of what y'all did right now. I don't respect that shit because that's not who we are in the B1 network. I know that for a fact. They don't tolerate bullying and people acting crazy like that. Taz handled it. When I'm in Taz's space, I act accordingly. I go off what he does and what he chooses for his space. Because guess what? It's his space. And when I'm in my space, I do what I want to do. And I act how I want to act. And when people come in my space, they act accordingly based off my space. Y'all need to learn how to do the same. What y'all just did, carrying this shit over to your channel and then doing her the way that you just did, this shit is embarrassing. This shit is what the divestment bitches do. This shit is what the swirlers do. I don't do shit like this. I don't respect none of what none of you motherfuckers did over here in this stream tonight. And when I was asking for the stream, you wouldn't even give it to me, girl. You wouldn't even give it to me.
You started this shit in the first place. You should have.
Yeah, you wouldn't give it to me. You wouldn't give it to me. You wouldn't give it to. I ain't talking to you, Virtuous. I'm talking to the panel holder. I'm talking to the panel holder. You already showed your recklessness. You already showed your shadiness, bitch. I already knew you was shady. I called you out shady on my channel, bitch. I called you out shady on my channel because I knew you was shady. When you made that shady comment towards me, carrying some shit to a second panel. Let this man handle what happens on his shit. Let him handle what happens on his shit. You jealous-hearted asshole. You jealous-hearted asshole. Let him handle his shit. He's a man. He knows how to do that. We don't need you.
And
you don't need to do that.
You always jumping into shit. You shouldn't have got in between Annalisa and Khadijah. That's why they had to bring the shit over here in the first place so they could talk freely without your big mouth ass checking everybody. How about that? You ain't running shit. First of all, I never said I was no gatekeeper. I was controlling her in this conversation. I don't give a fuck about gatekeeping for no fucking B1. I'm sick of you talking your motherfucking shit. You don't even know what the fuck you be talking about. You change your motherfucking stripes every goddamn day. You a new motherfucker with a new message.
Yeah, this is not what I wanted at all. Like, this was not the intention because
Ajia, stop. You don't gotta make no excuses for me. She called my name twice and I answered. That's it.
I didn't do this out of malicious intent at all. Like, I really did not.
Stop popping, please. Stop popping, please.
Man, here's the thing. This is what I want to say. Because look, man, I don't think we should be letting somebody from the outside come in and cause this level of disruption.
And that's exactly what I said. And that's exactly my point. Black Woman Spirit is making it seem like Annalisa is gonna come in just like when she went in on Khadijah on your panel. So the girls came over here to say, let us do what we do, because she shouldn't have got in. She got in. Khadijah, what's your problem with her? What's your problem with her? She should have just let them young girls work it out. But she jumped in like wasn't nobody gonna come for Annalisa. Then she got the nerve to say, we mad because she light-skinned with light eyes and all that old fuck-ass bullshit that we don't even do over here. That's not cool.
At all. I did not.
She shouldn't have said that.
I'm not jealous of light-skinned people.
I mean, okay, so I agree. I don't think nobody was jealous of nobody looks at no shit like that.
Yeah, I wasn't. That's not what I was talking about at all.
Turn into this shit though. It's okay to disagree, dog. It's okay because I didn't agree with that shit. I don't think it should have nothing to do with her looks. But why did it go? Why did it turn to this? Like
it turned into this because of what she just came up here and did. Like, first of all, if the girls came over here to have a conversation with Annalisa, Black Woman Spirit came over here, get off the panel. They want to suck your energy. I'll handle this in the morning. Like, who you talking to? Like, you can't be like that when we in a group full of women. Like, you got to respect everybody. Like, you don't come in Ajia space saying that stuff, and these girls don't want to say that because of how cool she is with y'all, and that's exactly what I was talking about a few weeks ago.
I mean, look, she said I was shady.
And Ajia, you up here all nervous and stuff, like, oh, I don't want to do this. You don't gotta be like that. Just be yourself.
Listen, it's in the last live what we were talking about.
I wish that people from the outside, like when they come in like that, like I understand the need to make a person feel welcome and shit, and that's why I was the way I was about it. But man, we can't be falling out like this, man. If it's a
We're not falling out.
I tried to make her feel welcome for hours.
hold on a second though. Listen, if it's a misunderstanding, we need to be able to talk about that, the misunderstanding. I don't give a fuck about her attitude like that to the point where it's gonna cause disruption between us though. Because she wasn't a good person in that regard to where we need to be arguing over her. So like everybody need to take a step fucking back, man, so we can like start the conversation over. You know what I'm saying? We pick this shit up another day, man. That shit right there ain't worth people falling out over. Really.
Well, it's not about Annalisa, it's about respecting the space.
Let's just take it another day. We'll just do this over. And it kind of like repeated.
No, let's not keep doing it over. Let's end it. Like it's simply about respect. Don't come up here.
Is what you were saying a couple of weeks ago, Virtuous Woman TV, is you got a problem with my listen, lady, listen. You got a problem.
Now, man.
Okay, so listen, what Virtuous Woman has a problem with, what he was saying. Oh, what I was talking about a couple of weeks ago, she's mad about the support I get from Taz and Nyla, and she don't get that same level of support as me. You're a jealous-hearted bitch. You're a jealous-hearted bitch. You're a jealous-hearted bitch. They're not your mother. They're not your father. Go sit your ass down somewhere. Nobody has to support you, bitch. Nobody has to support you. I don't rock with you. I don't rock with you. I saw your slickness weeks ago, bitch. I saw your slickness weeks ago, bitch. I saw your slickness weeks ago. Weeks ago, mentioning me while I was not there. You mentioned me when I wasn't there, bitch. You mentioned me and you had a problem with the support that I received from people that are my actual friends. It ain't about content, bitch. That's what you don't understand. These are my friends, you dumbass. You dumbass. So you're not going to get the support I get from them. So you challenge them on the support they give to me. You did that. You did that. So I don't fuck with you. I don't fuck with you.
I get plenty of support.
I don't fuck with you. I know a slick bitch when I see one. I know a crazy bitch when I see one, ho. I know it. I know it. I know it. So, bitch, you don't get that shit off on me, bitch. I have discernment. I have discernment. I know a weak bitch. Listen, bitch. I know I have discernment. What don't you understand? I have discernment. I know who you are. I know who you are. You're too gazy and you flagrant and you foul. Bitch, and you trying to move. What you're trying to say about Annalisa is you. Is you. You the foul bitch. And y'all gonna see that sooner or later. Mark my words. I don't fall. I don't fail. I know a flagrant bitch when I see one. When I see one, ho. You a bitch that showed up from the past. We don't know where the fuck you came from, but you got a problem, and it shows. It shows in all the indirect little slick shit you do, bitch. It shows in all the indirect slick shit you do. You can't come for me. You can't come for me. I'm my own entity, bitch. I'm my own entity. You can't come for me.
I just did.
Stay in your lane. Stay in your lane, ho.
I just did.
Stay in your lane.
I just did.
Yeah, stay there. Reside there.
Like why is it so hard to have a conversation?
What you saying?
Y'all niggas tripping, dog. Like, okay, so y'all don't like each other, but I want to know what the fuck.
No, I like her.
I've never had an issue with black women.
No. Let me clear this up right now. I like her. I like her. I accept her for who she is. I'm not the one that came with a problem, but if anybody is going to be calling me out and running down and checking me and saying all that shit, I'm not going to stand for that, but it ain't no problem. I mean, I'm still cool. I don't got no issue with her, but I'm not going to let nobody check me and talk to me like that over no airway. That's just that.
I mean, when she voiced her opinion about me earlier, I took consideration of what she said because I do understand what she said. And I can only be as honest as I can, and I apologized to her twice in the chat. So I don't know if she's.
But what are we apologizing for?
Because if I slighted her, I don't want to disrespect her channel. So I apologize. That's just who I am. And then She already said, she came on the panel the first time and said, well, I know I can't fucking trust you. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, I don't do anything out of malicious intent for her because I actually like her. But
listen, I like all y'all. I appreciate all y'all say that shit all the time and it's genuine. I like Black Women's Sphere. If she don't like me, that's her issue. Game recognized game. Black Women's Sphere sitting up here running me down, and she know what the fuck she be doing and what she up to. So for her to sit up here and cap like that, that's some bullshit. Like 99% of the shit you talk about come from shit I said. So to sit up here and act like I'm a bullshit bitch, like you got me fucked up. And I'm not gonna go for that. Like I'm cool, I'm laid back, but I'm not gonna let nobody take my kindness for weakness. And that's what I feel like she does sometimes, and I don't like that.
See, like Hunter Biden was right. The reason why we came here is because you were asleep, Taz, and at the time we couldn't allow anyone on the panel. So we just went over to continue the conversation.
Yeah, just to have fun.
All we were doing. And it ended up to be like, okay, well, since we're here, I'm a little nicer, and I want to be a better mediator than most people. I thought I could help the situation. I didn't come here to dog pile on her or any of that stuff, but I can't control what people say. I can't do that. And I can't control what she said.
It sounds like a misunderstanding to me, though. That's why I say I wish we could talk. If it wasn't set up for her to come over here and get drugged and blah blah blah, then evidently we're not listening. So Black Women's Sphere,
I didn't come over here.
The shit really sounds stupid.
But it made it seem like Ajia started to feel like the perception of her being dragged was when Black Women's Sphere was calling us mean girls, saying, get off the panel, don't let them drain you. I'm going live tomorrow. Then she starts the live talking about some colorism shit. All of that led to Ajia starting to defend herself, saying, I didn't do anything to this girl. When I didn't think that was what was going on. I just thought that they was finna just chill with the girl.
Yeah, I was.
Just get to know her.
Panel to a different panel. So I missed whatever that transition was.
That's what I'm saying. It was pretty late on in the stream.
But this is why people need to talk, because if that transition was not about bringing her over here to drag her, then the whole understanding is wrong. The whole understanding that Black Women's Sphere would have is wrong if you came over here to talk and not drag her. But y'all not getting to that point. You're not even having a conversation.
They was talking to her about the stuff that happened on your panel and basically trying to be like, okay, well, this is how we move. We want you to be cool, but maybe feel things out a bit. Don't just come in all gung-ho. And Alicia, in true fashion, has some back and forth. So it took a while to break her into that understanding. And in the process, and I don't want to keep saying Black Women's Sphere because I don't want to seem like I'm throwing her under the bus or I keep mentioning her when she's not here. But the fact of the matter is, in that process, she started saying, y'all mean, y'all ain't gonna bully her, and I'm going live about this, and get off that panel, Anna. Like, what the fuck?
That part did kind of rattled me a second, because the intentions of coming here was not to put her on blast or any of that. Like, we have a vetting process, and it's just like, I just wanted to understand her and just like, hey, let's just figure out where we're gonna move from here, because you're new. So we're just trying to be, see now.
And then I even came up because I was like, well, I had already built with her.
You're gonna tell me, Alicia, that I came to attack you? You're seriously gonna come into this chat and say that I came to attack you?
And then I came up to say, I know her. Let me let y'all know what shit is. Wow. And then she flashed on me.
I really I feel.
Listen though, listen. This is what I was telling you earlier. If you're going to be the host, you gotta be ready for that shit, because you don't know that this
live stream.
Listen to me, man. Listen, you don't know that this person ain't gonna leave and say, but she only brought me over there to drag me.
I didn't want to drag her at all. We actually had a conversation in the back before we transitioned over here. Like, hey, look, I'm really cool. We just want to try to get to know you and all that kind of stuff. But damn.
But don't fall into the trap of proving that, because you know what you was up there doing. And that, just like she's saying, cap. It's like, don't nobody, like, that's the entitlement shit. And she's like, she heard and saw what was happening, like she's your bodyguard or something. Like, you came over here willingly and opened up to whatever happened, and supposedly you the one with all the smoke. So a little
she
petty little
cannot say that I
conversation should
did
have
not
threw you
have
off.
any hateful energy towards her. She cannot say that at
You
all.
see, she's
I
talking
have
about.
no control. I have no control over what anyone else says. That's the thing. We are not we're not a Borg. We're not a machine. We actually have differences of opinion.
But that's what keep happening with these foreign interlopers from other countries. Keep on causing division. That's what it is.
Stop, what cap, Annalicia?
Don't.
You're seriously gonna type right? No,
hold on. Let me say something right quick. Hey man, black women ain't a motherfucking thing, a soft motherfucking thing. See, now I'm about to get pissed because this bitch ain't about to come over here and cause division like that. Now I'm starting to see what the problem is.
I literally did not come here for that.
Bitch, did anybody hear the cap earlier when it was you talking that shit on my shit? Man, fuck that bitch. The fuck?
Facts.
Man, bitch, you better get the fuck on. I don't give a fuck about none of you motherfuckers when it comes to this shit.
I did not come here to do this.
This was capping on
That
my
is not
shit.
the point of that. So the mere fact that it went this left, that is not something in my motherfucking control, man.
Now don't drag me.
Excited.
The fuck?
Ajia, my phone finna die. Okay, I gotta drop down.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Though. Now what? Man, I don't do this fake shit. Don't come over here trying to play no fucking Karen ass role involving other people in it, starting all this type bullshit. Then, Black Women's Spirit heard the cap. Yeah, but we heard you capping too, nigga. The fuck? Man, y'all can't come on here playing this victim shit, act like you ready to cook, and then go somewhere and say somebody was capping. Nigga, all you niggas cap. Come on, man. And this how we ended the day off that dumbass shit. Come on, man. You was never here to even kick it then, for real. You was here on bullshit, dog, and I don't respect that shit, nigga. You was here on bullshit, because I gave you the utmost, and you still, even hours later, still talking shit. Cap. Motherfucker, you was capping. And motherfuckers allowed you to do it. But now you want to sit here and act like a goddamn victim. Man, cut that shit out. Motherfuckers let you cap all goddamn day, man. Come on. Y'all niggas crazy, man. Y'all niggas done woke me up in the middle of the night with this dumbass shit, man. Fuck all y'all, man. I hate all y'all. We beefing now. Me and everybody.
What's up, Annalicia?
What's the problem, Tess?
Why are you down there saying somebody was capping? You was on earlier today.
Okay, let's understand something. You said to me initially when this all started, you said, yo, listen, you're coming in with the wrong energy. You're coming in with the rah-rah. You're being defensive. You're in the wrong space. That's not what we're doing here. You may have even reiterated it a few times before it, for me, really stuck. But once it stuck, I was able to converse with not only you, but everybody else on the panel, with the exception of Laura, which I don't have any intentions to build anything with him. I don't care about him. But after you and I came to that understanding, I didn't have an issue with you. You didn't have an issue with me. I didn't have an issue with anybody on the panel. Can we agree?
No, we can't, because you disrespected Lero. You don't know Lero. That's my nigga. You disrespect.
No. But I've already taken accountability for that. I wasn't trying to build with Laurel.
But listen to what I'm telling you though. If you're not trying to build with somebody, it's cool. But you start calling nigga bitches and all type of shit. You went there with Lero. He ain't go there with you.
He called me. Of course, he called me a bitch.
No, you called him names first, and he clapped back at you. And then he also heard you disrespecting other people. And that's why when he interjected and said, "Man, y'all not gonna tell this bitch to shut up." Nobody said shit.
He heard me disrespecting people in the manosphere.
Right, but Lero was trying to tell you he doesn't represent what the rest of the manosphere represents, and you didn't let him. You went again, you immediately cut him off and was going. You came in with that energy. And so
because he still aligns himself with the manosphere.
And he won him. The man literally kept saying, "I'm not gonna argue with this woman."
And he also literally said he doesn't think that you shouldn't have any women on your channel.
No, that's not what he said. He said he doesn't want women in the manosphere.
He said your channel.
And Alicia, you wasn't listening. He knows that my channel invites women. He said he doesn't want the women in his space. That's why he wants me to keep dragging them so they'll kick the women out of their space.
He said this space. He said this channel.
No, you didn't
We're
catch
gonna have to rewind the tape. We have to rewind.
You didn't. I think you just missed that part. I heard it when you said it. He was talking about the manosphere. He wasn't talking about getting women out of our space. He wants the women out of his space.
But we're having a conversation. He and I were having a conversation. He stopped. He said, "Man, see, this is exactly why I don't want women to. Women should not even be in this space, Taz." Blah blah blah. And then he kept going and saying whatever he was saying.
Yeah, I think you just missed it. He was talking about the manosphere. That's what I'm saying. We engage and talk to each other all the time, so I know exactly what he's talking about. Maybe you just didn't understand, because again, a lot of this we talk about all the time. But he was talking about the manosphere. But that's my thing. I just don't think you was listening. I don't think you was receptive to him. And just like you said, you was already not fucking with him like that. So you just didn't get that. So you was already on. But my point in saying that is, when you say something is capped, you was already on that. So you can't bring that type of energy and then expect.
No. See, no. I can say that because I already acknowledge what I was on when I came in. I acknowledge my energy was in the wrong place. I acknowledge that I was sizzling hot. I was on 1,000. I was on 10,000. I acknowledge that. And at some point during the conversation, not only did I acknowledge it, but I apologized because I like Twin and he and I are like-minded and we are cool. And I feel like on a one-way, he and I could actually have a real conversation. And I apologize to even Kevin because I'm like, listen, if I made you feel some type of way, honestly, it's not my intention, because now that I've gotten to know you, you're good people. And I can rock with you. I can rock with you outside of the space. You can come to my channel and vice versa because we're like-minded. How many times do I have to acknowledge that I wasn't coming from the right space? I didn't have the right energy. I was on the defense because of my experiences in other places and other spaces and other channels. I acknowledged it. I apologized for it, but you continue to drag me for it. How do you expect to come to some sort of a resolution?
That's the part of it I didn't hear. I ain't got no parts of that because I ain't drug you at all. So you know what I'm saying? I don't know.
But that's what woman's fear is talking about. So that's what I'm saying is cap. Because they're saying, oh, you didn't, nobody dragged her. No. We went from your panel dragging me to come to this panel to drag me some more. So
that's what I'm saying. That's what you're not gonna do. You wasn't getting drugged on my motherfucking panel. You're not about to go nowhere and tell nobody you got drug on my shit, because I'll show you what it's like to get drug on my shit.
I'm telling you what my experience was, and that was my experience. You weren't there. You were asleep.
My nigga, you had already been disrespectful. That's what you're not acknowledging.
No, but you're not acknowledging that I acknowledged that and I apologize.
Listen to me, man. The shit that you did to Twin is people that's never gonna let that ride, no matter how many times you apologize.
Then why didn't you say that and then we keep it moving? Nobody said that. Why didn't you say that and keep it moving?
But Annalicia, listen, some people are not going to like you just for that exchange alone. Some people not going to like you for your energy just alone. What I'm saying is, it don't have to turn into a drag session.
But that's what happened, Taz.
But you at some point, if that's not what you bring in, you got to fall back too. And you never did. I don't know what happened over here. I wasn't here, so I can't speak to here. But I know you were hard.
So you're
but my thing is hold on, Annalisa.
Based on my interaction Anna, that people already wrote me off, right?
Anna.
Some did, yes. Some
Anna.
Then why don't you have the balls to tell me that so I can bounce and keep it moving?
My thing is this.
Please let Black women spirit speak, please. Thank you.
My thing is this. How many men have come up and been just as egregious as Annalicia, and y'all haven't had the same response? Man, there's some fuck shit y'all on. Like, I don't agree with it. I don't give a fuck who talking. I don't give a fuck who talking. Because I have my own opinion. I'm my own woman, and I'm my own queendom around this bitch. I don't give a fuck who talking. It don't sound good. Like, just even if she didn't agree with and get along with everybody on the panel, Taz mediated it when it happened. So why create a whole nother live stream to address a woman because you feel like she was out of order. Who the fuck is you? Who the fuck is you?
So Black woman,
if Taz, listen, if Taz handle it, who the fuck is you?
So I started the live stream because the conversation towards the end got a tad hectic. And
because of who? Because of the people in the chat.
And Alicia, let them talk, please.
Yes, it got a
Because you
little
should have never even entertained these motherfuckers. You should have never came over here. You handled it with Taz. Taz didn't like how you was conducting yourself on his panel. You was being too much. He addressed it. He said what he said. These motherfuckers should have never did this shit.
So when I started this live, Taz had fallen asleep. So we wanted to continue the conversation and, you know, have
right. Taz fell asleep. The owner of the B1 network, the founder. So why you feel you need to speak on shit?
I just wanted to continue.
They got their own thoughts, though, man. I don't speak for them now, man. They their own people.
I was not trying to. I just wanted to continue the conversation, and he couldn't.
But why though? But why though, baby girl?
I wasn't trying to antagonize. I wasn't trying to interrogate.
Yes, you did. Did you hear Virtuous? Virtuous was like, "Shut up! I'm the gatekeeper." Shut up! Y'all sounded like Mean Girls. That's what y'all sounded like.
I cannot say that I came at you in any kind of way because I was being reasonable with you the whole time. We started this live because Taz couldn't drop the link and he fell asleep, and we wanted to continue the conversation. Why can I wanted to continue the conversation. I was not going to go at Annalicia. She cannot say that I have said anything of like vitriolic towards her.
But my thing is this, Asia. We gonna act like Taz can't handle his panels. We gonna act like Taz don't handle the women on his panel. Taz has told me to shut the fuck up. So what the fuck makes you think he don't know how to handle his panels?
I didn't say he couldn't handle his panel. That's not why I came here.
But I think the point is whatever issues we had, Taz already remedied those issues, and he did. If he didn't remedy the issues, he would have booted me off the channel. I think that's the point. So this became excessive. It became redundant, and it became counterproductive because nothing positive came out of it.
End up over here, because listen, man, I'm not with that shit.
That's what I was gonna ask. How did what motivated the conversation to come over?
This is what Judy just said. Like, we were having a good conversation, and we wanted to continue the conversation somewhere on my channel or her channel, and then we ended up going on mine.
Over here, we're not about to play these games, dog. You came over here because you wanted to come over here.
Right. She could have said no, and I'm like, okay, well, we can just, we can always just come into the B1 chat and then conversate then. But she said, yeah, sure, we'll go over to your channel.
But what was my intention? My intention was resolved, resolution. My intention was, okay, if I said something correctly to someone and they felt I was being disrespectful, I could have a conversation with them. But that's not what it was. You guys were talking about the same thing
I can't control what people say too.
Why did it never get resolved? If you came for resolution, why is it not resolved?
Because they were talking about the same thing. They were talking about
they were dragging her.
Over and over and over. That is why.
They was dragging her. They was dragging her.
I was not dragging her.
He's not talking about
I heard you. I heard you, girl. I heard you. I heard you and Virtuous Woman. I heard both of y'all. Virtuous Woman was telling her to shut the fuck up, and I'm the gatekeeper. Silence. You didn't hear that, bitch? You didn't hear that?
I did not. Annalicia,
don't act like you ain't hear that. Don't act like you ain't hear that, man. Quit fucking playing with me.
Annalicia,
don't act like you ain't hear that.
For Virtuous Woman.
Don't act like you didn't hear that. It was on your shit.
Did I drag
you? If you heard what was said, that's what she's asking.
I'm asking you a very direct question.
She is asking you if you heard what was said.
Did I drag you, Annalicia?
No, but that's not what she's saying. She's asking you if you heard what was
said. Annalicia. I'm not speaking to Black women.
You're misunderstanding her question. She's asking you if you heard what was said.
What did I say, Black women?
No, did you hear what was said?
What did you say, Black women?
Okay, no, you know what? Forget it. Listen, at the end of the day, The reason that we couldn't come to a resolution is because we kept going over the same rhetoric. Oh, it was the same topic and same talking points. You kept talking about the same things that I acknowledged and the same things that I apologized for. I already apologized.
And that's what I'm saying.
I apologize.
Trying to move forward. I literally, it's on the live. I literally said to you, yes, I accept your apology. Let's just make a consensus of how we're gonna move on from here.
But apology for what? Apology for what? What the fuck did she do to you?
I didn't ask for her apology. She offered it, and that's why I was saying, like, I.
But this is what I'm saying. This is the problem.
I didn't ask
This
for
is
her
what's
apology.
problematic.
Apology
For what? Being herself? Like, yes.
No, but that's what I was saying in the live earlier. I was saying I understand your energy and all that kind of stuff, but I know people don't, and that's why I wanted.
But not understanding somebody's energy and then compiling them with your talking points and going in is problematic. Taz handled everything that needed to be handled with Annalicia on his panel.
But I didn't. That's like, you gotta stop saying, because I didn't.
You did, Pat.
You did.
Yes, you did.
The chat was really crazy, and
you did.
Was responding to it.
Let me tell you how I view it. When you come on like that and people don't like you, they're not gonna like you, period, until they get used to you or whatever. So I can't handle anything like that. She came through the door taking shots at people, and you got to know people gonna take shots back. To me, it's not a thing where we even need to be talking about apologies and shit. She got energy where you're not supposed to be apologetic. If you're gonna come like that, be ready.
Annalicia, get off. Annalicia, jump off. I'm about to get off. Get off. Because this is some bullshit. This is some fucking bullshit. You handle her. Every time you told her to shut the fuck up, she did. So get the fuck off. I'm getting off. I don't have time for this stupid ass
shit. I told her to shut the fuck up once. It was kind of late in the conversation too. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was one conversation.
I really don't understand how you
just come to the door talking to her like that, man. Don't do that, because, like I said, I feel like I let her get a lot of shit off before I said anything.
I really don't understand how
you telling me to shut the fuck up, okay, whatever. But you also reasoned with me. You said, I understand your energy. That's why I'm not getting at you. I understand the encounters that you've had in other people's spaces. So I'm not gonna get at you. So we had an understanding, but at the end of the day, I made sure that I reared everything in. I tried to collect myself, and I was able to have a meaningful conversation with other people at the panel.
But listen, but Annalicia, I'm cool with that. That's what I'm saying. I'm not the person that will have an issue with that. What I'm telling you is people that heard you earlier in the day that will not be receptive to you now.
I literally
she left.
I didn't do shit, bro. I really don't like the fact that I feel like I done something. I just wanted to continue the conversation because you couldn't drop down the link, and there was a lot of stuff that was going on in the chat that she was responding to. That's what it was. And I'm like, well, I'm level-headed. Let's just hash this out and just get it out the way. We just come back and we rah-rah, we get this in. That was it. Because there was still more going on even after Taz addressed her. That's the thing. So it's not like she stopped. It got, she got hype some more towards the end. But I guess being a peacekeeper, being that empath, don't do shit. I literally did nothing.
That shouldn't get you in trouble.
I didn't drag her at all. She wasn't listening. So if I raise my voice and I'm trying to make her understand what we're trying to talk about, trust me, someone will know that I know how to drag. What I did to her was not drag. She was not listening. She didn't understand. Like, she was literally just trying to just have a problem with everything that was being said. And I said, okay, well, look, there's nothing we can do. We can just work on this tomorrow. Look, we can be petty sometimes. I do apologize. And, we love each other. And then she just, no. Y'all don't love it. And then it just went right back to it. So I was trying to close that out so many times. And the times that Black Women's Sphere came in, I was heated because there were conversations that was going on when Virtuous Woman came up. And I don't like this shit at all. Because I understand y'all's friendship, and I don't want to feel like I'm a part of that type of shit. Like, I'm not Yo, I'm just pissed off, bro. I'm just pissed off.
Like I say, man, it ain't no need to be pissed off. I just y'all niggas, man. I don't know what happened, but like I say, whatever transition happened coming over here, it evidently is a misunderstanding because she does not get to say somebody made her come over here. That you know what I'm saying?
Listen, I understand.
Yeah, I was in track of
I
feeding.
just listened to the end. It seems like it was like an agreement to come over to finish talking, but I think part of the problem is after whatever happened when Taz was on the panel, it probably got corrected then, but y'all kept, after we fell asleep, the conversation kept going and going and going, and so y'all felt like y'all probably needed to talk further, right?
Yeah, I didn't. I was not trying to drag her at all.
Oh yeah, I see that.
That was not my intentions at all. Like, I just wanted to, like, okay, well, let's talk about it because, we really not bad people. And I know, like, she was like, well, no, they're disrespectful in the chat. And I did see some things, and I don't want to say like, oh no, we're perfect here.
Well, the thing is, so okay, I understand she had a bad experience over there with the sharp faced dude. What's his name? Satan Center. She had some issues going on over there. And that Taz kept reiterating to her, you're not in that space and all that kind of stuff. But she really did have energy all the way around. And she did, I will, in her favor, I will say that she did, say, okay, I came in on 1,000.
Yeah, I remember that
the
too.
issue with that is when you come in on 1,000, you kind of bring everybody else up.
You're right.
That level too. And so everybody else has to kind of like either get that off, like you got it off until that, you know what I'm saying? Because everybody, once you take it there, it's there. And so most people don't come down very, very quickly. You know what I'm saying? So the energy was already there. And so it's like, once you throw the ball real fast, it's already gone. It's out your hand.
Yeah, you rattle people.
So that's what happens or whatever. But I'm trying to figure out why it's like she's.
I really tried to reason with her. I let her speak, and I agreed with a lot of how she felt, the sentiments that she felt, and even with the part with the disrespect thing. But I guess she wanted me to like throw everybody under a bus. But I can't speak for anyone, and that's what I was trying to reiterate to her. I can't speak for anyone, but I can speak for myself, and I can hope that my first impression is not something where it's gonna deter you. But I understand that other people, do things differently. But she kind of like made us feel like it was a collective. And I told her, like, yeah, we are cool with each other. We vibe very well. But at the same time, we do acknowledge our differences. Even when Taz talk about, Garveyism, I stay in my lane. I understand, what is going on.
We all argue too, though. That's the thing. Like, It's just, we all argue.
And that's what I was telling her. We argue and we debate, but not out of hate. It's out of understanding and learning new things. And I was just not.
She might just be a little bit overwhelmed. I guess, she's, sometimes people going through stuff and all that kind of stuff. So she might be a little bit overwhelmed. No, but she probably should. If she is overwhelmed, she probably shouldn't have came over, and she probably needs to stay in her, stay in a, or not, go into situations where it's going to get heated if she's not able to take the heat when she turns up the stove, for lack of better words. I don't know.
Well, my intentions was not to do any of those things. And
that's what I was thinking too. Like,
it was not even like that. It was not like that at all. Like, so for her to make it seem as though I went at her and dragged her full force, and I was intentionally doing it because I hate her and I'm just trying to conform her. No, because what I was saying to her was, listen, at the end of the day, like, it's just, I really feel slighted, for real. Like, she did a huge U-turn, that curveball, and it just threw me off track.
Where did she go? Did you dropped her or she left?
I didn't drop her. She dropped off.
Oh.
I didn't touch it. because I don't want them to say, oh yeah, she kicked her off. No, I don't kick people off. Yeah. I don't know. But I don't know. I don't know. This was too much. And I you know what? I don't know. Huh?
Who Taz talking to? They must have me blocked.
Oh, I think he's there's a comment. I think there's a comment in the chat. Yeah, I really I came, I rose up my volume level because there was so many people talking. I had to talk, but it got so overwhelming.
I just think shit bone. Okay. Cynthia said, what did I miss? Girl, we both missed a lot. That's what I get for going to sleep, I guess. It's 4:15 here. So I guess it's like 7, 8 a.m. where you guys at, right?
6 a.m. here.
I guess the stuff went left with Annalicia. So I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. It's just yeah. I kind of expect when people, just want to purposely misunderstand. And that's what I was trying to clarify the whole time. So, yeah. Yeah. I guess my diplomacy that failed, but I want to make this known to you, Nyla. I apologize if I've somehow jeopardized.
Girl, you don't.
No, I'm like that because I understand. Like for me, having and I love Black Women's Sphere. I love her energy. So mere fact that y'all are friends and then somehow that kind of fucks with me. Like real talk.
Yeah. See, Black Women's Sphere has she has a relationship with Annalicia.
Yeah, I understand.
So you know what I'm saying? So she knows her a little bit better. I don't know. I've never even spoken to Annalicia. So I know she has a little bit more insight, you know what I'm saying? So she, and there could also be cultural differences and all kind of stuff, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
yeah, I listen, I'm not here to like fuck up people's relationships and all any of that type of shit. I just
you can't. Don't worry about that. You can't.
I just wanted clarification. And because, I love the energy that we have in B1, and we had a lot of issues with just random people coming in and we have to constantly vet them out and stuff. So she was already on the panel. We still wanted to continue the conversation. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm the level-headed one. I'm nice. So, let me just see if I can help mediate the situation. And it just went left. And I feel like I lost control of the panel because there was no sense of decorum. And I feel like I failed on that part. So
I want to Spirit Empress Lotus says Anna needs healing. And, that's clear. So if I do add anything to it, because I know it's all over the place, and to be honest, I haven't heard. I've only heard maybe 10% of what's going on because I see how long y'all been going. I think that it just was it's one of them. What do they say? What do the young people say now? Demon time or something? Because she's going through something. And then I'm sure that whatever happened on State in the Center probably aggravated it a little bit. Because, she does have a certain type of energy for everybody for what I saw earlier on Taz panels when I was listening in. And I don't know. I guess once you recognize that somebody has Cynthia, I think I don't know. I think we need to do a 3. To be honest, I don't know every single detail.
The life is up here. A lot of the first just in the first 2 hours
has more insight into her into how she feels or what's going on a little bit more than it. So she's coming from that protective space.
I don't think I can handle it though. That's what I'm saying. Like it's only
I do this. I agree with you.
And measure I can say before You know what I'm saying? Because some people are
yeah,
not
and you
gonna
weren't
accept
there, and you
what
weren't there when stuff happened
But what
too.
I'm saying is, even if I am there, some people are not going to get past just that beginning part of that conversation. So that's why I say, like, this ain't some type of company or something. B1 is what people say it is. You know what I'm saying? I don't get to determine what everybody else Black First is. So some of that shit they're not going to be receptive to.
Well, and then the thing is, I think so I think from what Black Woman Sphere I think is thinking is that the conversation came over here to correct her based on what happened when she was talking with Taz and Laura and stuff like that. But I think is that what y'all did?
No, there was a lot more commotion going on in the chat later on.
Okay, so I think that what happened, babe, is the conversation after you fell asleep, they kept talking. And I think some more, they got into it some more. So
there was a lot more stuff going on in the chat. That was
there was some more stuff going on. So I mean,
yeah, a lot of the stuff that was going on in the chat during the time with the Laura and Twin incident was continuing on after the fact. So we weren't really addressing that part.
The only thing though, like when you she was, off the chain, and I guess she was talking about, well, Taz did correct her or whatever, earlier today or whatever. But like if she was having that smoke all day, like she was probably she probably we go there over here. So I think maybe when she realizes that everybody isn't against her. And that nobody is right saying that I thought she was lit. Yeah, she was.
Yeah, she was.
Once she learns that everybody isn't against her and people get used to it, it's just we can argue and talk shit to each other a little bit easier too because we have a rapport. So you know where we're coming from. But when someone new comes into the space, nobody quite knows everybody's intention. You know what I'm saying? So that's if this like the day that remember the day I roasted you and I was like, Ajia, get on my nerves or whatever.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I loved it.
Can't get my nerves, whatever. You legit get on my nerves, right? But you know that it's not coming from right, but because you've been here for a while, you know that it wasn't on no fucked up shit. So it's different if somebody that you don't know comes in and says you get on my nerves or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Because you don't know where they're coming from. So I think that's part of the problem. Sometimes you can't come into situations with new people. You don't have the same type of autonomy that you have with people that you've been rocking with all the time. So you can't get as comfortable on both sides as quickly. You can't get comfortable with talking your shit. Without
if she coming in the chat saying all the dudes in the chat is trash and this and that, like
she said that.
Yeah, and then we were talking about like red pill extremism and stuff, and she's like, oh, so basically those dudes are rapists, and then Deja felt
like smoke till you get it. Okay, you in the wrong place, my nigga. You come in cooking like that, you don't get no pass like that from me. You don't get to play Karen at all. Like I say, you come down a notch and whatnot, but keep in mind, elevate it again. You know what I'm saying? So there is no Taz checked her. No, dog, she was herself. And I don't prevent people from being themselves, but I do got to reel it back in and keep the conversation going. But she was still herself.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You can't make somebody not be who they are. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, she brought it down, but she was back on 10 minutes later. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's
whenever I saw
I don't give a fuck like that, though. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to try to control nobody, but what I am going to do is I'm going to make sure it's understood now. When people start getting at you, you don't get to play victim.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like you've been on here smoking all day, they keep smoking. Roll up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, this was a tad.
Yeah, Cynthia said this is why. Yeah, you see, I don't do the new people on the panel thing.
Well, that's what I was telling her. I said, well, sis, she said, oh, I'm reading the room. And I'm like, girl, I mean, you need to read the room. Like, you need to take time to read us because, we've all known each other for a good 2 years where she just comes in and I was telling her, like, well, Midtown Pookie, who she was having an issue with, I was like, well, he's actually a cool dude, but he says some crazy stuff. But again, we know who he is. So we know where he's coming from. It's like, well, no, he's doing it. And I'm like, sis, I was telling her, look, if you were to step back, give it a week and saw how we interacted, you'll kind of understand how we interact with each other. We don't do it out of hate or any of that kind of stuff that you're used to seeing. We actually do it out of some type of mutual respect for each other and love. And then she just cut me off because she was like, love, and she just went off. And I'm like, I didn't mean love and as in like Teletubby love, but we have a certain reverence for, you know, the dialogue that we have. So we do have respect for each other. Yeah, we can be a little petty. And she's like, no, you're disrespectful. To us, we're not being disrespectful to each other, but the energy that she was giving off was. So what she was seeing in the chat was the responses. And it was going on during the time when Twin was talking and Laurel. And then even when she hashed it out with Taz and Taz went to sleep, it kind of picked back up with the same kind of intensity as if nothing happened. So like a lot of this stuff, she was responding to a lot of the things that's going on in the comments. And I'm like, man, this is not a really good energy to just get off of. And then Taz was still sleeping. So we're like, let's just continue the conversation. Not let's go drag her because she's out of order and this bitch needs to be dragged through the mud. That was not my intention. I asked her, hey, did you want to come over on my channel? She said, sure. I said, she said, let's go on mine. I said, yeah, let's just go over on mine. I'll be the mediator and I'll try to handle the situation accordingly. And I agreed with her. You know, Chris was even saying I was capping for her the whole time. People were telling me I failed. You're fired, Ajia. You're fired. Why are you keeping for her? And then she turned on me. And then it was like, oh, see, look, Ajia, look, she just turned on you. And I'm like, damn, all of this trying to protect her. And like, you know, yes, okay, yes, some of us were a little disrespectful. And I apologized if anything I did, and it was just not enough. And yeah, I did lose patience after about 2 hours. After that, it went on, and I'm like, I don't want to drag her, but I can't tell people what to do. And a lot of things Virtuous Woman was saying to her triggered her. And that was a time when Black Women's Sphere came into the chat saying that we were being mean girls. And I was not cussing her out at all. Like, oh, you stupid bitch, or I wasn't saying any of those things at all. I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna definitely step away from this because like that was not the intention of coming here at all. It was not. I really try to give her the benefit of the doubt. But this is just how it turned out. Yeah, I know. I mean, it's in the live. Everything is in. That's why I'm not taking this down. I'm not going to be taking this live down because I know what my intentions are, and in that last live is the exact same thing. And here we go. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's a lie. Okay. What you just said.
Go ahead.
Listen here. We have seen so many different people come on Taz and Nyla's panel that have been disruptive. Am I wrong?
Yes, you're not wrong. No.
Okay. So what was the need to do a second live stream to go in on somebody?
I didn't start the live stream to go in on her. I just wanted to continue the conversation because Taz couldn't drop.
But did you not clearly see that she wasn't equipped to have that conversation?
I didn't know she has a mental incapacity. I didn't know any of those things. So if you're making it seem like I was just preying on her because of that, I didn't know any of those things.
You ain't intuitive now? Because I know Virtuous Woman smart as fuck. So I know that bitch knew.
Medical diagnoses. People wouldn't know.
I didn't medically diagnose her just now. I'm just saying.
I did not know Black Women's Sphere. I did not know.
But I didn't medically diagnose her. Let's make that very clear. Okay, what I said was, did you not? What I said is this. Did you not see that she wasn't equipped to have that conversation?
I don't know what you mean by equipped because she wanted to have the conversation still. She's like, yeah, let's just continue the conversation because we couldn't allow
I ain't talking about what she said. I'm talking about you and your intuitive nature.
I didn't think that she was in any type of mental state of anything. She wanted to have a conversation.
I didn't say that. I'm just saying.
Again?
You clearly thought it was something off about her. You didn't vibe with her. You didn't pick up on her energy. You didn't, right? Nobody did, right? for the most part. So
When
why
you-
would you want to continue
So,
a conversation
Black
but
Women's
to
Sphere,
abuse?
when
But
we
to abuse, right?
Black
But
Women's
to
Sphere,
abuse.
can I respond?
See, you can play these games with Nyla
I
and
did
Taz.
not come
They
for her
listen.
at all.
You can
Black
play
Women's
these games
Sphere.
with them. They got an image to upkeep.
Why
I'm gonna
would
keep
I
it
play a
funky
game
with you.
with
I don't give
her?
a fuck.
We were having a conversation.
No, I don't give a fuck. If you felt like this woman,
I did not. That was not me.
if
that
you
said
felt
that
like
she was
this
off.
woman wasn't worthy of talking to, why
I
the
never
fuck
said
did
that.
you want to talk to her again?
But that's not what I felt.
What
She
the
wanted to have
fuck?
a
You was
conversation because
dogging
we
her on
had
the
a
panel.
conversation.
The fuck? All
Okay.
you bitches was
Black
dogging her
women
on the
sphere.
panel.
Black
So
Women's
why
Sphere.
did you want to continue the conversation?
Black
Why?
Women's Sphere.
Why
Y'all
did
bitches is
motherfucker
some
want to continue
idiots.
the
I
conversation,
can't go
man?
with
Like,
this. This shit is foul. I don't care what
I
Taz
didn't
and
do
Nyla say.
nothing
They
to
don't
her.
run me. Listen, they don't run me. I'm my own entity.
I don't
I have
run
my own
nobody,
thoughts
man.
and
Fuck
mind.
this bitch, dog. Like, for real, I don't run nobody. Like, stop that shit.
But why is y'all doing this?
I did
Why
not.
would y'all want to continuously talk to somebody
Hey,
you
man,
don't
you
like?
tripping, my nigga. Fuck that
I
bitch.
ain't talking to
I
you.
didn't dog her at all.
You tripping, my nigga. Stop saying my name in that way. I ain't got no image to upkeep.
I'm not
That
talking
bitch
to
is
you. I'm talking to
foul.
Asia.
Black woman fear.
Why
You
would
know
you
I
want
got
to
a black woman
continuously talk
fear.
to her
Black
You
Women's
if you
just
got
said
a
I have
problem
an
with
image
her?
Black
to
Women's
upkeep.
Sphere. I need
I'm
you to
telling you,
listen
that
to what
bitch
I
was
have
out of
to say.
pocket. That Annalicia bitch out of pocket. I ain't got no image to upkeep.
Y'all don't even understand that these
Black
bitches
Women's
is
Sphere.
trying to cause a
Let me
division
respond.
between me and y'all
Let me
because of
respond. You
Annalicia.
asked me a question.
Taz,
Ain't no division coming
You
between
yes,
asked
that's
nobody.
what these
and I'm
bitches
gonna
is
answer
trying to
you.
do.
No, man, calm your
You
ass
don't even
down,
see
man.
the
I
shit.
ain't
Let me
cause no
respond.
division.
That's
Why are you
what
not letting me
virtuous woman is
respond?
trying to do,
Yeah,
and
look,
that's what
none of that
Asia
is
is trying to do.
happening. None of that is happening.
May I
Yes,
You
it
need to take-
is.
Listen, man, can't nobody. Okay,
And
listen.
you playing dumb, Taz.
May
Like
I
seriously.
respond? No, I ain't
God.
I speak for
Can't nobody
myself.
cause a division with somebody who's not willing to divide. Come on.
Y'all really trying to play me right now, but it's all good though. It's all good. I see what it is. All right, I'm out. All right, I'm out.
May
I'm
I
gonna come back
respond?
up again. All right, I'm out. I see what it is, Taz.
Attention.
What?
This is. I literally. Oh God. I can't with this shit. She asked me a question and I'm trying to respond to her. I did not see any. She said she didn't medically diagnose her. Why would I think that there was a mental issue going on with her? That was not what I think. I should have been intuitive. I don't know people's fucking medical charts.
She is not worth all of this. She just not.
Like, bro, I've been suffering from depression for 4 years, and y'all just now know that since yesterday. People don't know what people are going through. How was I supposed to know that she was mentally incapacitated or whatever that's going on with her? I understood. We were having a conversation that we understood. She had a lot of issues going on in her past, and I was resonating with her. I said, yes, I did too. That's where we were having we were vibrating, me and her.
Man,
she kept looking in the chat. She kept looking in the chat, and I'm trying to converse with her.
There is nothing you can do in a misunderstanding like this.
Well, now she's looking at Blaze my ass now.
I'm saying you gotta let that shit go, man. I mean, she just put me in the shit, dog. Like, I ain't got nothing to do with that shit, man. Let that shit go. Let the shit go.
I did absolutely. They're telling you in the fucking chat, I did nothing to this girl. Nothing to her. They were criticizing me for even caping for her to begin with. Papa Script was saying, you're fired. You're fired. You need to be dragging her. Moses was like, you need to have my backbone. And I'm like, yes, I know. I'm just trying to. And literally the whole fucking time, did she miss that? Like goddamn. I was getting along with her. Yes, we were talking for a good, 20 minutes after you were sleeping. We were trying to get you awake and da-da-da. Then it got a little too spicy in the chat. People wanted to come up. They couldn't come up. That's what I'm trying to explain to Black Women's Sphere. She don't want to fucking listen. She wants to hear what she wants to hear. The live is there. The live is there. The chat is there. She can see for herself. She can see that I've never interacted with her in a disrespectful manner at all throughout the entire live stream. Me, myself. That's why I wanted to have a conversation, because I didn't understand. I understood what was going on, but I didn't want to chime in on that energy. And then when I got on the panel, you fell asleep and the conversation went left. That's it. I didn't come here to drag her. I don't like dragging people, especially if it was a guest from Black Women's Sphere. I'm definitely not going to drag her. I gave her the benefit of the doubt. So for her to come here and gaslight me the way that she just did now in the chat, talking about Cat, oh, I'm not talking about you, because you're talking about Taz, knowing damn well that we didn't come over here for the Taz part. Other people brought it up. I didn't. Other people brought it up, and I said, look, she already apologized about that. Let's just kind of move on. Let's just do a clean slate tomorrow. B1, you know, sometimes, you know, we calculate, you know, we banter and stuff like that. And then she took it to the next level. And that's where it really just went downhill from there. That's at the 2-hour mark. I didn't come up, I didn't bring anybody up here to drag them. I trust Skinny Boy to give his reasonable opinion. I trust Mother Earth because I know them personally. But they don't like, she didn't like them because of how they responded. I can't control who she's like, any of that shit.
Man, fuck all that, man. Like I said, man, that's too much. It's already
I apologize if I done like fuck some shit up, because that's not my intention at all.
I mean, I still don't know why this woman can't deal with the shit from her position. She came on here talking shit. She's posted, you can't play victim once that's the energy you can put out there. I'm just not willing to do that. You know what I'm saying? I don't like, that's why I don't like the fake energy, man. If she got that type of energy, man, just rock like that. And then if you don't like your ass on your bullshit, fake ready to cook, and then get in your ass.
That was the anticipated energy, and I was like, I'm not going to be that type of person because I, out of respect for Black Women's Sphere, I didn't want to be sliding her in any type of way. That was.
Yeah, I ain't, like I said, man, I don't be having energy, man, for new people who just ain't got no respect, man. That woman ain't got no respect for me, man. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit.
See, look, Brother Moses telling me I need to toughen up. I was really soft on her. I was really soft.
And man, are you seriously reading some shit Brother Moses said this, man?
Yeah, man, no, he was right about that. I was soft. I was really fucking soft. Chris was saying, oh, my inner empath threw me under my own bus. Like, shit.
I mean, so if that was the case, then I was soft too. That's what I'm saying. Like, because you could say I yelled at her, but shit, I yelled at her like 2 hours into the conversation after she done like clapped at like 6 people. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, I mean, that's why I said I don't feel like I checked her or no shit like that, because she cussed everybody out on the panel. Like, you know what I'm saying? She was talking shit to everybody, man. Like,
she wasn't just doing it on the panel. She was also talking to some of the people in the chat.
I didn't even see her in the chat.
What I'm saying. That's what mainly what it was about. She was responding to a lot of people on the panel, but then there was a lot of stuff that was going on in the chat as well. So later on in the stream, that's what she was responding to, because I guess she didn't address it earlier on until later on when it kind of simmered down. Then she started addressing people in the chat about disrespect and stuff. I didn't start this to drag her. So the proof is there. But listen, I don't know. I guess because I'm Caribbean, I'm somehow uppity. I try not to do that, because I know the B1, we're not Pan-African. So I stay in my lane when it comes to that. Why is it like, I don't know. It's like we can't compartmentalize certain things. And I was trying to tell you, you're going to have to start compartmentalizing certain things, because we're here to learn, not to here to be in our feelings all the time.
I mean, like I said, some shit is just like that, man. That's why I say you can't take it and run with it, because everybody's not going to get along. It just is what everybody is not going to get along. It just is what it is. Like, not like how we deal with that is the question. Everybody ain't gonna get along, but how we deal with the disagreements is, that's the question. So I said, I just think I ain't receptive to new people coming in like that, being able to cause this level of drama though, dog. I can't fuck with that. You
That's
know
what
what
we're telling her as well.
like, listen, man, I from what I saw, it shouldn't be no complaints. That motherfucker got all the disrespect in the world. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, for real, it ain't like, you know what I'm saying? You just this innocent party and motherfuckers just dragging you. You know what I'm saying? Like that woman gonna clap, nigga. She gonna clap hard all day. So there is, you know, I just don't, you know, I don't see the need to I don't see the need to even do all of this arguing and shit. This shit is pointless, man. We just sat here and wasted a whole bunch of time. Come on, man. We all do this. We all.
I think you broke up, Taz, or you cut off.
Niggas tripping.
Can you repeat that? You broke up.
Oh no, I said we fam for real. And so, like, at the end of the day, man, when new people come in, that person got to be outside the conversation when we get ready to move forward on what we're gonna do. We can't be bringing all this bullshit forward with extra new people. And I don't know that motherfucker like that. So no, I'm not going on the record with her. Like, you know, I just don't know her. You know what I'm saying? Now, I mean, I go on the record to defend Black women's fear in anything, but I don't know this other motherfucker that she rolling with. And that's just the game. You know, I don't know her. So you can get mad at me, but I don't know that mother, and I'm not defending her. I don't know her. I can't defend somebody I don't know, especially when they come to the space with that type of energy that she had. I don't know her.
I was really trying to give her the benefit of the doubt and being nice to her the whole time, and it just backfired. So, and the one thing I didn't want was for Black Women's Sphere to see it as we were trying to antagonize her, because I'm not the representative of B1. But, you know, there was just other things besides what was happening that you addressed that was a completely separate thing. So we were just, I guess, trying to be a peacekeeper doesn't work. But yeah, she said that because I was Caribbean, I was uppity, and to be honest, I'm actually inexperienced. A lot of the things that I'm seeing, like even the back and forth between, I've never actually experienced that type of energy towards me. That's a reality. Because I was always raised to like, hey, look, if there's any type of argument, you just shut the fuck up. Don't engage. And so that's just something that I grew up with. So damn, like shit, because I was raised that way, somehow I'm supposed to be judged for that, for my inexperience of how to deal with other Black people and stuff like that. I learn every day how to deal with y'all because I genuinely care. But wow, I'm Caribbean, so I must be stuck up. I understand the pride in my people. I do. I get that shit. And it's actually annoying. It infuriates me. And I talk against that shit. And I try to set myself apart. But just like we're all generalized, yeah, just all Caribbeans, you Jamaicans. And it is what it is. No, first of all, my parents, I had to unlearn that myself. What you're seeing is a finished product of how I unlearned a lot of that mentality. My inexperience is why people think I'm not better than everyone else. I'm inexperienced. I was very sheltered, hyper religious, very protective father. I was never outside like that. I never engaged. Like when it comes to altercations, my dad just told me, just walk away, don't talk, don't do any of those things, don't. And so I'm used to avoiding those type of altercations by making sure that how I move is respectful. That's just something, that's not being better than anyone else. That's just how I was socialized by my parents. I don't think I'm better than anyone else. And I've mentioned that so many fucking ass times. And I've proven myself otherwise. But for this one incident, for y'all to think that somehow I think I'm better than y'all, I've never said that. I love being a Jamaican. I'm prideful of being a Jamaican, but I don't throw it in y'all face in that manner. And I try not to. I joke around, oh yeah, I'm a Jamaican, man. I'll go in on you niggas. It's a joke. It's not the matter of, oh, I think I'm better than y'all, because I don't. We're B1. I'm not Jamaican first. But whatever. It is what it is. I'm about to be dragged. Everybody's gonna fucking hate me because, oh, she's a stuck up, uppity ass Caribbean girl. And oh yeah, she preyed on a woman's mental, her mental state and all that kind of stuff. Like, I don't have mental problems too. Huh? Did a whole fucking ass live talking about my redemption for my mother, finding peace, wake him up out of a depression, but I'm preying on someone's mental disability. Oh, I was not intuitive enough. I can't read people like that. I'm sorry if I'm not fucking God. I'm not gonna refuse to sit here and act like I'm fucking perfect. Bring her ass over here to drag. If y'all motherfuckers wanted to drag her, I didn't want y'all to drag her. Listen, on Twitter, I get a lot of fucking West Indian hate. A lot of ADOS people come at me, and I have to just sit there and be quiet because out of respect, because I live here. I'm not the type of person that think that, oh, I need the reparations. That's not how I feel. I stay in my fucking lane. But how many fucking times can I stay in my lane where for some odd reason I'm being perceived to doing the wrong thing? That's just annoying. That shit is so fucking ass annoying. I didn't cuss at her not motherfucking once. Not fucking once. And this is the kind of fucking energy I got, man. This is the kind of shit that I get. Helping Black people, trying to be understanding with Black people. This is the kind of shit you get. This is what we were talking about earlier. Some people are going to have to be left by the wayside, some don't. I gave her the benefit of doubt. I said, yeah, girl, I like you. I have nothing wrong with you. Versus women even said the same thing. Did Black women sphere hear that? No one heard that, though. No one heard that shit. You came in when it was heated and not when we were trying to reason with her. But you saw for you knew exactly what was going on, as if I went intentionally to harass her. And that is not what I did at all. So, I mean, go ahead and slander me. I know my intentions were true. I'm not going to even make a response live stream. It is what it is. I might chuck juices out of this motherfucker because I don't like being harassed on Twitter by niggas. I don't want to be harassed on YouTube by Black women that I actually like. That's crazy shit. That's crazy fucking shit. There's too much fucking drama going on in Black YouTube. The dysfunctional Black, everything's fucking dysfunctional. And it's not just Black Americans. There's some crazy ass Nigerians doing some wild shit on the internet. There's some crazy ass West Indian people doing shit on the fucking internet. But no one sees the times that I check those motherfuckers. Y'all want to see when I'm talking to a seemingly light-skinned girl, so somehow I'm colorist. God damn it. Dealing with colorism myself, and I want to enact colorism on someone else? Knowing that I have a sister the same shade as her? Come on. That's what we're coming down to. That's some childish shit. I'm not in fucking high school. I don't give a fuck about any of that clique shit. That's just annoying. Nah, she about to go live and talk about me. And you know what? Because I'm a nice fucking ass person, I'm gonna let her talk and not say anything. Cause what the fuck can I do? The proof is in this fucking live that I did not come here to drag her. But again, as what Annalise was saying, well, perception. Y'all motherfuckers heard that I was not even dragging this girl. There were so many times I want to say, bitch, just shut the fuck up, and I didn't. I said, Annalise, please calm down. Please calm down. Bitch, how much fucking tolerance do I got for you motherfucking niggas? Like, real talk. All for the pursuit of what? Building a community? God damn, you have to go through this type of shit? That's just annoying. That's some tiresome shit. That's what I was saying earlier. That liberation shit, We're not going to be alive for that shit. Our grandkids is not going to be alive for that shit because of stupid shit like this. Because of misunderstanding, because you just want to say that because I'm Caribbean, I'm automatically a colorist. Because it feels good and it makes sense. That's what y'all want. That shit's fucking wild shit to me. That shit's wild shit. But then I'm not supposed to defend myself? That's what I'm saying. Colorism had nothing to do with this at all. And Kevin was being so patient with her. And she kept leaning on Kevin. That shit's annoying as fuck. That shit was annoying as fuck. I was listening to what she was saying. We're trying to be. I don't like that. I don't like that shit at all, my nigga. It's shit like that that takes me out of fucking character. And there was a moment where she took me out of character. Hello? Kay, is that you?
Yeah, that's me. I'm listening to you.
No, Mother Earth, I'm not a saint, man. I just love black people and I want to understand people, man. That's it. If my love for black people is this shit, not fuck B1 movement, not any of that. It's not that. But sometimes, like, every single time I come to the point of like trying to do right by myself and trying to do right by my people and being empathetic and shit like that, that should be backfiring, man. Because I know for a fact, if someone was giving me this type of game and telling me how to navigate within this type of space, because I know people crazy, damn. Y'all motherfuckers is, y'all. I'm not no motherfucking saint. I just love black people, man, period. And the mere fact that I'm being crucified for this shit. But you know what? I'm going to take the blame for it. Because at the end of the day, I don't want to be like, oh, see, she act like she, listen, I apologize. I should have not done this stream. Because I had a feeling that if we had not done this stream, even if we would have come back, we would have probably still have the same type of motherfucking energy. Not real talk. I'm not, because I'm just tired, man. Man, I'm sorry, Taz. Like, I didn't want to be the one to be fucking up your shit like that. Because that was not my intentions at all. And for her to act like I did this like maliciously against y'all and y'all brand, that shit done got me bugged up. Because I came into this space because I'm like, damn, a husband and wife trio and they love each other and they're going against the manosphere together as a fucking ass team. Bitch, what? Immediately subscribe. And I love y'all energy. And I respect that shit, man. I'm just done, bro. Like, this shit's stupid.
Hey, man, listen, man. You ain't fucked nothing up. Everything's fine. Roll up some weed and act like none of this shit never happened, dog. Like, I mean, like, we not talking about a death in the family or, you know what I'm saying, somebody going to jail or something like that, bro. Like this is a conversation that went AWOL, went awry, and things will be okay, dog. It's just not, you know, we're not at the end of the world or a breaking point here. I mean, like, come on. Like, come on, my nigga, like for real, snap out of it, dog. Like,
the only reason why it's bothering me is because y'all do have a close relationship with Black Woman Sphere, and I like her too. And I'm like, damn, I didn't do this.
Hey, man, listen, man. Everybody is everybody, dog. Like you can't have a close relationship with somebody and not know them, dog. I don't give a fuck what none of that shit look like, dog. These my niggas, dog. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, man, I ain't worried about none of that shit, dog. Motherfuckers not gonna like everything I say or do, man. But we ain't got no business sitting around wallowing in some shit where if you ain't wrong, nigga, you ain't wrong. Fuck these people, dog. You know what I'm saying? Dog, if you ain't wrong, you ain't wrong. I don't believe that we supposed to follow if we not wrong. So don't use this, you know what I'm saying? Because now you starting to sound like a Karen, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Fuck that shit. Snap out of it. Let's go.
No, I know how like that whole sabotage shit be going because we've been sabotaged before and all that kind of stuff. And now I understand as an actual like host panelist how that fucking feels. And then having to weigh the responsibility of the fucking
You ain't seen
consequences.
nothing yet, dog. This ain't nothing.
I know, but it's like it's a stepping stone. But why did it have to be this particular situation? It's not like that. It was not supposed to be that serious.
Man, I mean, at least somebody is actually accusing you of something that we can see, man. You know, I get accused of shit every day that, you know what I'm saying? I don't even know what the fuck they be talking. I ask my wife, like, what the fuck they talking about? You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, at least you were in the conversation. You were accused of doing something wrong. Man. Like, shit.
I just wanted to make my apology because that's just not my intentions, and I respect y'all and respect y'all's platform and what y'all built, and I don't want to be somebody who just
Man,
wedge in that shit.
like I say, man, some of that shit I just think it's a misunderstanding more than anything. I don't think it's somebody's madness and that all like that. We talking about a stupid ass big misunderstanding. And like I say, man, if you're gonna host, I'm gonna need your skin to be thicker. You ain't got no business crying.
I know. And that was like one of the things that Brother Moses was saying, and I feel like, yeah, I think I needed some thicker skin, but how can you get thicker skin unless you dive into it? And I was not trying to save anybody, but I just wanted to like, hey, let's just.
Brother Moses want the link. Send Brother Moses the link.
Oh Lord. Here we go. I don't know.
He about to come up here and drag me.
I don't know. I just, yeah. Now I understand how people feel like misunderstood when I don't know whether or not their intentions were true or not, but I guess this is my punishment. So.
Right, Sequoia. This nigga want the link at the end of the second string.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Seriously.
You should have took the link when you and Khadijah was up there getting on my motherfucking nerves. That's when he should have took it. Should have took the link.
Beauty. I'm just very respectful like that. I yes, ma'am, no, man. That's just how I roll. That's just in me. Hey, but Brother Moses, how are you?
I'm doing good. I ain't been to sleep yet, so I done been to both streams. I was there the whole time listening from when it was super excited to when she finally just started talking. Man, Ajia, thank you for having me on. But first of all, I don't need an audience. I'm hoarse already because my Saints was losing, which tells you that's when I was watching before then. We was talking about the Saints and everything. I don't feel like any of this should you be personally, like, you shouldn't take this on to your shoulders, though. Black Woman Sphere is going to drag you. She's going to cook you. Yeah, she going to go in.
Yeah,
she going to go in. Yeah, she going to do that.
I know.
But don't personalize it. Don't internalize it.
I understand.
Let me say it like this. I got jokes. I had jokes for days, and I still got jokes. First of all, it was a 4-1 body bag session until she said all the men in the B1 network are trash. Like, until she got there, it was like, man, I don't know. Like going one for one, bar for bar, somebody come in, they call you a bitch, you call them a hoe, they call you a hoe, all of that shit. You may have been isolated from it, but she seems well versed in it. Because she had them quick comebacks. She had jabs that was almost like, damn, does she have potential to, try to get to like a Cynthia G type level? Like the way she wanted to stand on her square.
One man in the chat specifically. So that's kind of, that was the problem. That was a part where that was completely of a separate instance from the Twin and Laro part. That was where that second wave of energy came from. We were talking about and relationships and stuff, and Grandmaster Troll was asking questions and I was responding, and she was just telling me how I shouldn't respond, and I was just saying, hey, I understand, and it just got really crazy towards the end.
That was the switch up because Grandmaster Jay came on. He didn't come on or not whatever. What I say? Gloria sleep. These goddamn Johnsons, man. I tell you.
Grandmaster J came on my shit.
Grandmaster J came on.
I think you might have trolls in the chat.
But dude came on. He didn't come on with the standard. Hey, let me address the lady who's speaking to the to the Fantasia episode, to the how we turned it into Lipstick Alley. He came on to have a conversation with her, and the way that he did it was the same, that cordial politeness. Hey, I was there. I listened to your debate with the Saints verse center or whatever it was, and there was a couple of things, and then he went straight into a question that allowed her to speak, and so that really changed up the dynamic of the energy from where she was. That helped her a lot because it allowed her to actually share what her opinions was. I think the question was around what would you do differently in a debate, and she actually responded, I never would have took the debate in the first case. And so at that point is where she really started taking her slide down, because if you really standing on your square and you got a message that needs to be told, then every opportunity, whether it was 250 in the chat, 43 in the chat, I do live streams with 5 people, 25 people, it doesn't matter, because this information has to get out. They told me that reparations, we didn't deserve them. We don't deserve them. While at the same time, that same year, they cut $5 trillion with direct transfers. Go ahead, my G.
Let me cut you off there, because I know how you think, right? Now, I'm not saying you're wrong, but let me slide this in there. So since that debate, though, now the debate itself had like 50,000 views on it, and what the debate is called is some such, I won't forget his name, but it says he destroyed the feminists, and then he took clips from that video and uploaded about 8-9 separate 2 to 5 minute clips, and those all have 10-15,000 views on them. So
with just him and her.
Yeah, it's, what I'm saying. So the drag section has been on some shit like, okay, that's probably why she's saying she wouldn't have taken it, because it's turned into more of a viral let me drag her thing rather than the points getting out. See what I'm saying?
Oh shit. Well, first of all, then I can almost understand then why Black Women's Fair had to step in front of some of them rocks that was being thrown.
Yeah, that's why I was saying. That's why I was so patient earlier, because I know the scheme and how they played her, and I was like, damn, okay, so she's gonna probably go to every male platform thinking they're gonna all use this type of shit against her. You know what I'm saying?
Oh no, this wasn't that. The energy that she brought, I thought she was coming to us for the smoke. I thought she was coming to the B1 network. Like, the men ain't shit. The men should be sticking up for women. I'm like, man, this is what we've been trying to do, going directly at the manosphere. And that's my homeboy. I know the dude for over 25 years, O'Shea Duke Jackson. And when I told him that his space had been taken over by incels and the MGTOWs and everything that they was doing to it, it was fucking up the algorithm. He was like, bro, I know, but shit, this shit it's almost addictive, because he does like the fuckery. But I didn't even know that point. I don't know that lady. The lady who came on, I didn't know her at all. But when she came on, she came with a certain type of energy that I resonate with.
Yeah, that's where it come from, though. Dude hit her with the feminist the feminist label and tag, and then, like I said, they've been running up a check off over on his channel. So you know what I'm saying? Like, I get where a lot of the negative shit come from. That's why I said I don't mind exercising a higher level of patience, but now you don't get to play Karen too. You know what I'm saying?
At the end of that shit, she was supposed to have been like, I know y'all, or I've heard that you all go at some of these manosphere dudes. Would y'all mind putting on some pressure, because they running up a bag on my name using those same little algorithms like feminism, feminazi, socialism, all of those words. They're a bad trigger on your shits, right? They'll stunt your growth. You won't get the unorganic growth. Like you and Nyla, y'all send out notifications, omni-channel, so it'd be on Instagram. So at some point in the day, if you were live, I'm able to find it. But it's not supposed to be that way. I shouldn't have to search Taz exclusives every time you go live. It should be right there. But because of the suppression tactics that happen, and that sounds like they're able to benefit on her name. And so when Ajia, I think you even addressed it when you were trying to tell her what she needs to get prepared for, because it don't stop with that first bag. Now that they see that there's money in it, they continue.
Yeah, I was basically just trying to tell her how to navigate throughout the space, because based on her personality, like, hey, look, they're going to perceive you as this, you are like this. So you gotta, okay, if you're going to be this type of way, you gotta tame it down, or either learn to, you know, have a level of discernment. And
look, you just
it
now
wasn't resonating with homegirl.
You got listen. This the hard part, though, man, about being a content creator. So when you respond, before you can even respond, you almost got to think of every given scenario, right?
Yeah,
so before you
that's
respond,
what I'm saying.
you got to think
about everything.
colorism, feminism, sexism. You know what I'm saying? That has to almost cover every response as the host.
Right.
You got to cover every ground. This shit's annoying.
Just in case there was no other voices that came up for, I would say Anna held it down, man. She went 4-1 going against the B1 Network brothers coming on with like when a motherfucker come on and call a woman a bitch, I know it's supposed to elicit a response. And I thought she handled that shit well. I thought she fired right back. Oh, Bubba Gump, Forrest Gump, or some shit she said to that nigga. I said, God damn, she quick with it. And she was able to go through the chat and call out shit in the chat. I can't even do that.
That's why I can't do the Karen thing. That's what I'm saying. You don't get to play Karen after that, bro. You up here smoking, nigga. You can't. Ain't no Karen shit after this, my nigga. Like, now when it's time to call it off, we can call it off. But
right, I got one. We used to always roast on the block and shit, and it'd always be that one person. So in this case, Black Woman's Fair, because I don't do the indirect shit, who brings over the homeboy and like, hey, this is such and such, and she try to warn them, hey, these are clown ass niggas. These niggas gonna joke, they gonna roast, and that person's like, nah, I can handle it. And then by the end of it, it's like, fuck you, bitch ass nigga, let's get out in the street, nigga. It happens every time.
Yeah.
It does, man.
I know she didn't bring her for no bullshit. Like I said, like I don't know if y'all remember, but she told Black Women's Fair told me on a live stream about what happened with her and the dude like 2 or 3 weeks ago. That same girl that Black Women's Fair came up on the stream and was telling me about it and told me to review the video and shit. I just never reviewed it, but I did look at it, and so. Like I say, man, I think dude did victimize her in a lot of ways, man. That's why I said I seen that, and so I was trying not to do that same thing. But it's like, well, damn, dog, like you don't really leave a lot of room though to not be up here at least cooking. Now, like I said, I don't want to disrespect you, but you can't start playing Karen in the middle though, fam. That ain't fair.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? That's unfair. You're using unfair tactics now. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. That shit doesn't fly. Like, first of all, if we feel like you one of us, that's already a sign that you good. Like, first of all, you cussing and doing some more shit with the rest of us. Don't then turn around and say y'all acting childish. That doesn't work. You doing too much right there. But in any event, I thought the information that she was trying to bring when she was breaking down the psychology of the manosphere, for her not being super in their space or knowing all of the players and who's who, I think she was right on point with her perspective up until she took that L and said all the men of the Black B1 Network are trash. I'm like, first of all, man, you don't know what we go through. This should be draining just trying to do the research just to get it to the level where they might understand it, but they still won't get it. So we dealing with grown ass men who have these issues, and while she's a woman enough to call a man a bitch, she doesn't know that for us, that get out in the street shit ain't working either. We get out in the street and whoop their ass all day. They still ain't gonna change. They pedophilic, like she called the dude rapey. Well, I don't know who she was speaking to specifically. I thought she was shooting that shot at Young Cree.
No, by all means, the girl who was on the platform, she corrected her by saying, no, it should be rapey vibes. But it was Khadijah in the chat that was saying, you know, don't say that word. Don't say rapist. That's too much. And, you know, that's kind of where it escalated from there.
Right. She don't understand the backstory on how we've been trying to fight against that shit, even with the exploitation of the women in our community. We know Sinji tells us all the time, it is our duty to respect. Even if Sinji never told us, we should have already felt like that. And we can't even understand how men don't feel that way. And so trying to get content that would help them move to a space of respecting the Black body, man, that shit is impossible. It feels like.
Not mention that though, how we, you know, that word rapist we don't like to really talk about it in this space in that format, because there's a lot of stuff that a lot of the drama was around that R word. So we've just, yeah. So she didn't understand how personal it was to like the B1 and the shit that we've been going through. That's what I was telling her. Hey, you know, peruse through Taz's channel so you can look at the receipts.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, and
nothing about none of that though, man. I'm telling you, man, she ready to cook with some niggas, bro. Who cooking, bro? That's the only question, bro.
Right. That's all I'm trying to figure out is where that energy can actually be targeted towards. Because I don't know if it's going to be in the defense of the black woman or the black child, but it definitely won't be in the defense of the black men who are out here trying to fight those battles against the same thing that she's experiencing. They put her on that pedestal, ran up a check on her, cutting down and pasting the things that she said or whatever, and now she's almost being targeted, and the targeting isn't even ramped up yet. The motherfuckers ain't even caught wind of it yet.
Yeah, she's on the warpath, man. That's why I said I know why she's on the warpath. That's why I wasn't that's why I just wasn't quick to say, all right, get her or no shit like that. It's kind of the opposite with me. But then, like I say, once it go there, okay, it's there. I can't jump in the middle of it once y'all going back and forth, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I got it, but it's like shit. I got to stay out of it at some point because now, it's done went too damn far. And I wanted her to be heard, but I do think she might be a little too much for us to listen to because I'm not going to accept all of the things that you're saying about men when they belong in a place where we not, that's the place we got away from. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like we have to take the L's for those men in our attempt to be different. It's like, I hate that shit. I got to do that shit with seeing already. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Like we don't accept the whole I hate men mentality or I hate women mentality. That's not how we roll here in any degree. So
bruh said even Ray Charles could see you fine, nigga. I was crying. He up there trying to shoot a whole shot. That shit
gassing her too, bro. I hate that type of shit.
He started gassing her real big. It went on for like 15 minutes just on how pretty and how beautiful she was, man. You don't get to be caring after that.
Boy, that's the other thing let's not miss that. She was shooting the shit down.
Right.
I don't
After
know.
we just told you the incels is over there. These is heterosexual black men. That's a young bull right there. So of course he finna shoot his shot. He filling his paper. He got his cars. He got his hustle game right. I thought he was finna cam up on her. Like, look here, little mama. I thought he was finna give her the real young cream. He went soft on it. Like, fuck it, this shit ain't gonna go nowhere. Because she was she was acting like she was weirded off by it, and then she tried to write it off as saying, what did she say? My hypervigilance was turned on, or my hypervigilance about men or something. What?
So listen, let me tell you this, bro, it's a part of that shit I saw that it made me think back to that was why she probably responded that way. So dude on that show where she did the debate with the nigga who called her a feminist, dude put her in a little jam and asked her some shit like if she would accept polygamy to better her child's life. You know what I'm saying? And then when she said no, dude started dragging her on some shit like, see, you don't care about your kids because I just offered you a polygamous relationship and you ain't want it. I'm a 6-figure man and I could have did this for your kid and that for your kid. You know what I'm saying? He played it like that. So she ain't looking for no energy of a nigga trying to talk to her because she, again, don't know what bag you coming out of. You know what I'm saying?
That was a whole trigger right there.
That's why I'm just sitting back like, fuck, man, this shit is not, that's probably not the right thing to say, bro. But, I'm just listening, you know what I'm saying? Because, again, I don't want to, if I say something that's going to be like, see, Taz sitting there, hating or cock blocking or why he worried about it, he got a wife, you know what I'm saying? So I gotta be quiet in them moments. Like,
Right. That was 50,000 views.
Huh?
What was that live that she was on? Was she debating a manosphere dude? I don't know. I didn't actually see that video. So
he's not directly manosphere. He one of them like manosphere talking points outside with a bigger channel niggas. You know what I'm saying? He's not really part of the manosphere as we know it. He's one of these dudes that's kind of graduated from that space but still use them talking points.
Well, see, that's the thing. I didn't see that video. So Black Women's Sphere probably thinks that I saw that video. I only knew about her when she was on her panel. I didn't know that she had this.
You're just assuming that we can see is something wrong with this motherfucker, man.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, how I would to know about her mental disposition or anything when I actually didn't
looking at her, nigga.
I didn't know that.
Now that she say it makes sense though, man. I mean, because really, I wasn't even coming at it from that. But when she just came out here and said, "Y'all can't tell she got something wrong with her,"
I personally didn't see that live stream. So whatever live stream she was talking about, I didn't see it.
But no, I'm saying she just came on here when she just came on here and said, "Can't y'all tell something wrong with her?" See, I never looked at her like something. I never looked at her like something might be wrong with her though. I looked at her like
there was something wrong with her. So she was like, "Well, she's not medically diagnosed." But how? I didn't. That was not my first thought. Like, oh my gosh, she's so mentally distraught.
Right. Maybe that was the problem though. Maybe we're supposed to look at her like, man, this motherfucker crazy, man.
Right. She said we wasn't able to read the room either because whatever the energy she's dealing with, yeah, she just became a lightweight public figure, but it's slanderous with the feminazi and all of that shit. They talked about her parenting. They talked about shit. Those literal low blows of shit. So, yeah.
Yeah, we would have needed to get the kid gloves out because I didn't treat it like she was, you know what I'm saying?
I thought she was gearing up for war, my nigga. I thought she was ready to go to war alongside niggas. Like, finally, we got women who are actually on the right side of this shit.
I didn't think there was any type of mental, like, whatever going on. Like, I'm sorry, I don't have a fucking polygraph where I can sense what the fuck is your.
No, I mean I don't either, but I'm just looking back on the conversation, man, that some of that shit was illogical and irrational, man. You know what I'm saying? Some of it was just out of pocket, like, and we're not talking about somebody who, you know, sounded stable in their thoughts. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I think if we would have viewed it from that light, that maybe we dealing with a person that's going through something, and that's what we're hearing. Maybe we would have been more receptive to that part of it, as opposed to thinking that this is a person that's, you know, straight or whatever, and what she's saying she can 100% stand on. This is her heart and soul. You know, so I just don't think she's seeing. I think she's somebody who listening to seeing, and what you see playing out is the understanding as she grows. This ain't, you know, the person that's there already though.
Right. So Sandon developed this shit trial by fire. She went up against damn near everybody. Everybody was coming. Like even goddamn Sonetta's platform, they was trying to call her out for a period. So
yeah, when you hear seeing, you hear 3-4 years of this shit culminated into an understanding. You know what I'm saying? You just can't come on this motherfucker and just start throwing that shit around in a space where we hear that shit all the time. Like, my nigga, if you can't cook like that, you out of pocket, dog. Because we hear that shit all the time. You better have some strong ass talking points with that shit.
Right. Yeah, it was just getting weird, and then there was a certain, you know, male hatred towards the chat specifically, and I didn't like that really, and.
But I expect that, man. Like I say, I expect that if you in these YouTube spaces listen to the manosphere, by the time you make it here, I expect you to have a high level of disdain for black men.
Yes, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I was telling her that as well. Like, hey, sis, you know, those kind of places is gonna make you feel that way, because even I felt that way listening to their stupid shit. You just gotta observe them in a, you know, psychoanalysis, whatever kind of way. Sorry, I'm stuffy, but now she wasn't listening to any of the fucking advice. She's like, oh no, I disagree. Like, sis, trust me on this. Like.
The part where they do have a point, Black Woman Sphere and Anna, is if they cannot tell the difference between a B1 space and a manosphere space, then that is more work that we got to do. On that case, we just didn't have enough background information on who the guest was and who was coming. And even if we did, it hadn't registered to the point of us putting on kid gloves and saying, okay, we should be a little bit more supportive of I guess her voice right here as she gets out what she needs, because we know she's going to go up against a hell of a storm, and it's not going to stop just because we went in and kind of gave her a little trial by fire ourselves.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. I would never just jump out there and say, all right, y'all, can't y'all see this a mentally ill person? But it's still it is a way to navigate the conversation in that direction. And so like I said, I take the L when it comes to that, because as the host, again, that's what I'm telling you now, Ajia, as the host, we have to direct the show in that format. You know what I'm saying? Right. So, you know, when I make them type of mistakes, I look at it and say, okay, well, you know, I made a mistake here. I messed up here.
Right. Yeah.
Now, you know what? It also comes back down to the people, like even the dude who tried to debate and said, oh, why do you keep, even Laurel came up and said it again, reiterated it. Why do you come on and you call people bitch ass niggas and all of that shit? They do want it to be more of a pacifying space where everybody can talk softly. And I'm saying we don't got time for that shit. These motherfuckers is doing phenomenal things with land grants and with money, and niggas still ain't getting our voices heard. Not in the Congress, no nowhere. And so because of that, we have to shut this shit down and continue to build with our content. Shut it down, build with the content, and for what by some people say by any means. The way I look at it is, I analyzed a woman like this. I said, first of all, after all of that shit was done, it sounded like she's familiar with black spaces, black audiences, and all of that. So she's gearing up to be ready for the black audience itself. But then the second part was, are you black first when you're approaching this, or are you one of those multiracial, multicultural, everybody love the world type people, to where we already going up against that shit too? We losing a hell of a lot of niggas who want to go their own way and save themselves rather than focus on the collective. And because of that, hell nah, we gonna push back against that too. If you one of those, if you, I mean, I don't care if you support, that's your prerogative, but it does let me know that in this battle, where will you stand when those lines are drawn? That's what it lets me know. And so when the dude asked her, are you racially ambiguous? And she kind of brushed it off. And then once I just let it die down, I stopped chatting. I just started listening. And she started giving her perspective on history once it moved away from child support and what black people have done. And now we're complacent and all of that shit. I was like, nah, she's not on the side of the blackness. She's speaking from that multiracial lens that wants to hold black people accountable, but not that other 47% of whatever her DNA is, them white folks. In this case, the black men that are trying to correct this shit and put men back on their feet. Like, look, you niggas is y'all on some bullshit. Black men do not wait around for a fucking 17-year-old to turn 18. Motherfucker, that's still daddy's baby. Black men ain't out here trying to snatch another nigga's wife, man. That's some bullshit. Black men may have some issues that we need to work on, and that's going to be for black men to fight these battles. And the battles that we fighting, shit, I'm not one of those people who say the women can't be on the front line, because this is media. We do need the women who have that strong voice and who are pro-black to hold that shit up. I mean, black first is better than pro-black, if you ask me, because I've been watching pro-black for about a year and a half longer than I've been watching the B1 network. Before I ever known who Nyla Says was, before I ever came upstairs to have the debate with Taz when I first met him. And that pro-black shit, it is a lot of religion and a lot of shit, but it's not real application that I'm seeing yet. And so because of that, it does come down to, man, do you even just put black people first? Because we see people who are pro-black in multi-ethnic spaces who just do something, and that gives them a black card. And that's not what we need right now. We do need our soldiers to stand up. And I thought sis was gearing up for war for it. See, Kevin ain't the only long-winded nigga on the panel.
Tag team on that one. Jesus Lord. But she right though. No, for real.
Nah, I fuck with you though. Hey, you said you're a gamer. You like anime. You like all of that shit, man. That shit is cool, man. Don't let nobody tell you different. Taz just be on some bullshit because he can't play the game.
I get the I'm not the type of person. I'm pretty happy with what type of person I am.
No, hell no, hold on now. I like the game. I just can't play it that much. But anime is where I draw the line, man. I got a problem with the anime.
See, like the anime, I think y'all are just assuming it's just a lot of it's just cartoon type of thing, American cartoon. Because a lot of people, American cartoon doesn't have any moral or any of that, but there's lessons in a lot of these movies. And I kind of like a good suggestion if you not to get you into anime, but an example of a really good anime that gives a really good insight into just a good storyline is Metropolis, the old one.
Anime, because you're a woman. Men ain't got time. You can rest in your femininity and watch all the anime you want to.
It's art. It is just art. It is just picture art. Just picture it like that. Because when you watch that particular movie, Metropolis, it's not like these kid movies like Naruto. I'm not talking about that. There's a complete different types of genre where it's more serious, like adult centered. Just because it's drawings.
I do an anti-anime stream tomorrow, man. This is ridiculous.
No, but there's one. I'm serious. Metropolis probably came out in the late 80s or early 90s, but it's in color. You watch that, and that movie actually made me cry because they had I think it was Ray Charles. It uses one of Ray Charles's song in the end, and it was a perfect fitting song. So it's a beautiful movie. So you don't have to necessarily watch all anime and all that kind of stuff, but that is actually a really good. It's a really good movie that it's gonna touch your heart for real. It's really good.
It's on. I'm just letting you know. It's on. I'm just letting you know. I'm just letting you know.
Just one movie. I'm not asking you to watch all of Naruto.
I'm dragging you niggas tomorrow. All these niggas. You know what I'm saying? Just know tomorrow we're gonna be discussing why the black community is suffering. They want to blame child support. They want to blame feminism and colorism. I'm blaming anime.
Yes.
Hey, just start off with that Fat Albert, because that dude was so mad that you didn't like Fat Albert, nigga. First of all, he said 16 times he's mentioned my degree. Hey, man, we got to go up against lawyers and everything, man. We got to stay sharp. That's all I'm saying. And so tonight was one of them stay sharp nights, man.
Yeah.
Hey, why? Who was it? Sequoia L was in the chat like Moses go up there. Moses ain't got no vitriol for a woman who want to say black men ain't doing enough. Man, y'all got me fucked up. And she's saying child support can't be your biggest issue. Nigga, I agree. Nigga, whatever caused you not to be able to work it out with the woman who bore your children, nigga, that is between you and that woman. Now you're going into spaces where they circle jerking, talking about child support and petitions. What is it? Financial abortion petition is what they want to contribute to the world. Man, miss me with that bullshit.
I was thinking about doing a child support show, man, and let these niggas call in and cuss me out for a couple weeks, and then maybe it might grow into something beneficial. Because Lero been talking about this child support shit for the longest, and I believe it's an individual issue. But the only way I could even help anybody is if I open up the phone lines. Other than that, how can I help anybody with a child support issue? You know what I mean? So I was thinking about doing a show about that, but I just know the first couple of weeks you're gonna have people calling in talking shit. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be a trial by fire and whatnot. But then after that, maybe it could be beneficial.
Right. You're gonna have to let them speak and let them go and get it off their chest and see just how many men really need to talk about that child support and just get it off their chest one time.
They've been getting it off their chest for 10 years though.
So, yeah, getting it off the chest is not the issue at hand here.
But wait though, but see, they're getting it off their chest in a trauma bonding session though.
Right.
In a session where somebody ain't gonna never let them get them points off. So you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I say.
But that still has to go with the willingness to actually to do something once they actually vent their child support frustrations.
Yeah. You got to have the willingness to do it. And and I think a lot of that, what you hear here is that, because if you got the willingness to do it, it ain't nothing to complain about. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's just the bottom line. If you're doing it already, it ain't nothing to complain about. And if you complain about it, within your complaints, you'll still hear the I'm doing it. You know what I'm saying?
Right. It be them same ones talking about child support that when we start having our conversations, whether it's history, whether it's current events, they be like, what's the solution? Motherfucker, what's the solution? Nigga, did you put in them applications today, motherfucker? Did you take your ass down to that shop? Nigga, Ed the mechanic said he could work on cars and shit. Ask Ed, since he's in the chat with you, for some of them skills he got. Nigga, get you some one-on-one sessions with Ed. He gonna show you how to tighten up with the wrench game. Nigga, he's gonna get you the job that you need to take care of your children, man. That's it.
Okay, real talk. I'm gonna have to learn how to do these live streams on the phone. This is like the third time in a row since I woke up that I accidentally logged off this StreamYard.
Yeah, it's weird.
I keep hitting the wrong button. I have a Samsung phone. I have an Android.
Okay.
Team Android. That's right.
But I keep accidentally hitting the leave button when I'm trying to move around and stuff. That's what happens. So this is my third time coming back up here.
Oh, okay, yeah. I think I know what you're talking about.
You trying to see the chat and the other one?
Well, I was it's going back and forth. I have to learn how to maneuver through this through doing it on the phone. Normally, I would just simply do it on the laptop. But I just wanted to say something really quick. Number one, I will never be as long-winded as Brother Moses when it comes to a topic.
You know these are two award winners, man. I don't know if y'all remember that, but it was Ajia and Brother Moses won the long-winded awards for male and female.
Well, no, I'm a long-winded female, but y'all are runner-ups for the male. So I got the female.
Oh
award.
yeah, I could definitely see Ajia doing it because this live stream has been on for over 5 hours. The other live stream that I saw, it went on like 6 or 7 hours, or probably longer than that, like during the middle of the night.
Computer out.
Yeah, and she stays awake the entire time, though, from the middle of the night to like early in the morning, like right now. So that can't be me.
Hey, this has been the first vampire stream in a long time, though, so I appreciate it.
Nobody's more long-winded than me. I've taken that title.
Oh, this nigga up here.
Oh, god damn. Y'all done woke up. Hey, she cooked your ass real quick.
El Boogie said 12 hours. 12 hours.
Man. Okay, that's how it's supposed to be, because when we get done here, somebody else supposed to be starting up, man. That's how it's supposed to be while y'all bullshitting.
That's right.
Here, somebody else supposed to be starting up, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody got a channel, like, nigga. You know what I'm saying? That's what the network is. We just saying we ain't got this shit popping yet, but by the end of the year, we had this shit on time schedule like that, man. We just passing this shit around, pass the rock around.
Hell yeah. I know Neutral Zone used to have that early morning coffee show. That shit used to get me right before work. She ain't know it, but I was always there.
I wish she would bring it back, man. I love coffee talk.
I miss Fran, except the whole Obsidian part. That was the best taste in my mouth.
She made Obsidian tolerable for me. She was like the neutralizing energy or the counterbalance.
I'm gonna tell you why I liked Obsidian's role in it, because it reminded me she would push back. Like, she would push back on that shit aggressively at times. That's why it was like, okay, you can't just be up here just banging and banging and banging and there's no pushback. That's why the show was dope.
If I would have never, because see, that was the problem. Like, Sis wanted me to be a part of that shit. And I always thought, and I think she thought that I was on some bullshit when I was saying, but I just thought that was better for her and Obsidian, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like that, bro, I can't. You know me, man. I can rock with you, but I'm a drag you, nigga. You a whole ass nigga. But other than that, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can deal with you, bro, but like, you ain't gonna be able to take my energy. But as long as he up there with Ren, and if Ren pushing back, y'all don't need me, because I'm gonna just run a nigga off, and that's what eventually happened.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But she didn't want to be doing that shit with the nigga by herself, and I know why. So, you know what I'm saying? It didn't work out.
Yeah, but that show, that I'm gonna be honest, that shit right there, it was very interesting, and I also missed the Lion's Den.
Yeah, them niggas wanted to come up there and run wild on their shit though, bro. See that,
right?
And then once I come up there and start regulating shit, it's gonna hurt her channel because it's me and them. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said, like, a lot of that shit was just kind of fucked up, because I never wanted to do that shit, but I always felt like them niggas was trying to come over to, Ren channel or even Wifey channel and try to run shit kind of like, like they do Jessica X or A Woman's Perspective. Like, y'all can't come over here controlling shit. You're welcome to come, but this ain't y'all space. So when you see women on panels and whatnot over here, you're gonna respect them or don't get on the panel with them. But you ain't gonna treat them here like you treat them there. It's a different space. But again, that hurt her platform though. See what I'm saying? And I wasn't trying to do that.
Right.
The difference is between the B1 network and, let's say, like the Obsidian's channel. Obsidian is good for using people as props. And so in this space, I actually was listening to her, right? And so there's a difference. Like, if you're going to have a conversation about what is the next steps, we're really going up against a whole lot of negative energy that says black women ain't shit, black men ain't shit, black women ain't shit, black women ain't shit, black kids, black families are, torn apart. We're going up against that shit constantly. Every day you hear that shit 20, 30 times if you turn on Black YouTube. And then we have our shows, which would be like the neutral zone in the morning. You got Who Gonna Check Me Boo coming on at night. You know what I'm saying? You got the Taz exclusives whenever it was the news. Well, it's news now, but we didn't have a lot of other counter narratives that were even running. And so in that one day, you would have heard black people ain't shit damn near 10, 20 times, but you would have only heard the counter narrative once or twice that says, man, I love y'all niggas. And that's the difference. And right now we're in a space where we're trying to grow the B1 network to where more people can identify that, look, it's all right. Look, that little drama that you're going to experience is going to come with the territory, whether you in online space or whether you walk into the neighborhood. But if you're really serious that things need to change and you're somebody who's interested in this conversation, then obviously there's a role that you can play. And so, man, I salute everybody who's trying to keep the heads above water right now. It's easy just to give up and turn it down and say, look, I'm not built for this shit. But hell nah, we got work to do.
But hold on, Brother Moses. I've seen, like, I remember when Taz did his child support stream, and he went literally through all 50 states explaining the child support laws and the family court laws, and that wasn't respected because it wasn't, at the end of the day, these black women ain't shit. Like, that's the shit. That's the shit that kills me. They always looking for a solution, but then when someone gives them a solution, like the only way you're gonna avoid this system, bro, that's the way it's gonna benefit you, bro, is if you're married to that woman, or if you're willing to put in the work to educate yourself on the laws and the system in your state and fight if need be. Now, y'all already know my position.
Right. These laws are not changing for absentee fathers no time soon. That's just not what the world is fighting for right now.
Don't even fight.
You miss that boat where you just get to be a happy absentee father. No. And in our spaces, it's more or less, nigga, the relationships that I have with my son, nigga, that shit is priceless. The relationship I have with my daughter, that shit is priceless. Now, those are still secondary or tertiary to the relationship that I have with my wife. And if you don't believe that way, then I don't know what kind of content I'm supposed to deliver in 5 minutes in some little, quick meme that's going to help men get back to that point of understanding. But we got work to do. That doesn't mean we stop. B1 for life. Salute. Good morning.
Yeah, but I couldn't recognize that a lot of people really don't.
Hey, y'all don't get quiet. B1 Brother Moses
give it to them, they don't really want it.
Nigga, like I said, man, at the end of the day, when you start thinking about empaths versus super empaths,
here we go.
That's why I say I gotta teach Ajia, man. She's an empath, I'm a super empath. You know what I'm saying? So I gotta get her ready for this shit, man. These type of days gonna come, but they come and go, man. Because if we really trying to grow people into space, man, the people that stay is the people that want to grow. The people that don't want to grow, they'll be popping in that area now and then to troll or talk shit or whatnot. But we just can't worry about them, man. Like I say, man, I'm not here to hold hands and shit. We're here to grow.
Hey, but even as a super empath, when you have a oh shit moment, you should listen to your intuition. Like, oh shit.
Listen, man, but I can recognize when people around are hurting and they need me to be there. You know what I'm saying? They need me,
Oh, now you're nurturing. Okay. Mama Bird, Mama Taz.
Well, I mean, if you want to use it that way, what I'm saying is when you see something that don't look right, so it looks like a strong person and whatnot, but you can feel that pain. It's not like mothering or coddling, it's just that you're trying to reach that person through their pain and not necessarily, coddle or none of that, but you want them to know you trying to help them though.
Right.
Right. You trying to be empathetic because you
pulling back is the problem though. It's got, I think not knowing when to pull back and saying, okay, well this is enough. I think that's where the problem comes in though. Like, cause some of the empath shit I joke on, but I did read up on that shit. And I am clearly not just an empath. I'm obviously a super empath.
Oh my God.
No, I'm empathetic when my Saints lost my fucking
term, yo. Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm just saying, man, like I say, man, it'd be hard for me to know when to stop. You know what I'm saying? The defense of people when they really don't need it. I'll defend you until you stab me in the back. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's how it is as a super empath. You got to know to take them L's.
And that's also where it becomes the difference between a circle jerk and actually trying to help a little nigga out, like to try to be the big brother. Like, motherfuckers, I'm damn near 40 right now. And so that manosphere space, when you're talking to 20-something-year-olds and all of that shit, I understand just a little bit. I'm barely scratching the surface on what does it take to actually motivate someone who feels like, look, this ain't high school no more. I don't want to join the army. I wasn't good in school, so I don't want to go to college. The job that I work may not be enough. And now you got the goat. You got the goat telling me that I'm accountable in all cases, and then you got the eagle telling me that I'm not working hard enough. Now you got this new kitten heels dude who has the queer eye for the straight guy telling me that I don't make enough motherfucking money. And so you got young black men who actually hurting out there, and all they really want to do is knock a bitch, man. That's all they want to do one time. But they can't because they don't really have much going. And so they need the Hall of Game, which was a good part of the manosphere, but they can't differentiate between the Hall of Game and then when you bring on a Sinful to P and let Sinful to P go off on them. And so where is that fine line between, do you got to be, a Minister Jap and just tell them, oh, nigga, because you ain't shit? Do you got to be Taz and say, nigga, stop acting like a bitch? Like, where do you draw the line on how to motivate a young nigga who don't want to do much right now? What do you do?
I'm of the understanding.
My bad. I just think you need some of all of it so you will know where to go, right? Because to me, some people gon' understand the German Shepherd talk. Some people, like you say, gonna understand the Hall of Game, and some people gonna understand here. But I think a healthy understanding of all three will send you on your correct path. You know what I'm saying? You need to know all three so you'll know. Because to me, that'd be the problem, man. Motherfuckers go and hear some wild shit and like have a rude awakening because they had a fight with their baby mom last week. So now you came on here and somebody validated some shit by saying, this what these bitches do. You know what I'm saying? And then from there, it's like, oh shit, this nigga the GOAT. It's like, bro, like, that is a normal understanding, though, bro. Like,
right. How you didn't get that in 90s rap music, man? They sheltered you too much, bro. That trauma bonding shit only goes so far. We had to trauma bond in the hood as a matter of safety, nigga. But nigga, you ain't been in a fight in years. And if you was, nigga, it was probably some shit that you threw a few punches at most, nigga. These niggas ain't fighting like that, nigga. So what is their worries about, nigga? Ain't no pull-up game.
That's the thing. They're willing to fight. They're willing to fight, and they're fighting against the wrong shit, bro. Like, you shouldn't be trying to fight against dudes like me, like Taz, like you, who is actually sitting here trying to give you useful information, bro. It all starts with some type of self-respect. If you don't respect yourself, you can't respect anybody else, man. And that's where I think a lot of this comes from. A lot of these dudes is beaten down, and they've allowed themselves to get beaten down mentally, not understanding, like, you are still in control because you're a fucking adult at the end of the day. You see
right,
what I'm saying?
Twin Man, but that's also the same reason why we can't take the drama out of the B1 network space, because not everybody's going to be able to catch on to the history that's being dropped. Not everybody's going to be able to be strengthened by that information, by hearing the stories of the ancestors who actually got it right, the communities that were built and all of that shit. They're not going to hear it. They'll hear stem, or they'll hear, oh, we flipping houses, but they not really understanding the bigger picture yet. And so they do need a good mix. I agree with Taz on that shit. But it needs the drama, though, because that's probably attracting more numbers than when we actually give them that real work.
Yeah, I just don't understand that, bro. Like I don't even have to use a female for example. Like, you've heard these dudes. I felt like the community shunned me. I felt like the community wouldn't embrace me. Now, why are you trying to fit in some place where you're like the black? They make it seem like the black community is only the hood. That's the shit that's always bothered me as well. Like, you trying to fit in a space probably you weren't equipped to handle. But I'm not a hood dude, but I'm welcome in the hood because at the end of the day, I fit in my lane. They wasn't willing to fit in their lane. They was trying to force their way into something that.
Well, see, that's part of needing to make the black community seem one-dimensional in that regard. And for some people, they've never really dealt with black people like that before. So the main thing they probably know is probably the hood or something that they've seen on TV. or maybe, you know, like they have some people that they connect to that they know who act like that from the hood, and so those are where they get their experiences from.
Yeah, but even then, that would be like what we say to Ajia. Why are you personalizing that? These brothers got all the potential in the world to do whatever it want, and they get mad at the women who say, "Look, the woman found them. They was working. Let's say at something Moses can relate to, a dispensary. So the woman goes into the dispensary, goes to get her little re-up, and she sees the brother behind the counter, and she tells him, "Brother, why are you working behind the counter instead of owning your own dispensary?" And that brother gets mad at the sister rather than looking at the information and saying, you know what? Maybe there is a path that I could be on. Maybe I could connect and I could bump shoulders. Maybe I can do what I need to do to be the owner and not the person just working behind the dispensary. But unfortunately, they get so bent on the vitriol towards the woman that years would go by. They'll be 40 years old. Like, damn, like it's like, if you could go back 40 years with or 20 years with the knowledge that you have, by the time you get to where we're at today, what would you do different? Now we have the social media where you do have brothers who are giving them that good game, but it's not as appealing as, you know, some of the what they don't even consider victim blaming.
I was telling her that earlier, brother Moses, that because you know Lero tried that card earlier, man. The whole, you know, we do tech streams and all of this shit. We do finance streams. Like, nobody watch that shit, bro. Like,
right, them numbers be low, and the people listening, they ain't like, you'll get a few motherfuckers who can actually talk on some fucking super tech shit, some Bitcoin shit like that. Motherfuckers ain't got
that
7 bands.
does not respect that shit, and that's the part of it that I hate when they try to introduce in conversation where they make it seem like the manosphere space is something more than just this shit about women. It's just about women, man. You know, growth there and nothing else. And those other streams they talking about, like I say, they struggle to bring men in to listen to it. And this is a built-in space, so you shouldn't have that problem.
Right. O'Shea even said that before, bro. He's like, when we're doing the streams on finance and banking and all that shit and investing, he said, I can't get 50 niggas to come to that stream.
Where are you niggas?
Bro, he gave up on them niggas, bro. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. That nigga do celebrity gossip now, nigga. And O'Shea represent more than that, dog. I know that nigga gave up on them niggas, bro.
Right.
Whole ass nigga. Like, y'all
he was saying it even during the Rumble. He was like, I'm finna be done with this shit.
That nigga said he ain't doing no more live streams in 2020 on nobody else shit. He ain't fucking with niggas like that. Like I said, I don't blame him though. Like these niggas don't have no integrity, bro. They don't stand for nothing. So why the fuck would you want to work with them like that? Like I say, it's fucked up because even if you go and try to work with niggas that got integrity, look where you gotta go. That's gonna hurt his space.
I think for him, it was after that they was really into that sex doll shit. Like for some shit, he just be trying to test it and see how the audience responds. And because they like that shit, he was like, man, this shit ain't for me. That's what I think. I think he was done at that point.
That shit was the beginning of the end, bro.
that was all she wrote. He was like, man, they really like this shit. Oh, I can't compete in this shit. There's no way. That's why I keep calling them Mr. Pipes fans, because you're not getting through to a pornocrat.
No, that was
hey, I have to get ready to go. In case y'all are still on, I'm gonna try to come back when I can. And you probably might be because Ajia streams tend to last 12 hours or so. So y'all might still be on by the time I come back.
I remember when that
was. You said you got 24-hour news cycle, Ajia.
Yeah, probably.
You should have seen the last one she did. I'm telling you, that live stream lasted a very, very long time.
Yeah, it was 9 hours. That was New Year's. That was stressful. Fuck.
New Year's.
Yeah, my next live was like 12 days later. I had to take a break because y'all motherfuckers was draining me. But yeah, thank you for coming back up, Kevin. You have a great one. Thank you.
You too. Like I said, if you guys are still up, I'm gonna come back and then I'm gonna laugh and say, I knew y'all were gonna stay for longer than that. I'm telling you.
Oh Lord.
I'll see you guys later.
Yeah, Kev gotta go, man. There's too many tribe of the long winds on this panel. We need some other tribes.
Somebody told me the other day I was long-winded. I was like,
but it's not. It's because like half of the time you're long-winded, you're on your own channel. So.
But you know what I thought about when they said that? That's what made me say the other day, man. Like, but shit, if it take me 2 hours to show you something that should take 15 minutes, then you know I'm long-winded. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why I say like I was never supposed to be in a lot of them rumble conversations on a serious topic because of that, bro. My answer ain't simple, nigga. You simple-minded ass, 1 minute answer ass niggas, bro. Like you don't know enough extensive answer, nigga. That's why I'm long-winded, niggas. I know too much. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, be long-winded. I'm trying to not.
For me, I think as I speak. So sometimes I'm gathering my thoughts as I'm trying to talk and communicate. So that's kind of what leads to a long-winded aspect for me.
Kev, you ain't long-winded, bro. You try to be, but you ain't. You gotta work on it.
Motherfuckers realize that they dumb as shit. Like some of this shit, bro. Like I ain't gonna lie. Like I hit a zone and I get frustrated and I just I get on my box and the preacher comes out. These motherfuckers get on my nerves, bro.
Are you
like,
in the zone right now?
I can't stand you.
Hey, y'all be seeing me in the chat trolling. I'll be having jokes, man. I promise you I do. I'll be crying over
you be down there snapping. You and Neutral Zone be coming for me, bro. I'm like, damn, why they always
funny?
Because Dr. Umar Johnson said, nigga, you only partially melanated, nigga.
That's what he said.
I don't even know what that shit mean, but he said that shit. He a doctor, nigga.
Look in the mirror, you see a cracker. But that's
nigga, that's what you mad at, nigga. You mad at that 47%.
Hey, tripping, bro. Umar was tripping on that shit.
Hey, did he say that shit to Seti? That was when he wanted to fight Seti.
I'm like, bruh, I ain't my boy like that.
How do you think of that shit? First of all, that's how I know I wasn't meant for this shit, because that shit is just too witty, nigga. Nigga, I'm fully melanated. Like, if it was ever a question.
This ain't WWE. This ain't King Coonan. Like, whatever the fuck he said, that shit was what?
Right. See, I be needing that because I never saw none of them videos. I wasn't an Umar follower. I was like, oh, somebody's trying to build a school, good look. And then I left it at that. But shit, once you pull them videos together and whoever pulled them videos together, I remember the shockumentary. That's the one I remember. That shit.
That's Lennon Honor shit. Like, that was Lennon Honor shit, bro. That shit was epic, bro. I'm telling you, that shit fucked me up. But that was the one where I just said, yeah, it's time to write dude off, man.
Yeah.
All, bro.
That is some high-level roasting right there.
That's why it's hard, you know, like all the traction Umar got, I wish Q Butter would have got that traction, bro.
Yeah.
Like real shit. Real shit. All those donations, all that shit Umar got, bro, all that money and shit he took, and he scammed black people up, bro. I wish Q Butter would have got that money, man.
But Q Butter ain't gonna be out on Front Street selling itself. See, Umar sold itself. That's kind of how you and see, that's kind of like, I think any of this shit when it comes to like black first shit, a lot of these people come out, they sell themselves, and that's the product. You know what I'm saying? Like, whereas on this side, we selling the information. That's the product, and support me if you want to, nigga. I ain't here to sell me. I'm here to give you this information. I'm here to tell you the truth, and not just historically, but now, and debate you on it, all of that shit. But I don't know, man. I think like when you start looking at some of the other spaces, there's a built-in understanding. You're not supposed to grow. There's a ceiling, and there's no room for discussion or debate. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So it limits your capacity.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I feel like a lot of these people are stuck, man. And when they hear somebody that's going to come in and they're going to force their way into their mindset and like try to get them to think, yeah, I think it threatens them, man. Because I feel like you already know, Taz. Everything's a challenge to their manhood for some reason.
Everything.
You see what I'm saying? Everything's like no, bro. I'm not trying to challenge your manhood. I'm trying to challenge your mindset. I'm trying to get you to expand your horizons when it comes to thinking. You see what I'm saying? Like they don't even understand the contradictory shit they say. Like, I want this woman to submit to me, but I don't think I got to do anything for her. I don't think I got to buy anything for her. I don't think I have to provide anything for her, but she's going to do what the fuck I say. That makes no sense.
I mean, there's somebody out there for you like that, though, that might let you get that off. But what I'm gonna tell you is you ain't gonna find her on here complaining, nigga.
Bro, that's few and far between. You know, I don't know any woman of any race who's gonna be with the equivalent of a bum, bro.
No, but at the same time, I mean, we know that the argument is real when they say women pick some bullshit ass dudes sometimes. So to me, you know, my thing, bro. I think the relationship conversations should only be individualized. I don't believe that you can do a collective conversation about relationships. Like that's why, you know what I'm saying, me and C ain't able to go back and forth forever and ever about this shit because she has perfected the conversation about the collective of black men in relationships. Perfected the conversation. And I don't think you can possibly do that.
Right. And I'm gonna be real. I look at Cynthia G as giving black men tough love. That's how I look at it. Cynthia G, that real ass moms, that real ass auntie, that grandmama that's gonna tell you the truth. And I'm not calling her old for y'all in here. That's gonna be like, oh, that's women ain't calling her old. I'm just talking about how she approaches it. She gonna come at you raw, bro. She's not gonna sugarcoat it. She's not here to hold your hand. She's telling you how she thinks it should run. She has a very traditionalist mindset. That I can appreciate that because I'm a traditionalist dude.
I remember some of our first early back and forths on wifey panel, man. It's a trip because like people always assume that you just gonna cuss somebody out and go in and start talking about other shit. Like we had these, man, we was doing this shit from the gate, the back and forth shit, and never had to insult each other or none of that shit. That's why I don't like the space though, because a lot of it just leads to insults when people run out of points. And see, she never did that with me. You know what I'm saying? I never did that with her. So I don't, you know, when people start saying this shit about us to other people, that should be funny as hell because, you know, they always say that shit about me and her though. You know what I'm saying? That we talk over you, we can't debate, we just, you know what I'm saying, want to talk shit, ad hominem attacks. When in reality, me and her can do it perfectly fine to each other, nigga. And, you know what I'm saying, no moderator necessary.
Right, like that's why I said I love when you debate Cynthia, bro. It's going to be an intellectual slugfest. Like real shit. It's like a heavyweight fight.
Right. I get tired of listening to those debates where they don't even attempt to tackle what the premise of the point is or the contention, and they'll let any small deflection be the main point and then think that if they debunk the deflection that they created, which is now called a scarecrow, that they've somehow won the debate. Nah, brother, we're supposed to be dealing with the real meaty issues. And if you think that the relationships and the state of the black relationship is the number one issue, and we finally get in a space to debate it in a public forum where tens of thousands of people are going to be able to witness this, say something. And if I watch a debate between Sin G and Taz, I know that they're going to say things that are even going to challenge me. And I've been married over 14 or 13 years.
Right.
That's what I look for. But unfortunately, when we try to have some of those conversations in other spaces, it doesn't get that far because of the trivialities about hair, how the woman wears her hair. Submission is now, I told her that she can't get a perm anymore. The submission is now her division of labor or something like that in the house. And it's definitely always going to be watered down to her sexual performance in the bedroom or something like that. And all of them shits is neither here nor there. When the point on the table is, what are we doing or what are you doing as the man to evolve this relationship to be its potential rather than just what you desire it, because it can't get to its potential if you've cut off 50% of that energy or 100% of her energy, which is 50% in the relationship.
And they don't understand that. Like her point is a real simple one, and they can't answer it because, and the way she frames her question, bro, it's gonna be hard to answer it because you can only speak. I can't speak for the collective of men. I can only speak for men like me. You see what I'm saying? Men like me who gonna do what they're supposed to do. But when we're talking about the collective, because she's right, if we're talking about societal issues, what are we doing to sit here and fix some of these societal issues? So that's what I'm saying. You can't. I don't
if you were able to speak for the collective, she's still got another point for you. I promise you, it's not going to end. She's going to hit you with another one, man. That shit don't work, bro. You could give bona fide analogies of the collective building and the community. You could talk about the actual company itself being black owned that is building real life communities and shit. And that's just one. It's the exception and it's not the rule. On whole, en masse, as a collective, show me. And once you say that again, man, you just dodge, nigga, run, nigga.
Yeah, it's time to run, bro. But I think the last debate they had, I feel like because after that white woman got popped in the Capitol, you know, she got babbited.
That's a whole thing now.
With Taz, because I was waiting for Taz to say it during the stream. He said, I don't want to hear that shit ever again about white men protecting white women. I was like, oh, here we go.
Right. They try to bring it up in the chat tonight, not on Ajia stream, but on the previous one, talking about the Civil War is going to pop off because somebody posted in the chat something about 25 or 30,000 troops there for inauguration or whatever. And he's like, oh, the Civil War is coming. The Civil War is coming. Bruh, if that's the smoke that they going to bring, I think you're going to be all right. Nigga, you gonna survive, nigga. You gonna be all right, nigga. If the smoke that they brought to the Capitol is the smoke that they plan on returning with, they're not who you thought they were, nigga. That's the bottom line, nigga. As much smoke as they could have brought, nigga. You can imagine all day, every day that they done bought all the bullets, they got all this and that training and all of that shit. But when the shit went down and they got up to that Capitol and they were storming, nigga, pepper spray was more than enough.
Nah, bro. They don't like, and this is what I was explaining to Taz. Like, when they attacked that Capitol building, bro, where was the QRF, brother Moses?
Nigga, first of all, hold on. You told me that this insurrection shit couldn't happen under Trump, nigga. Where do I get my? Do you finally see that argument, nigga? Now that they bringing them up on impeachment charges, I debated you that night on insurgency and Donald Trump's ability to call one, nigga.
I've been waiting to have this conversation, brother Moses. You were wrong. I said the incident that you were talking about, the Insurrection Act, couldn't have been applied. They could have absolutely
and you was wrong there.
At the Capitol.
I told you was wrong there because the ongoing state of emergency that had been declared, he could put boots on the ground, nigga. You was wrong there.
But brother Moses, it took an attack on the Capitol, on the government, for them to do what they're doing right now. There was no need to insurrection. That's what was happening in Wisconsin and Minnesota, bro. They wasn't attacking the government.
You might not like how it applies, but that shit applies. That motherfucker said when the looting starts, the shooting starts. Next thing you know,
pandering to them. That's him pandering to his audience.
Of course he was. Who do you think was gonna be the people supposedly carrying out said insurrection?
But hold on, no. What they actually did at the Capitol was insurrection, bro. They were trying to stop a constitutional process. They weren't doing that in Minnesota. They weren't doing that in Wisconsin and Michigan. They weren't doing that around the country. What they were actually doing,
the debate, man. You can raise your voice all you want.
To give redress to the government. What they did at the Capitol, bro, that's insurrection. That's why the troops are there.
Man, what size shirt you wear? So when I send you the shirt with this big ass L on it, I know to get the right size shirt, man. So you can take that L shirt and wear it proudly.
Brother Moses, I understand it hurts, my brother. I still love you, my B1 brother, but you're wrong, bro.
Hell no, I know I'm right, nigga, and history will forever record how right I was, nigga.
What they did in Minnesota was not insurrection. What they did at the Capitol building was insurrection, and you can call that sedition. They were trying to stop a legitimate election to insert a dictator. That's insurrection. Where were they doing that in Minnesota?
I'm just telling you, it was the evolution of that same line of thought.
No, it was not. One thought was we need to stop police brutality. The other one, we need to stop an election.
But what you're doing is now you're taking it off of Donald Trump and you're putting it on us. We were out there saying we need to stop police brutality, so our actions were not insurrection. Of course, you could look at them invading the Capitol. We were talking about the power dynamics of being able to designate an insurrection. And that motherfucker definitely demonstrated at his ability to incite insurrection. It's the opposite, because in his role, his duty would be to suppress said insurrection. But in all actuality, he ended up elevating that conversation and saying, I will be the cause of one. And he thought it was a just cause. Go ahead.
But Brother Moses, you're right. And we were talking about his power.
Oh, shit. Hold on. I'm done. Oh, wait, Ajia. Clip
I
that.
can't stand it. I can't
5
stand
hours,
it.
53 minutes, and 44
Listen.
seconds. Clip that
You're right.
shit.
You're right. The context of the
So what
conversation.
size shirt you want, nigga? Hey, man, I never had a problem with a debate. Once somebody tell me I'm right, it's over. We can wrap this thing on up.
Let me get the complete thought out. You're right on the conversation we were having. This is where you were wrong. The powers you were saying he can enact on the protesters in Wisconsin and Minnesota did not apply. They weren't attacking the federal government. That's where the difference was. They weren't sitting
Man,
here.
look, he don't need them to attack shit. If he want to send them, they'll go.
They were practicing protected speech. Now, the anarchists, you could have sat here and said that anarchists, the people who were going there smashing shit up, he could have sat here and sent them in to stop them. He couldn't stop lawful protest. Black Lives Matter wasn't out there breaking up shit. So if he'd have sent boots on the ground to try to stop Black Lives Matter, that is a violation of their First Amendment right. What they did at the Capitol was up and down insurrection. So if we're talking about him actually using his powers to enact the Insurrection Act, he couldn't do it when it came to Black Lives Matter and their protests. But he could have actually did it when it came to these Stop the Steal motherfuckers. Because they went there January 6th, as you know, Brother Moses, is in the Constitution in which you certified the election nationally through the Congress. So them going there, they were actually trying to rise up against the government at insurrection. That would have been the perfect time for him to use the Insurrection Act. But he wasn't doing it against his own people, and you know it. You know there's a difference.
Right. I do know the difference, which is why I told you he elevated it. That Insurrection Act to try to use it against the Black Lives Matter, when you say right, don't conflate the term right to be he was justified in doing it. We know that that would have been wrong and it didn't even fit. But could he have done it? Could he have said, yes, we're already in a national state of emergency or a federal emergency? Can I put boots on the ground? The answer is still yes. The boots were already on the ground, and I showed that even that night. Now, hold on, Brother Longwind. The second part, real quick. You've already seeded that one, right? And so now let's go to this new one. This new one was the elevation of his role.
Seeded the dynamics of the conversation we were having. That's what I seeded. I sat here and said, no, I seeded the conversation we were having.
Nah, but I'm like Khadijah, man. You might be done, but we ain't done, nigga. You might be done, but I ain't done, like the motherfucker said, man. Nigga, this ain't over, nigga. Hell nah. The second part was insurrection, his ability to incite insurrection. So not to use the Insurrection Act to punish people who were insurrectionists, but to be able to leverage insurrection. He had already planted that seed. And when it came down to January 6th, the day that you're talking about, it was up to execution. Now, we know once they got there, the shit changed. Motherfuckers started getting hit with the pepper spray. They was like, man, fuck that, nigga. We out of this bitch. But nevertheless, the shit happened. Nigga, Brother Moses was right. Nigga, we gonna need a new hashtag.
No,
Twin
Brother
was
Moses,
wrong.
Brother Moses. You're changing the dynamics of the conversation we were having and what you
I
said
did.
earlier.
That's why I said it in plain language. Now look how he elevated it. And then that's where he switched it from being insurrection against the people to being insurrection as a benefit.
Hold on, Brother Moses. Martial law would have applied to what you were talking about the first time. He could have tried to enact martial law. He couldn't have enacted the Insurrection Act because there was no insurrection in Wisconsin, in Minnesota. There wasn't an
nigga, you out your damn mind. Them motherfuckers ran up on that police officer house like 100 deep, nigga. You tripping. They ran to that Capitol and try to scorch that bitch.
That's what I'm talking about. He could have used the Insurrection Act for the Capitol. What happened at the Capitol? And honestly, like I was telling Taz, looking at this from a military point of view, you know where I'm going. They should have been ran through the moment they came in the building. There was no QRF. There was no National Guard mobilization, nothing. They should have been finished. That's what the Insurrection Act does.
And I know you want to keep telling me what should have happened, but that's just not how it played out, brother Twin, man. What he was in most people's minds, he was the inciter of said insurrection on the second one.
That's the point. But see, that's the thing. I agree. Now that's where we agree. He was the incitement of the insurrection, so why would he use the Insurrection Act against his own people? He
Which
wanted
is
them
why I
to
tell you he wouldn't want to use it on his own people. That's the elevation. Now that you got people considering insurrection and
this
you
is my
have
point.
yourself a whole group of people that are ready to commit said act, you're not going to then turn around and say, nah, you all don't get to use the
But this is my
anyway.
point. The
You know
point
what
I
I'm
was
saying?
making was is that if that was a different president, say they did this against Joe Biden, he would probably use the Insurrection Act in that situation. Any other president, I agree with you. He's not going to use it against his own people. My point is in that instance, if we're looking at both situations, this instance that happened at the Capitol building was the perfect opportunity, which we both know he wasn't going to use it for because, like you said, these are his people to use the Insurrection Act. He couldn't use it in Minnesota. He couldn't use it in Wisconsin. That would
You
have been
keep saying it as loud as you keep saying it, it doesn't make it true, nigga.
true. How do you sit here and you stop protected speech? Black Lives Matter wasn't tearing up shit. So if you send in the National Guard troops to stop a lawful protest, that is illegal. You cannot do that.
Okay.
He can't put the National Guard in to stop a lawful protest. That is illegal.
I hear you. It's odd how things continue to play out. I call it the black L whenever I'm doing my series on like Mark Zuckerberg or whoever. You know what that black L mean? It's common law, but we know in black law is different than what white law is. Trying to rationalize the double talk and when they're going to use triple talk and quadruple gainers and shit, they be flippy floppy than a motherfucker, man. That's why we just call it out as black media and then we keep it pushing. What are we working on? Right now, there's a couple of things that we know of, right? And so the Insurrection Act is going to be one of them. You have a weird way of not seating the debate. That's why she called you a punk ass motherfucker, man. That's why Anna hit your ass with that shit, nigga. That's why she cooked your ass.
You're talking shit.
Who else? But Twin, look, there's a couple of things that I needed to bring out. First and foremost, when you went up and you took the link to go have a conversation, nigga, why?
What'd you say?
This motherfucker here that was so interested in my neck size, he couldn't debate me.
That sounded like Fantasia.
Mulin.
Yeah, my bad. That was this is March. This is the video that he did after I called out the Jessica X shit.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Yeah, so Anna need to watch that so she'll know just how long a motherfucker will be triggered for. Because that nigga, that nigga was talking in the back chat and everything, making that hit happen. That nigga was like, I want all his subscribers. Nigga, dead. Nobody's hitting his like button again. Nigga, he was mad at your like button, nigga. He was hot, nigga.
In the scenes, talking to person after person after person.
I've been talking behind the scenes. Nigga, that shit is classic. I don't give a fuck. Like, and it's that shit that motherfuckers would never know about unless you had somebody say, man, let me go on and press the record button. Like, did you have a feeling that motherfucker was on some shit, or did somebody send you the clip? Somebody was like, oh, this motherfucker finna go on one. Let me go on and hit that record button.
But this the shit that I don't get, bro. First things first, you tell on yourself the whole damn video. You tell, then you actually sit here and admit you're doxing. Because somebody told you about this shit. We all know who told them about it. But, like, bro, like, it's just not a good look. That's just not man shit, bro. And mind you, this is all over disagreements on how we handle the community and basically because you called out that woman. Like, it's sad, bro. These dudes weren't equipped to hit. Like, see, I think other motherfuckers would have folded to Brother Moses just now, bro. Me and Brother Moses gonna get it in, especially when it comes to politics.
Now, the expectation is to stand on your square. If you believe it and you bold enough to say it in public on a, this shit could go 10,000, it could go viral. Somebody might just be like, oh, I'm just going to take Ajia's video to the next level. And 100,000 people could say it. Nigga, we better have said something.
if we talking about politics, we'll probably talk all motherfucking day.
All morning.
We can make that shit happen. But like real shit, like I'm not about to get mad at Brother Moses because he's wrong. He don't know that he's
This
wrong.
motherfucker here. Hey, y'all hear him? Skinny boy. That's Skinny boy. You think I'm just a colorist. That motherfucker's only, he's not even fully melanated, Skinny boy. Don't even rock with Twin Man. I am not wrong, nigga. First of all, rock with the brother who's fully melanated before you listen to Twin Man. That's my Dr. Umar told him. Nigga, you ain't had that smoke for Umar, nigga.
Umar said he was going to open a school. How much did that shit happen? Like, what the fuck?
First of all, we know that there's a scientific link between competence and melanin, nigga. There's a scientific link between your capacity to love and the amount of melanin you have, nigga. And you only got 47%, nigga. You almost on E, first of all.
Black women. What are you talking about? No, I'm fully melanated because I love black women.
Oh man, bro. I had to break this video out, man, for this response I'm doing, man. You know what I'm saying? People be forgetting, man. You know what I'm saying? I ain't one of these other niggas who just come on here and just start talking. Somebody dox me. No, nigga, here's the video. You motherfuckers gonna just stop throwing doxing around, okay? You ain't got no fucking video of somebody getting doxed, but you'll say somebody got doxed. So I had to break the audio and the video back out. You know what I'm saying?
Is this when you normally be doing it, like getting your content together? Is this early?
Hell yeah, nigga.
Yeah.
I find it funny how motherfuckers was trying to call you and Nyla doxers because you passed an email. That shit made no. Do they understand the word dox means documents, Taz? Like there's got to be documentation involved.
Right.
That's why I didn't understand. Oh, you gave this person's real name out. Okay. Even say you
not a doxing, man. Like people done redefine this shit, man. They done made doxing into just having a conversation and shit.
Taz, say you did. We all know you didn't. But say you or Nyla did give out this man's real name. How is that doxing?
I mean, especially when you're on a public platform, I don't know. I think what it is though, man, people want to remain anonymous but do a bunch of bullshit. So you know,
right.
That's that word doxing to it, even though they're more guilty of the shit than what they putting on you. You know what I'm saying? Like I say, man, motherfucker on here talking about somebody a doxer, man. Hold on, man. Well, once somebody doxed me and everybody was quiet, you don't get to say shit.
I think if a motherfucker doxed me, they was just practicing. They was like, this nigga is as boring as his lectures. I think it does okay. Like for real. Like go to my Facebook, go to my LinkedIn, go to my Instagram. YouTube is the same thing. There's only one me. Like what else?
Like, but the shit that kills me, Brother Moses, is these motherfuckers not only put out, well, Taz put out his real name already, but they not only did what they did to Nyla, they did what he did to his son. They was harassing this man's family, but then, and even then they didn't respond. That's the shit that people don't understand. They were sitting here saying all kinds of shit that they never fired back until they was like, you know what, fuck it. If I'm gonna do it better than you. and they're mad. Now you the victim. That's the shit I never understood, man. Like it should have never got this far. And only thing they had to do was have the conversation, argue your position. Me and Taz don't agree on everything. I'm gonna argue my position passionately. Me and you don't agree on everything. I'm gonna argue my position passionately. But at the end of the day, I'm saying it's all love, bro.
If you remember though, that was also at a time when they were trying to negotiate in Black YouTube what should be public and what should be private. Like when should you take things offline versus should you air it out in a public space? And so for them to go, I've been talking behind the scenes and to air shit out in a public space, but then expect things to happen in the back chat, it would have been him responding to the email not to come on live and then say some shit. And then for it to have not even been about you, why are you the one asking for marriage certificates and all type of other shit, calling people scammers and frauds and shit like that? You're number one, you're not even a defendant in this case. And somebody's trying to put somebody on paper. So now you're running the propaganda story, which then just becomes a smear campaign. And now you're playing Black Karen or Black Brad, who does, now you're the victim of all of this shit. People running your name in the dirt. No, motherfucker, we were negotiating. What should be public, what should be behind the scenes? Like when you have a grievance with somebody, another Black YouTuber, how do you handle it? I remember before that, there was a whole cease and desist order, and it went out to a number of folks who were about that drama and all of that shit. They did not want to cease drama. For them, drama is the only thing that kept their content relevant, if you can even call it that. But their live stream or their chat was popping because people were there to see, what are you saying about Nyla today? What are you there to see, to hear about what Taz did today?
But see, this is why I fucks with Taz and Nyla, bro, because they realized that shit was going to dry up eventually. Like, it's going to dry up eventually, because what's going to do is they're going to get more traffic, and they're going to realize that's not what they do. You see what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, that's going to hurt your platform if you're not about some real shit. Now, I can tell you this. The best way that they could have did it was, hey, Taz said some shit about this on this topic. I disagree. Here's why. Let's have the debate. Do they realize they could have grew a lot from that shit?
They could have
do you
grew,
know who was making the killing and who? Like, what's his name? Teapot. Teapot could have made a killing, but he decided,
man, I went to Teapot channel the other day.
He
He had like 9 people over there now. That shit, it dried out. But that's what I tried to warn him even when he was there. He was like, who has a problem? I finally came on and said Teapot. The same thing that I told my brother O'Shea is the same thing I tell you. You've allowed your platform to become a safe space for people who are pedo-leaning. They talk about 17 and 18. They'll talk about young Black girls like our daughters and say they hot, thought, or do that Dr. Umar shit, rotten cookie type statements about our children in the community. And you make it a safe space for those incels, MGTOW, and system people to operate and to say this inflammatory shit. And you originally had Malcolm X as your lead. You would come on with Malcolm X tracks and his voiceover and music and shit like that as if it was pro-Black. So again, what are you actually doing, creating a space that you know to be contrary? You're not getting through to them. You're entertaining these folks. And whenever we have these debates, this is your platform. You're not a moderator in a sense of what needs to be said, but the topics themselves are all around the same talking points from those dudes. So what are you going to do when that part of the sector dries out and you haven't really established those fundamental connections with brothers who are actually doing this shit? And that's what I saw happen in the Teapot. I tried to tell my brother, I thought he was cool at first, but at some point he had to understand his role went from being a platform to being complicit. Oh shit, well, if I lost Twin, man, then this would be one brother Moses, man. And as y'all may know, I like to deliver content that is relevant, fact-based. I use the historical context, which is probably about the 30, 45 minutes, but then I also share the gem. And so a couple of the presentations, when the PPP loans was getting pushed out, the small business loans, the opportunity zones, they had a conversation there that I was privy to that I shared on my page. Reparations, once again, is still back on the table. There's another bill. There's always going to be HR 40. That Sheila Jackson bill was not getting any traction. But the new bill that's been pushed out there, Senate bill, so from the Senate side, 4929, Senate bill 4929 is the new one. Check that bad boy out. See what you think about I think it was around 25 to 30 some odd million acres of land grants for existing and aspiring farmers. I know it's chump change on the pennies, but it finally says Black farmers. That's the information that I've been following to bring to the table. I'm digging down even deeper in it and finding some gems. So the Native Indian, Native American, and Indian tribes, however you want to word that, They're written in that bad boy. The documents that I pulled are all the way from the Department of the Interior, the secretary there, the bill themselves. That will be my next presentation as I break it down. But of course, it's going to be long winded as I give that information in layers. I need motherfuckers to understand what we're talking about when they keep saying, oh, reparations will never happen. They don't understand that reparations be being cut every day, B. And just because they don't have black people's names on them, that means we have the work to do. We that they say, why are you begging or waiting around? That's not what we're doing here. As we continue to link up and get our arguments stronger, we'll find more and more people who've been through it. I tried to have a conversation with BMT. He was talking about is playing the race card beneficial, and he didn't let me up on the panel, of course. But his family was one of those families that actually benefited. It may be from the Pigford settlements or something. You know, he's Gullah Geechee. So with that being said, he is a testament to reparations actually being paid out, but would still find himself siding with the side that says it would never happen. I don't understand that bullshit, so I digress. But in any event, that's the type of content that I love to deliver on. It's going to have that historical context, but it is going to be relevant. Not everybody wants to be a motherfucking farmer, but at some point, everyone should have some land that they could pass on to the next generation. And if the government is finally talking about putting black people's names on it, I just say stay alert, stay aware. This shit could happen in your state. Next thing you know, you get an email and it seems like it was from some voter registration people, but it's not some scam ass shit. Next thing you know, the same way with the PPP loans and the small business loans, they set up the website, motherfuckers call in or motherfuckers do what they got to do to secure that land. If that's what they're talking about, then we should at least be aware of what's going on. So that's Cory Booker and Gillibrand and one other senator. The thing that I find the most interesting about it for folks who say it never happened is the closeness between Cory Booker and Kamala Harris and the type of bills that both of them were pushing. Now, we know none of those bills passed. We're still the super minority when it comes to the House and the Senate, and bills with the name black on it have always had traction. You always have the reverse discrimination people coming up telling us that we don't deserve it. Right there in Oregon, when it came down to the distribution of the PPP loans, my wife sent me one of the cases there where I was going to use it when Taz was debating the white boy. But what essentially happened was black folks, just like always, all 50 states were not getting anywhere near their share of the small business loans. And so the black mayor or whoever it was at the time there in Oregon, a few months back, maybe even not even a full month, but he petitioned and he was like, we need to carve out some money for our black businesses. And so the black barbers, black salons, things like that, small black businesses and shit, they was like, yeah. First thing you know, motherfucking Asians come out and saying, oh, this is reverse discrimination. There shouldn't be money carved out. Now, mind you, it was nowhere near 13%, and they're not 13% of the population in Oregon, but it wasn't near their percentage of businesses in Oregon owned by owner operator were black folks. They didn't get nowhere near the percentage of where they're at. But just the fact that it said black was enough for them to file a counterclaim and get that bad boy to go to the courts. So of course there's going to be multiracials and other racials who are going to continuously fight against black first things. Always, whether we go nonviolent through politics or we decide we want to get out there in the street and surround the house of the officer who took a black life from us or tried to take a black life from us. Whatever we do, we know we can't win for losing, so we might as well keep trying to win any damn way. So I'm gonna keep spreading that information. My channel, if you're looking for it, you can just look for Brother Moses. At this point, you'll find me scrolling down. I think I'm like number 3 or number 4 on there when it comes to Brother Moses. But if you want to find it directly, it's YouTube/user/Mr. Breaking News. Mr. Breaking News, MRBREAKINNEWS. Mr. Breaking News. And I'll keep up with reparations, even if you don't find that information nowhere else. You should at least know what it is. Senate Bill 4929 is what I'm referring to. Look at the total amount of acres and the value of those acres, and then compare that to President Obama, who signed the legislation for the black farmers. Look at it compared to the Pigford Acts. You'll see that it is progress. And because it does identify black all throughout it, we should be interested in it. But because I'm a small channel, that message won't spread. And so hopefully some of the big channels can just name drop it one time, a little meme or something, just to share the information. So that way we can start building that momentum, because we got enough people talking about the bullshit. Oh shit. Hey, whenever the eagle comes in, I run. Motherfucker eagle is not finna cut my head off in this motherfucker. Oh, she says she's done doing panel debates. All right. False alarm. Brother Moses is all right. Ajia, you still up?
Yeah, I'm here.
You got babies?
That was my pet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got two. I got a high schooler, and then I got a daughter, a preteen. So these conversations always are going to trigger me as we, like they told us this unity shit. The pro-blacks was like, oh, we need to branch out. Don't make it an echo chamber. Go to those spaces where they may not agree and have the conversations. But unfortunately, in some of those spaces, they weren't receptive to real information. And I think that's what we witnessed last night. They weren't receptive to it. And the more we tell them, look, bruh, we got real things that we should be focused on, the more it feels like they think we're attacking their manhood, which we're not. I don't care what countries you travel to. If you get there and you got good business and you trying to open clubs or you trying to network or whatever, that's cool. But if you think you going over there and you listening to BGS Ibmore, because I don't run for names, and he tells you they could go to Colombia because they're 12 or 14 and that's what attracts you, then nah, nigga, you shouldn't be in our spaces. I used to get hot at O'Shea for having the motherfuckers on there, but it's his space, his platform to manage. Who am I to come on telling my brother what to do with his audience and all of that shit? But even he eventually had to get that shit back. Like, here, y'all can have that shit. All I tell you is it fucks up the analytics. Like if you listen to RBR, he says the same things over and over again, and those phrases are the worst phrases if you're trying to grow a network. It doesn't work that way, right? In any event, though, psychoanalysis, whenever that happens, I'm running from it because I got my share of challenges in my own life. Married 14 years, you best believe it.
Are you right? You funny as
Sugar Babe finally found you. Because you got like or what, you got 3 channels? I remember C Chat. I remember this one. How many channels you got?
3.
Huh?
Yeah.
3.
I want to get back into my gaming and stuff like that. But I keep forgetting that you still gotta like record it and then upload it. Sorry, my parents are acting a little bit crazy. Sorry.
Oh, no worries. I'm gonna do what I normally say don't do. I'm gonna scroll through the chat one time, see if anybody was talking some shit, man, because you know me, I'm always looking for a quick roast. Unless it's with somebody I know I can't beat. So Eagle, you stay your ass over there. You gotta cook or something. I know you're hungry. I want to eat something.
I think people were still good with what you were saying. You funny as fuck.
I mean, if I was on my computer, you know, I'll show you better than I can tell you, man. These bills that are being passed, they are the nonviolent, like politics and trying to, you know, get in close proximity to whiteness for something other than sexual gratification. If you're talking about the power dynamics or the social dynamics in America, it is going to be somehow linked to that political process. Other than that, you're talking strictly economics, which we know is hand in glove with the political process. You're not going to get one without the other. So if you think you're going to attain high levels of economic growth in America, you're still going to run against those who are the owners of the land in America, and they're going to make you pay for it. And so if our number one concern is, well, we don't have right now an existing economic base to pay for all the things that we need to happen in order to fix the Black community, then what is the solution? If you go to sisters who really want to see niggas really reach their full potential, they like, you niggas need to give up on the nonviolent strategy. Brother Moses is like, look, man, I know niggas is not ready to give up on the nonviolent strategy. I know niggas love they white women and pork too much to give up and try to fall under some discipline regimen. There is no way that they are really ready for that shit. I know it. And as I continue to have the conversations, it is to find those folks who who build on information itself. Like I can tell them and I don't have to give them all the details. They already know what to do with it. They know who to call. They gonna make something shake. Whether it happens through the nonviolent means, the information for them was beneficial. They like, oh shit, well, let me check out some of these foreclosure properties because I was looking and we do need something like that. See, they know how to find their own solutions. They won't run to our sisters, NG, as black men for the solution for them in their personal or for the collective solution. They would realize that there's some power within them that is supposed to be making shit shake. I don't like when she says y'all shouldn't be worried about what she's saying. I kind of disagree because she is one of the more powerful voices in the space, and these niggas do need to listen. They do need to listen to both sides. I think they put way more than enough filth and pornographic content in their heads for 2 or 3 lifetimes. But with the strength that they have and their ability to carry the world on their shoulders, I would much rather see them in our foxhole than siding with the enemy and shooting at us from across the damn trenches. But if that's where they want to be, fuck them. They can be where they want to be. I ain't begging no nigga, just like I ain't begging no white man. I begged my wife last night. That was about as much as I could do. I was like, baby, please, please. That's about as far as I go with that bag of shit.
Oh, damn. Shit, we've been up here, what, 6 hours now?
I don't know what's wrong with your mic, Ajia, but it's coming in and out.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, perfect.
Oh, okay, yeah. I guess my line of where I was talking was it with the mic. But yeah, we've been up here, man, 6 hours, man.
Yeah, you have. I've been up here a lot less than that, but I've been rocking with you. This was my first vampire stream with Ajia. Good
Yeah,
shit.
man. I be going through seasonal insomnia, so I just be up, man. Really.
That's what's up. Are you gonna give up on hosting platforms and shit, spillover type platforms, or hosting your own panels, or what you think?
I don't know. I don't know. Honestly, like I don't know. After all
You
of
waiting
this,
to see how bad Black Woman's Fair cook your ass? Cause she gonna
I
roast.
mean, I know she's in the cook me. I kind of know exactly where she's in the go, but I mean, it is what it is.
She might cook me. I don't think she'll mention me though, because she's more about women, and so I don't know. Maybe she does go after men. Like I know that when it was the whole what was his name, like Uncle Sugar or something like that. I still don't know who that motherfucker is, but whatever it was with some dude named like Uncle Sugar, I think she was vocal about it. But I don't recall her going after men. So I think she may go after you. I think she'll probably not really fuck with me though. Like who am I anyway? I'm just B1 Brother Moses. What do I know? But you're Ajia. The reason why she would go after you is because, well, I don't know particularly, but she did say something about she thinks you and virtuous woman, excuse me, are dividing her relationship with Nat. I said Naz. Damn, Tyler. Damn, they gonna get the couple name one way or the other. Their names are gonna be combined one way or the other.
I mean, I don't like causing division. Like that was definitely not my intent. So I don't know. I don't know what that looks like. The whole divisive thing, because I don't fall for that type of shit. But
it wasn't. I think she just kind of attributed the fact that it was so still negative once it got over there. It wasn't a space of conflict resolution. It actually was. They may not like the outcome of it, but because it wasn't like some, it was still a little bit inflammatory. And she knows a lot more about the whole situation than we do. And if she invited her, then of course she's going to step in when people start throwing rocks. Like there's no way that you could go with me to where the people could then attack you and me not feel like I need to step in. And so she gonna do what she do. And I think it's still a sign of strength even for Black Women's Sphere. Whether I agree or not, I still stand on the principle. It's the same shit that I would do, and it was the same shit that I would expect.
right.
But I don't think that you're at fault. I don't blame you one way or the other.
I didn't see that live stream that she was on, which I was talking about. Like I was like, what live stream that she does 50? What 50K? What? Because I've only
that was news to me.
her, but I never really seen on a live stream like with anybody that did all those views. So I don't like to feel like I was being predatory and picking on her mental state, because that's not what the whole situation was about at all. So as long as, it is what it is. The proof is in this live. It's in the other lives with Taz. So I know my intentions. I'm not gonna sit here and just overkill that shit. And it is what it is. So I expect Black Women's Sphere to come at me, and it is what it is. I'm not gonna say anything. What am I gonna say? What is there to say?
Thank you.
I don't know. I mean,
all you can really say is thank you. She even takes the time to put some, correction and love or whatever it is in there. You just say thank you, because you both have the right to disagree with the approach. She may conflate it and make it seem like it was some shady shit, which we know it wasn't. That's just some emotional spin that they want to add to it now. But there's no way that you could have looked in and saw her headspace if you didn't know about the 50,000 viewed video and the clip and all of that shit.
Yeah. So it's just.
And then she's a grown ass woman. She came over there on her own volition to say, whoever else has smoke, let's have it out. Whatever you have with me. And she never answered my question anyway.
I was like, man, I'm not trying to do this whole smoke shit and all that kind of stuff. That's, that's over in the B1 network. I just wanted to just have an honest, candid conversation. That was it. It was never supposed to end up like that. But it is what it is. This is, yeah.
If you do get to have that conversation, then my question, like I wasn't finna entertain it while she was still on her emotions, but that racially ambiguous term, I think it was a fair question that Cree asked, because it does speak to the mentality. At some point, let's look at it this way. There are Mexicans who have been immersed in Black culture, and so they take on some of those nuances. But likewise, there are Black folks who have been immersed in other people's cultures. And where it becomes problematic is where they've been exposed to other cultures for so long, but because they still have that Black in them, they feel like they can come back and start derating Black men. Black men are complacent. Black men aren't trying. Black men have given up. All of the men of the B1 network are trash. You see what I'm saying? So when I was listening to her the whole time, it felt like she was one of those people who had been immersed in the Mexican culture. She started confirming it by saying cuidado and cuidado, however that is, and all of that shit.
I don't know nothing about her. Like y'all just mentioning all
shit, me neither.
Single mother and all that. I didn't know none of that shit.
I know she can cook.
Like I didn't even know, like, when it came to like her, I didn't come at her based on her racial background or whatever, because I didn't know what that was either. So, it was just kind of felt weird, as if I knew things about her and I just took advantage of her. I actually don't know. All y'all knew that. I didn't know that. So whenever she kind of shared that information of her being a single mother, and I don't know. I really don't know what race she is. I just thought maybe she was just a very light skinned woman, maybe. But I wasn't thinking that deep into like, oh, she Latina. I wasn't really thinking that deep into it.
I don't know what she is, man. I don't be taking these people's avatars serious.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I honestly did not know any of her racial background or any of that kind of stuff. I personally don't like assuming, so I definitely didn't say anything about that. So it kind of felt weird, as if, oh no, you knew this, and I'm like, I don't know this woman. I saw her once on Black Women's Spears channel, and I liked her energy, and I didn't ask about any of the things that she was going through or whatever, because I didn't know. Some of that information is very personal, and they get very, they get very antsy about when they talk about that shit. So I try to like not get too into that. So this had nothing to do with her being light skinned or any of that kind of stupid shit, because the whole illustration of why we brought up the color in the first place, which is what that Cree guy was talking about, is that a lot of these manosphere dudes have colorist mentalities. He was just showing her, like, this is what these niggas think. If they see you, this is how they think. That was all the whole entire point.
Now the B1, we did, like, they called that outright. We did project a little bit of our experience with deity onto her, saying don't, or even the messy cuz X, Don't be the mule for those men who are working against the interests of black women, especially if you identify and love black women and the black family. You have a
Right.
child to think about. The same men that you would be muling for would be waiting for your daughter to turn 18 years old, even before she turns 17. They use candid language to try to blame you and make you out to be the shame of the world when you're experiencing an absentee fatherism in your real life. But yet, because they like light skinned women, they would love to bring you over there and let you be a mule for them.
Right. Right.
Right. But instead, it went to her head like if people were just trying to say she was so beautiful and she has nothing to worry about. No, that's not
Yeah,
what we're saying.
that was kind of weird because, when I say that, you're beautiful, that's just me being just the way I am. Like, okay, I think of everyone as beautiful in their own way, but
You never told me I got a pretty avatar. My avatar ain't beautiful to you, mother.
oh my God.
I need to get me a better avatar, man. Y'all, is that her real avatar? Do you know?
I
Is
mean,
that
I
her?
don't know. I mean,
Or are we just assuming? Because a lot of people just jump to that same thing what they did with Messi Cuz X.
I mean, I think I've seen her on her live in
Oh,
when
okay.
she cammed up, and yeah, I wasn't really thinking about her race or any of that. She's a black woman. She's very intelligent, and I was listening to what she was saying, and that's just how I see people. I don't automatically start getting into that whole judging and what's your racial background, and this that complicates things if you're trying to get to know somebody. So that's not how I wanted to come across. So that was not something that I wanted to bring up in the first meeting of her. So
All right. Well, if you wouldn't feel comfortable, I definitely feel comfortable asking her next time she comes along because I think she has the attitude to actually grow some legs if she decides that her pushback, her namesake, her brand is worth fighting for, and decides to take it to them niggas in return for what they done did to her. And so I would be all for it. The same way she said best of luck to what we're working on is the B1 network. I would say best of luck, and I would actually, follow it and see what she actually does to push back against it. Because Lord knows we have not been successful with getting them to change their perspective. A few have come over, a few. Even Lero said he cut down on how much of that information he was consuming, but it's not happening fast enough, especially if these are supposed to be the high value brothers on the internet or in America who can travel the world and go all over the world, but can't pay child support.
so it's those type of conversations that I don't really want to have and stuff like that. It's a fucking conversation killer. Like child support and I don't have kids. So I feel like damn, like I honestly don't want to talk about something that is not affecting me, to be honest. Because I know how I would deal in this situation if I was to have a child with a man and we're not married, and I know how I would approach it. So constantly discussing about what you're gonna do and complaining about it, it is not beneficial to me at all. So I kind
Right.
of leave that type of shit alone. But that's just old. It starts to get boring after a while. I don't want to
I
hear
mean,
that
but
19-year-old kid who ain't got no damn kids. Like,
even in that same space, if there was a space, let's say you were in your head, hey, you know what, I've gone out, I've gone on a couple of dates, but it's not working, and you are actually interested in connecting with a high value black man, would you see yourself being able to find even a remote connection going
right.
to the manosphere space? If the answer is no, then they should know they have work to do. It's not just about talking about STEM and helping people learn about the trucking business, but that if those men haven't made those steps to where little sister Gia is like, hey, look, I'm on the market, I'm available, I just want to talk, see where it goes. If none of those men would be capable of or even moving in that space, then they know they're dealing with not just incels, they're dealing with a weird type of energy. They should be doing everything they can do to distance themselves from that weird energy and get back with reality that men out here got work to do, man. And we delivering on it. For a long story short, um, don't feel bad. Don't feel bad at all. Don't. I don't think your platform was used as a space for bullying. She was very combative. We did not know that she was as wounded as she was, of course. But even being wounded, she fought her ass off tooth and nail. I don't see why she is playing that victim or the Karen card. I thought she was scrapping. online, that is.
I was trying to understand what she was saying, and I did, because I understand how that feels. Like, that's how I felt after my last ex-boyfriend. But I had to pull back and heal myself, and I had to move on for that. So it takes a second. So I was trying to be understanding of her situation. So I get it, but goddamn, like, when it comes to a point where now everything that you feel is an attack, when people are really just trying to just vibe with you and just help you calm down, I don't know. Like, I don't like to do that welcome wagon type shit anyway. So,
All right. Well, hopefully you done rolled up and you done got that in your system and you cool, because
yeah,
we don't coddle you either, little sis. Give them hell.
I like constructive criticism. I know I could have been a lot tougher. I know I could have, really stood my ground. So I learned something from this. So yeah, I mean, I don't want to be like, oh no, I'm perfect, and I always have room for growth, and that's why I was like, man, I really failed this one, because I know where I stood, and in how much I just didn't have enough effort. I didn't put enough effort in it. So
Let me give you one. So when you were talking to her, I know sometimes when we're speaking back and forth, we may miss some of the subtle nuances, but you opened up to her and you started sharing information, very private information. And the private information that you shared was about your experience with the incel, the trauma, but then afterwards, the things that you had started doing to heal yourself, and that you're still in that healing process. Now, even with that, at the end of the day, she says, well, it's hypocritical. This is not a safe space for people to open up. See, first, there's an incongruency that's happening here, to where even in our space, because we've dealt so much with that weirdo type energy, sometimes we may even be guilty of overlooking when somebody's actually wounded, or when they're just, lashing out. And so I took it personally as that she was coming on for smoke. And when Taz came on and said, nah, she's actually been through it, bruh. 50,000 views about her, nigga, running her name through the mud and shit. Absolutely, I understand now. But again, if you check the stream, Taz's or yours, the things that I was saying in the chat, nigga, I was on fire. Man. My shit was.
I saw your comments.
I was cooking.
That's the
I
thing.
cook with her.
Weirdo energy from her. I got a lot of deity vibes, and I liked deity. So when she started talking, I was like, yeah, I like her energy as well. But I understand people go through. They have their little traumas and stuff like that. But goddamn, like it. There's only so much like we're new to you as well, so we're trying to understand you as well, but you're coming off like really hot. So that's why I was trying to cool it down. And when she was telling me that you should be telling your experience to these people, and I'm like, I understand what you're saying, but there's reasons as to why I say them. So I'm not like giving you all the tea to my life. It's just there's a reason as to why it's best to just be honest with that and just keep pushing. But it was just kind of weird. It's like, it's not a matter of I cared how y'all felt about what I was feeling with the validation. I know y'all long enough to know that it's not a matter of y'all care, but y'all understand me enough. So, it's not trying to look for sympathy in anybody. That was not what it was about. And I think she was trying to gain from some sympathy. And yeah, when you heal to a certain degree, you kind of like, you can't expect other people's validation to, help you with your journey. I have to validate myself. So
that's right.
And that's why I did my live stream, about my mom and stuff, because it was an overwhelming feeling to know that, coming out of a very dark haze, that there is light at the end of the tunnel. That was the purpose of my life. It was not like some sob fest or whatever, because I know people like to, I don't know, people are just so hateful. But, I put that up there because I want people to understand who I am. You know what I'm saying? I am my experiences, but I'm also, I really like come through so much obstacles in my life, and I am proud of what I've done for myself. So shit, honestly. And I feel so much pride in being able to, I still have traumas that I need to go through, but it's an overwhelming relief coming to a hurdle of like grief that I felt, 15 years of grief, and it's kind of like lifts off of your shoulders. It's a wonderful like eye-opening feeling, and that was something I wanted to share because that's just real, and niggas just be acting like they're gonna be in sorrow for the rest of their life, and it's not always the case. If you really try to look for that light at the end of the tunnel, you're gonna find it if you want it. And it was hard for me, but I was able to find it. And it was a great live stream, and I just wanted to share my emotions and stuff because I don't know why, like, Black people, we act as if we don't have feelings. Like we don't have traumas, and we don't respond to those traumas. So that's why I was able to be open and honest with her. I know other people were in the chat where she was just mainly focused on the people who did not like her. That was her only focus. And that's why I was like, look, send your attention on me and understand that, look, don't focus on them because they're going to do what they want to do. But I'm speaking to you, but I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I just, I understand people are in pain, and I want to hear more redemption stories, how you've overcome. I want to hear those stories, the same fucking stories that we keep talking about child support. I want to hear the stories of the fathers who did fight for that shit, because I had a father who did. So I'm able to look at my father as a wonderful example of a perseverant father who cared about his child enough to want to fight for her. And I don't want to ignore those small minority of men because I just done it as well. So having his children in his life, and why can't we focus on those things? And that's what I wanted to do. But it seems like people just, we like to be hurt. And I get that. I get that as well. But damn. I didn't get any negative vibes from her, for real. Like, I don't know how y'all felt about her, but I personally didn't.
Hey, to be honest, I didn't either. I was raised in Northern California. It is Black, Mexican, Asian, it's everybody there. I was just calling out the obvious, saying, "Oh, she's definitely she's braided some non-people of color hair before. She's been in them spaces." And me saying that is because, like, she like, "Oh, I'm definitely about it." And the way she said it, it was like, oh, okay, I know you're still kind of going in between, because niggas would be like, about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, but there's some nuances to the way that how comfortable are you throwing jokes at grown men that you've never met before? I think that's one of those cultural nuances where other people might think that it's just all fuckery. But if you understand the Black community, that is endearment when you come around the fellas. It wasn't always where women and men could operate in them same spaces like that. Like when the men were in a space, the women weren't. Like, my wife was not able to walk around with me and the homies when we all out there either shooting dice or just kicking it, having a beer or whatever it was. Nah, that's not the space for women. But as we kind of get a little bit away from that shit into more less traditional or less conventional type of relationships, it was like, well, wow, this same woman who I thought couldn't be around the fellas when we were out smoking and drinking, she'd be the first one if they ever needed her. Like, you know what I'm saying? One of the homies could get locked up, or one of the homies gets kicked out the house or whatever it was. My wife has that type of energy to where their kids are like our kids. They could come over and they can, whatever you need. And so it was just so much that I had to learn about my wife by challenging my own preconceptions about the roles in a relationship, what a woman was supposed to do versus what I was supposed to do. But that couldn't happen until first I started to acknowledge in what was my role. How am I going to be producing the results that keeps my family intact? And I've failed a couple of times. It's probably been at least 6 or 7 times where wifey should have been like, nigga, you ain't shit. You trash. Just like the lady said, B1 niggas are trash. Yeah, we have our trash moments too, because ain't none of us perfect. But I had many a moments that if I didn't have a strong teacher on my corner, then I never would have learned anything. And tonight you tried to move into that role, or last night, excuse me, you tried to move into that let me teach you because I feel something. And it was just off the energy. You didn't need any more information, but I feel something. And there's something that you're going to go head up with. It's almost like if it would have been a tarot card or a horoscope reading, she would have been more receptive of it. But it coming from you, it wasn't as well received. Why is that? I don't know, but hey, that'll be up for you all as you continue to move beyond the, oh, that shit was wild. I think one day if she looks back at the video and listens to herself, she'll realize that she was actually cooking and there's no reason for her to feel like she was bullied on that motherfucker.
Yeah, I personally didn't want her to feel attacked, but I can't control what people say or how they say it. So I didn't want to just cut people off and like, because I was already doing enough capping. So shit.
Right.
What's up, Kevin? How are you? Yeah, I guess we still up by the time you was to come back, I guess.
Oh yeah, and you're still here, and I knew it would happen too. I knew it would happen, but that's all right. As I was saying, all I knew is that when I left out of there, everybody was chill. You know, she was even saying that she was writing down stuff that I was saying. Everything was chill. Next thing I know, I come back and I mean, I zen the place out. I pat myself on the back for that. But I came back, everything was all heated again. I'm like, what happened? And then I'm hearing mentions of big foreheads and stuff. I'm like,
Yeah,
what
there's
is
a lot of stuff
happening?
going on. So I mean, how do you feel about it? Because I know she was leaning on you a lot for support. And yeah, that
Well, I don't know if it was a matter of leaning on
Yeah, and
me
how did you
for.
do that?
yeah.
First of all, how did you
I
get?
don't know if it was a matter of leaning on me for support. I think that she with her she was trying to for her she was trying to move forward in her own way. Now
Right.
it was aggressive for us as people here, but for her she was her trying to move forward in her own way, and she was also, I was saying earlier that I wanted to say something, so she would allow me the room to speak, but because everybody had their beef with her for what the reason was, you know, it never really happened. And so I think people mistook that overly need for support as something like, you know, a slight against B1, when really all she was trying to do was just trying to move forward and try to give me the chance to speak what I wanted to say.
Right.
Yeah, but she was willing to let you say what you wanted to say too, Kevin. First of all, you the only B1 brother that ain't trash right now. First, the rest of
I
y'all
didn't know
niggas ain't
that.
shit. Especially that twin man. He definitely ain't shit. She didn't really mean that. She know he ain't shit.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I was just kind of that kind of made me feel a little uncomfortable as well because that's what I was trying to tell her, like, hey, you just got to get to know some of these people and trust. And like, well, the first impression, I understand, but you came in hot, so we're gonna give you the hot first impression as well. So it's just I don't know. I mean, with time, I'm gonna leave the stream up. So because I'm not trying to hide anything, my intentions were I made my intentions very, very clear. And I don't do that type of shit. Like everybody else likes to cook and drag. That's just not my forte.
Well, I don't know how she may. I don't know how she may perceive this.
I don't either.
Typically, people when they start feeling like they've been attacked, and especially when they're very hyper vigilant, because she seen me very hyper vigilant, you
Yeah.
She
know,
said
and
that.
hyper protective. You know, it's really kind of hard to win back people because they're always going to feel like that's the chip on their shoulder that they're going to have. So I can't speak for her. I just hope that in due time that she is able to have an understanding of what it is that we're trying to say, which may come in form of hard lessons. Who knows? But I just hope that she is able to find some way to really process what everybody is saying. I mean, part of the reason why I know, like I said before, I know people like to say I could turn up. I only really turn up whenever it's necessary.
Right.
I tend to try to be understanding, and I was really trying to come from a space of understanding where she's coming from, because typically people who come from that type of background and they enter into a B1 space, whether it's a divester or whether it's people who are coming in from the manosphere, people who are coming in from these extreme views, they don't really know how to turn down.
Right.
So when we see people like that, we need to start having some better communication skills of how to really effectively talk to people like that, because if we're trying to help people to understand what it means to have B1, and this is not just simply about her, this is for like any future type of thing,
Right.
because we have a bunch of people in our community that come from a lot of brokenness, and when they enter into the internet, they see a lot of hurtful things that are coming from the men and the women's side. I know a lot being seen from men on the internet when it comes to women. And so when they come into a space where they don't feel like they have to let their guard up and don't have to bring their trauma alongside them, it's very, very important for us to really know how to effectively deal with that if we ever wanted to see that type of progress and change, because otherwise what we end up doing is indirectly repeating the pattern for them. And that's the one thing and that's something I really want to try to avoid, because I really want to be about B1. And part of being in B1 is understanding is that we got hangups, y'all. We got hangups individually, we got hangups as a community. And if we're not careful about that, we could hurt somebody all over again trying to be right. My concern is not being right. My concern in the community, in the collective effort, is making sure that we are better off as a people. And that's a process. That's a journey. I mean, that's just the truth of the matter.
Kevin, you have so many gems in what you just said. You took me to a trauma point in my life. Being from Northern California, then trying to go to a HBCU in the South, there were some personalities that I just didn't click with no matter what I did. Like that upstanding New York or whatever it was. They seemed like they wanted a more aggressive, dominating attitude. And I was with the smoke coming from Cali, but I'm cool. And so I didn't know how to receive their energy when I first bumped up with that type of Negro. The down south nigga was cool, but they didn't smoke weed. So it was like, damn, I don't really know if I could trust these niggas because they don't never blaze up. These motherfuckers are always on time and shit. What kind of world did I go to? So I graduated from Morehouse there in Atlanta. And now we already know the complex social dynamics in Atlanta as it is. You have a lot of Black excellence, but then right surrounding the perimeter, you still have a whole lot of white ownership. And then inside of Atlanta, you do have the identity or the sexuality crisis of the LGBT community's prevalence there.
Right.
But that's not even something that I would be distracted by because I'm a heterosexual married man. Why the hell do I care what their lifestyle preferences are? Why should I care? Because there are some conflicting values to where they're going to stand on their square in support of their values. And it may be perceived as offensive if I say something that appears to be challenging the square that they're standing on. Even though I'm just being a heterosexual married man, like, oh man, marriage life is cool. And they're asking the questions, they are listening for different cues than I'm going to deliver. And when that happens, now it's unbelievable. They're just like, nah, that's not the way it works. And what they may have experienced on television in the form of social relationships is not playing out now that we're all together in this big melting pot. And so you triggered a couple of ones for me, being more cognizant of the fact that when people come in from other spaces, because we don't know where they're at in their journey, it's not kid gloves to be a little bit more patient and listen a little bit harder before we go in and just assume. Like, she came in with the same smoke that I'm used to in Northern California, so I labeled her as such. Oh, she's with the smoke. But it was furthest from the truth. Her actual smoke wasn't for us. It was just to be there, and she was actually seeking support because she was the one being smoked. And for her, it didn't feel like there was any difference. She was being smoked on their side, and now she's over here with the B1 network, and the smoke is still coming.
Right. And so for me, it's not really a matter about being a goody two shoes or a saint or anything like that. It's really taking the time to recognize that this is what it means to be community minded. We have to be mindful of the fact that there are a lot of people who have baggage. And that may be true, that she may need some therapy. But what if the start to that is coming into a space where, you know, she is allowed to understand, even though she comes with some baggage. Like, when it comes to people who are coming in from extremist point of view, they're going to have baggage. People, they're coming in from spaces where they've seen men not treat women right, or they've learned where women had to be on their own. They may be coming in from where they come from, you know, a community where there's multiple people, and they think all different races of people are just innately good without having a true context of history. Many of us are still trying to understand the history of, you know, who we are as a people, as Black people, and things like that. And so when we're acting as if, you know, people should have things together just because they're an adult, or that they're going to come in just in a B1 and just be, you know, just cool and chill. But for some people, that's just not that case, especially they come from those extremist points of view, or from points of view where it hasn't been, at the very least, you know, Black first, and they're trying to get an understanding of that. That's just the thing I'm just being mindful of, is that's for me, that's what being community minded is being mindful, or part of it is being mindful of those types of triggers, because we all have them. We all have them in some way.
Right. I feel that shit too. I think people are taking the B1 network, which is Taz exclusive and Nyla says, online social community. They're networking and bringing together different platforms and different opinions. The Black First, though, is up to each individual. The network is what they are actually working to expand. And as a supporter, I'm actually working. So I feel the B1 network is mine as well. The network piece itself, then, that is about numbers, being able to drive the analytics, being able to drive, get the platform to where if you're doing a history lesson, or you're doing something like a open therapy session for men who have child support, whatever it is that you do, the message has its resonance. And if I could say for myself, which is projecting, I would love for it to be a space where anywhere in the nation, if somebody experiences a hardship with confronting racism, my job discriminated against me, police ran up in somebody's house unjustly and took the life of a Black body, that they ought to be able to come to the B1 network and open up. And as a network, we're able to get that message out, even when CNN and the other white media stations won't. But unfortunately, right now, I'm struggling with just how do you respect a space that is the B1 network? It's not like it's my struggle personally, but how do you construct, excuse me, is the word, a B1 network that is going to deal with Black people from across the nation, and in this case, it's across the diaspora as well, and all of the different nuances that come with their influences there in their environments, right? There's so many different nuances that have determined the way people perceive themselves.
Right.
And the part that speaks to me is when you're talking about the reclaiming of Blackness and the restoration of that pride that says, look, man, we can move mountains, or even to personalize it and say, I have a job to move this mountain. This John Henry, this John Brown maybe type of philosophy that says, I am more than enough, to where the men that we even debate, they're not debating anymore from the lens of what the woman's accountability should be. They can finally have the debate from the position of Black male power, if they want to consider it, for their own maleness, but really Black power in general. Man, bro, you actually deep, man. We got to find out what your trigger is so you can go off a little bit more, because I feel like you want to go off.
I don't know why there's so many people that want me to go out. So here's my thing. For me, a trigger for me is when I feel disrespected, not only for myself, but actually for something that I stand for and value. It's kind of like what happened with King Kunta. And the trigger fest that happened with there, by saying that that Black America just want butter biscuits and trinkets and chitlins and things like that. It was complete. Yeah, it was. Y'all found it to be funny. I didn't find it funny. I thought it was very disrespectful. And that caused me to go off on him. And plus, really, it was just really understanding that this is somebody who really is suffering with his own ideas. I'm pretty sure, I don't know if he's Black American or not, but if he is Black American, then that's a form of self-hate. And that's something that I see a lot when it comes to Black Americans in Pan-African spaces. They come into being all pro-African and want to have land in African and wanting to adopt African names. At the same time, disparaging people who don't want to claim to that. And that's something that it's always been, it's been something that has been building up in me, because I've been seeing that happen for about a couple of years at this point. And having King Kunta up here and just be utterly belligerent and degrading us, it really was, that's where my trigger just officially went off.
Yeah,
so I got to find out what your trigger is so we can have a debate, Kevin. You're on the hit list. You're on the Negro book. You're in the book of Negroes. We're going to have a debate one day. We're going to get it in.
Yeah.
My bad, Ajia. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're fine. Yeah, he did say a lot of triggering things, especially then he started bringing up Jamaica and then hiding from it. And this is where I start understanding what Taz was saying, that we got to stop hiding from the problem. And I'm a Pan-Africanist. And I tell people all the time, like, my ideals on Pan-Africanism is not using Africa as an escape. because racism is everywhere. And white supremacy over there is probably even worse than over here. But because they're so used to it as Africans, they probably just like that shit. I don't have time for that kind of shit. Like, so I would rather just do the work. We do that shit over here and we get it popping. And most ADOS, FBA people, they don't like to hear that from someone like me because I'm a West Indian. So they automatically assume that I want to take some of the benefits. And it's not about that. It's about progressing the movement forward. And I live here. And although, yes, my parents are Jamaican, I cannot change my lineage. But what I can do is I can get out of that very, that cognitive dissonant mindset that I know that was embedded in my culture's mentality on how we perceive Americans. I had to dismantle that and really start off from slave saying, okay, yes, I am Jamaican, but when we're coming into this realm of like reparations and really that liberation thing, it's okay to just put my Jamaican thing aside because this is a Black first agenda. This is not a whole America first, Jamaica first type of concept. I have to understand that this is about in solidarity of Black Americans. So I'm able to compartmentalize that, but most people don't know how to do that. They think that if you're a Pan-Africanist, you have to be true to its entire ideology. But I think a lot of the issues that we have in Pan-Africanism, a lot of that shit is old. There needs to be some type of like a neo version, because that old shit is not going to work. I believe that, yes, I believe all of us should pick where should we, build and come together and network. And yes, I'm not going to stop people from leaving or whatever. But for me, shit, it's not a matter of I'm leaving to Jamaica anytime soon. I plan to retire, but to escape from racism and white supremacy, nah. I'm going to win that shit out over here because I live here. So
that relates to
irritated me.
So that leads to two things you were saying. So one, I now understand what you meant by you said that you could relate to what Annalicia was going through because you saw that similar thing that she was doing as far as your experience before you started making the change. Right. For her, I don't know if that's something that she's really ready to deal with, because when you're convinced that somebody is not even like when she was trying to bring up the general numbers and trying to talk about the current situation without having the context and the history behind it, I kind of knew then that it was going to be very, very difficult to try to get to her at this state, because when you don't have the proper context, you're just going to think that people are just not trying. And there's been people that have tried, and there's been stuff that we have built, but they have been destroyed, or something that has occurred, or something like that, or there's not a whole lot of support. So I knew that when she was saying that, I knew that she wasn't really ready to have that type of conversation that you were wanting to have with her and trying to have that cultural difference discussion type of thing. But that also leads to what I was saying about the issue with Pan-Africanism. And that, remember, there was a person who was in a chat and who was in the video and in the chat room. I think he said he was African, but he was saying that how that the Pan-Africanism is really about Africans and African Americans coming together, and then leaving the other people who were in other different parts of the diaspora out of it. I think you were saying something because you had responded to that. You were among the people that responded to that. Yeah, it's this idea that it's an antiquated idea to think that, especially since we have Black people who are from all over the world, to think that the only way that we can actually have a sense of building has to be on that continent, or it has to be, or the true Black nation has to be from, with Africa, especially as we're seeing and witnessing how white supremacy is affected there as well, to where people they're not even really helping themselves that much on the continent. Many of them, depending on where you're going. So it's to me, when I think about pro-Black or being Black first, is recognizing that we know that we have cultural differences. We know that we have differences in thinking and believing and acting, and we know that it affects how we see the world. We have our own personal experiences, good and bad, that affect how we think and we believe about the world. But we're putting that to the side to come together as a people, because we recognize that despite having those challenges, there are some things that we have learned from each culture that we can use to build each other up as a collective. That's the thing that should be the focus on. But instead, it's about escapism to another place, and trying to live it up as a king when you don't even really know the land that you're trying to run to, or the continent you're trying to run to, or and then the type of white supremacy that is there.
It was just escapism.
Right, and a divestment. That's a form of divestment too.
Yeah. I had an issue with that because he didn't have any, like, when I was asking him, hey, okay, so you're going to Jamaica, what do you plan on doing? I was going to support my family. Okay, I understand you're supposed to do that. But I'm saying, what are you going to do? Because you talk this cash shit about this Black Power thing.
Mm-hmm.
So what are you going to do for the people in Jamaica? I'm just going to take care of my family, eat me some oxtails and curry goat. And I'm like, so you're escaping and you're just using my country as a shield. And
don't forget about his one job. Don't forget about his business that is going to try to employ the Black people there without understanding economics and believing and not recognizing that just having a job is not going to change the economic state. Like he wasn't good at planning.
I don't think he really understands, because the economic issues that's in Jamaica is not the same up here. So, I was asking him, I already kind of know, like, if I know if I was to stay here, I know what kind of work I would do. And I know if I was to go to Jamaica, it's going to be a completely different work because the needs of Jamaica is different. So I have to approach it differently. But he's just saying, well, it's awesome. It's beautiful because people treat you like kings. Yeah, because you're American and you have a lot of money. But the moment that you start living there and you're supposed to be a contributor to that society, to some degree, Twin Man was kind of right about the Jamaicans will kind of build a certain level of resentment because they thought that this is, your plan to help us and be just like a leader in this type of movement or whatever. But if you're just piggybacking off of them, I honestly don't know how they would respond because I've never lived in Jamaica. People think I was born and raised in Jamaica. I was never born and raised there. I was born and raised in New York. But I go to Jamaica quite often. So when you go down there so many times, you see the same issues over and over, you kind of get an understanding. And then in history, it's there. But I guess people just automatically assume Jamaica is this tourist place. So wherever you go as a tourist, yeah, you're going to be treated like a king. But what about the bush and the yard areas? Those places, they need a lot of fucking ass help. Those are the places that I think of when I think of going to Jamaica. I don't think of fucking Negril and Montego Bay. I don't give a fuck about those major cities. I care about places like Linstead, Mandeville, and you don't even know these names because, our society only talks about the tourist attractions. There's so much more to Jamaica than just the tourism. So hearing that he was just gonna, basically squander in my country, I understand now how Americans feel about Mexicans coming in and just taking your shit. I understand now because I'm just like, wow. You motherfucker, you really not going to contribute anything to your society, because if I'm going to pick my Black ass up and go to Africa, I'm not going to sit there just so I can eat fufu and fuck the Guyanese man. That's not my purpose. If your true goal is for progression of Black people, I'm not thinking about the luxury of myself. So that's where we got that issue there. And that did give me I was a little upset about that. So yeah.
Yeah, that individualism thing is a real problem, and it's really playing a role with the whole idea of escapism, because people are just really out to protect themselves. And again, that's something that you're seeing even with, the people who are trying to divest from Blackness. It's really a means for them to try to save themselves from having to deal with the reality in their own way, instead of actually, since they don't believe they're gonna get support or try to come up with any idea of what to do. And a lot of people just coming in to try to, or going out, I should say, to try to save themselves and to try to be married or to try to have something that is normal. It's just easier, really, especially when you really have the belief that nobody is trying to do anything to stop it. Meanwhile, you're trying to have a minority of people who want to do something, and they're not even getting the support that they want to have to try to get that accomplished.
Right.
It's really I'm telling you all, it's a divestment from Blackness. It's escaping from Blackness.
I agree.
And I used to hear, Yvette Carnell talking about how whiteness is a sense of normal. And a lot of people got upset with that. A lot of people got upset with Yvette Carnell saying that, and this is not somebody who even follows her like that. I used to at one point, but I didn't understand it either. And I thought that, and I had an idea that she was probably saying that, whiteness, that we were trying to be white or something like that. But it really showed me that these conversations about divesting and a lot of people who are trying to find these escape tactics, with wealth and things like that, it really is showing me that we believe that something about blackness is not normal. At least we know that about the way that the condition of the black community is not normal.
Right.
And in turn, we hyper focus on whiteness because that is considered to be normal. Because for white people, them being superior is a normal stance for them. Like I was listening to, his name was David West, right?
Oh yeah.
And we would listen to him talk, and there was a lot of people thought that he was lying when he was saying certain things, in regards to Christianity and about how white people see things and things like that. I'm actually somebody who does not believe that he was lying. I think that he may have been, misguided or being able to see things differently as a white person, because he has a different system of support that we as black people, we don't have. We see things differently because we understand our history in a way that for him, that's not what he has to do, right? That's something that's totally different for him. So I don't think he was lying. I think that there was something that he sees everything as normal for him. He sees a representation of himself. Think about it. When you look at TV, I'm like I was saying before, I was looking at TV a couple years ago with my nephews, and I paid attention to how often white people are seen on television, and they're seen quite a lot. White kids, especially. Even when we're talking about Raven's home, like I was saying before, you have a black mother and you have a black kids, but they don't have any black friends. They have white friends. So whiteness gets that type of overrepresentation of being anything that they can choose to be. Whereas with blackness, there is a small selection of those types of a smaller selection, a very significant smaller selection of those options. And we see that panning out, even in anime, how often do these characters look like white people?
Right. Yeah.
Right. So, and who's often voicing them? It's usually white people, or they're usually non-black people. Black people is not an easy sector to get into, or being seen as masculine or feminine. What determines femininity and things like that in movies, or things where there are representations of what is and isn't to be for life. You often see that white people are deemed as these people who are the standard model of a lot of things, including in terms of ownership, including like even when you look at the billionaires and stuff, you often see white men. But when it comes to black people, those spaces are very smaller and more select, like in sports or like in music, particular areas of music. And those are typically areas in which they are controlled more than they're actually owning, right? So all these things play a role in how we see blackness, to include the economic state of things and how we're able to even view ourselves as owners versus being consumers or being producers. Being able to really have an idea of what it means to even consider ourselves to be billionaires without needing the help of a white person. Those things matter. And so what we're seeing now is a culmination of that stuff kind of bubbling forward and operating in forms of self-hatred and ultimately trying to divest from blackness to where we want something that is something that is normal. That's how I see it.
Right. And like that's what we were saying earlier with the socializing with white people. I guess we have been socialized to worship everything that they do, but once you start understanding their central ideology, that's why I think of every white person as racist, but there's degrees to the racism. That's what I'm saying. Like once you start really learning how to vet them, their mentality, especially asking really specific questions and seeing how you can take them down the rabbit hole, how far would they go before they get triggered? That's my thing. That's how I test white people. So a lot of these, as we were talking about earlier, the divestors, a lot of them are not, they think that there's this type of cartoonish caricature of what they perceive white men to be. And once you truly understand their mentality, I've been around more white people than black people in my life. So I've seen what they've done. I've seen how one day they'll think of, once they call you an Oreo, you kind of know where you know what type of person they are. But when I was younger, I didn't understand any of that. So it took a good while for me to realize that I was socialized to decrease and diminish my blackness in front of them. But the moment that I start gaining pride in myself and really just living in my truth in front of them, that's when they get triggered. So this whole, like, you know, white people, you know, there's certain things that you can say that you know how to gauge that white person. I literally only have 2 white people as friends. Literally. That's it. And that's all I ever want. I don't want any more than that. I feel like that is one too many, to be honest. But I try to keep an open mind and I try to be understanding, because I understand that there could be people out there who do understand. But I'm not going to be out there trying to search for every great white person. That's not my goal. I don't give a fuck about that. You show your face, we'll see how it is from there. But other than that, like, I wish black people we can reprogram our minds on how we perceive them, because a lot of the angst that they have between each other, they rub that shit off on us.
Yeah.
I'm
exactly.
a fake Candace Brown, really? My parents are Jamaican. Please stop. Tell her that is really annoying. I'll be doing some wild shit. Like, honestly. And you probably came in because you saw my She-Ra 7 video. Yeah, a lot of y'all are angry about that. Because I held your sis accountable. That's it.
Yeah.
Lady, but I think what she did was wrong. She knows what she did was wrong with that. But we gonna see how that plays out. Real talk.
Yeah. And also, I want to also say this, right? When we so again, this, I keep referring to history, right, and the context of it, and how there is a insidious purpose in making sure that people don't get the full context of history, so that way that people know how to move forward and navigate, you know, as a people, with that type of information. If you couple that ignorance along with being able to be in spaces, you know, to where, you know, you could be, you know, a token Negro, or being able to see shows where, you know, you have access to these shows, but the vast majority of them are white people. It really does have you thinking that there is something lacking. That reminds me again to that video after the civil rights that Taz made, where, you know, you finally had that chance to integrate, but then when you start seeing that there are better produce or better materials and substance that are in white spaces that you don't see in black spaces, and it's done systematically to make it seem as if there is something wrong with you, you know, in order for you to want to abandon that particular lineage or heritage about you, and make it seem like there's something not valuable. We're constantly seeing patterns of that. Even when it comes to like black, I know when I seen black men talk about black dark bitches bring dark days or something like that, you know, it's that's a result of that type of combination, you know, from not knowing who you are from history, and then being in spaces where it's as if you are not good enough as a black person. And that's not making excuses in any way. I'm not saying that in the way to make excuses, because I know there's some people that might say that. But we have to be mindful of a lot of stuff that we have as adults. The baggage that we have in adults stem from childhood. And so we're supposed to have this idea in our heads that, you know, because we're of age, that somehow we're supposed to be just over it. We're supposed to have this, you know, this complete understanding of things. But it's like, at what age can you really determine that? You know, especially if you're somebody who is around that your entire life. If you're somebody who is in a white community and you start seeing the better side of things, you go into black spaces and you start seeing certain dysfunctions and things like that. What are you supposed to think? You know, that's why, you know, people, that is that quote from the Bible that says, train up a child which way they should go, when they're older they don't depart from it. Like,
oh yeah,
that's actually true. Like, that doesn't just, you don't just simply change your mind and you know, you become older and you start having this complete understanding. No, everything that you experience in adulthood comes from all that stuff that you gathered from infancy to childhood to teenage years up to now. And if you don't really have the capacity to take in the new information to change your mind, which we see with a lot of these divestors and, you know, these extremists, then this is what you get. You know, this is the type of people that you have.
Yep. But I mean, you gotta just take it for what it is sometimes. Like, I'm learning more and more as, you know, the conversation continues to go on, to not internalize this, because, you know, even myself, there are some moments where I have gone off the wall, but I have pulled back. You know, I know when to stop. Some people just don't know when to stop. So I know when to stop. I know when to just call it quits. But, you know, I didn't want to feel like, I didn't want to do that type of I didn't want to be that dismissive in this type of situation.
Right.
You know, in the situation. So, and you know, you held your own down too as well. So, you know, I'm actually really, like, we are really thankful that we have a lot of level-headed people in this space. It's not just you. Just because she picked you out doesn't mean it's just you.
I know.
There's a lot of us who are very level-headed, but we just have different personalities. That's it. But, you know, we're not a monolith here.
Yeah,
we're not Borg. We don't have the same cyber thinking. We are all different, but we, you know, we love the education. We actually do enjoy each other's company. Like, we fucking up. We be cutting up in the chat all the time.
Right. And those, to me, that's the solution, is recognizing that we're not a monolith, because the people who are trying to divest from blackness actually need the monolithic idea to promote the idea that investing into blackness, whether it's a black family or whatever, you know, they need that type of monolith thing in order to make that divestment marketable to other people when they start trying to send them off to other places and to other people. So we have to understand, it's part of the reason why I was talking about that with not only Annalicia, but also people who are coming from those spaces and they're trying to attach to, you know, B1 Network, or trying to at least see what it's about, is that they come from that space of having that monolithic view about Black people. They don't have a proper context of history. They don't have a proper context of the present reality. All they know is, you know, the negatives about what the community is like, what people are like. And it's not that they aren't wrong. It's just that they function off of that for so long that they have a hard time seeing what else can be done from this particular group of people. And so when they come into a B1 atmosphere, that's the energy they're going to put out from the men and the women. So I don't want to make it seem like it's only about the women. I see it from the men too. Like a part of the reason why we been into this situation, or in this particular situation with the B1 Network now, is because we've had so many people from especially the men's side who needed that type of monolithic idea from the negative stereotype be promoted. They needed that to gain their own audience and to gain, you know, financial, you know, finances and stuff like that. They need that. And so we have to recognize that, yeah, there are people like that. But there's a story behind that. There's a story about each experience that causes people to be in that position. And so when you limit them to statistics and numbers and collectives and things like that, what you're ultimately doing is that you're saying that there's nothing that can be gained from this. Absolutely. And that's the disingenuous part when it comes to people like that. And so from my standpoint, I would say that the best thing to do is to help to understand that a lot of people, that's where they come from, and for some people it may be a very difficult thing to let go because for them that's all that they know. And those type of people like that, those are one of those people that you have to observe rather than talk to. You have to just do the best you can with them, and try to communicate to certain things to them in the way they can only understand. But also to promote that.
What I was saying in the chat, I said I'm listening and I'm observing because I don't want to pass any judgment or react, extremely emotional since it's my channel. So it's crazy, I didn't want her to feel like she was attacked, especially for me. So
I want to go to Yeti Black's comment and say when they don't want to know or understand. That could very well be true. Again, like I said before, there's a lot of people who don't want to know and understand because there's something to gain from promoting that idea. But for some people, it really is something that they genuinely believe.
Right.
So we have to be mindful of that too. Like I said before, everybody doesn't view everything the same. So we have to really keep that in mind. That's how we have to start building the type of open mind in the community. We're recognizing that everybody's different, even if the results are the same. And that's one of the things I wanted to try to help Annalicia to understand. But I don't think that she would have. I don't think with things that were going on, she would have been able to listen to that anyway. But that's a point that we should be mindful of here in this space as well. Everybody got their own baggage. And there's a collective story to that, but there's also an individual story, and we have to be willing to listen and really know how to communicate effectively, so that way that we can start bringing that productive change in the community. It has to start with us. That's that willingness aspect that I keep mentioning.
Right. Yeah, you're absolutely correct. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Brother Moses, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Did you want to add anything, Brother Moses, to that?
Yeah, Kevin Brown is long-winded.
Yeah.
There's a lot.
I've been waiting to get you. I've been waiting. I knew it was coming.
It's good though, man. Like I like listening to Kevin. I think that's probably why Annalise gravitates towards him. But at the same time, we try not to find. We try to hold our own here. I don't expect anyone to fight my battles, but I really appreciate how y'all was really in the chat. Like, yeah, look, I didn't do anything, and it does feel good to know that my positive presence in this space and me being consistent in how I am. I'm glad that you're able to understand that that's just my intentions as always. Most oftentimes, I'm not gonna say always because see, I want you to hold me accountable, but most oftentimes when I do things, I do it out of genuine care, because this type of space, I never knew that I would find a space like this where I can be myself. There's still pushback, but we banter and we just push on, and it's just another day of learning. So that type of forgiveness and being flexible and understanding that people have their own personality and their range, we try to embrace each other, but we learn how to we stay in our respective lanes as well. So it's been a wonderful 2 years, y'all, like real talk. So I'm glad that I found this space. It gives me a lot of hope that there are decent men. So seeing her say, "Oh no, you niggas," that kind of pains my heart, bro. Because
it pains my heart too. I didn't want to actually tell her that, but it actually did.
I love Brother Moses.
I felt that shit, but I wasn't gonna let it go to my head though. I just understand there's a lot of different ways trauma could manifest, and for the brothers that we've had to debate, trauma is manifesting in the form of incel rage. And then there's a lot of sisters who rightfully they were let down, or something happened where their mothers were let down. But there are a lot of people who have been let down. And so that might be the divestment community, people who have been let down, they're frustrated, they're not taking that shit no more. They got a space where they can finally come together and say, you know what, if I can meet some like-minded individuals, then hopefully my journey to wholeness will not take as long. But they at some point realized they didn't want to do it by themselves anymore. So thank you for opening up your space and making it available to us. I still say we're all on our journey.
And to add to that, there's the reason why they say that revolution. Well, we're saying that revolution starts with the mind, because for a lot of people, they're trying to find this in another place, another location, another state, another continent, another group of people. They're trying to find some type of sense of normalcy. And what we end up seeing is that these same people who do that are also, they're still a mess because they still haven't done the real work, which is the work they should be doing for themselves, which would be a better qualifier for them to, have a better relationship standing with people. So it still starts with you. The willingness still has to start with you. And that's my point on that.
Yeah, I agree. I think once you like pushing yourself over that hurdle of cognitive dissonance, I think once you hit that point, it's a lot smooth sailing. But that wall, and I wanted to do a live about the analogy of how I overcame certain things and how it wasn't an easy journey. I had to be put on a pedestal, just like what kind of happened tonight. And really, but the thing is, though, I wanted to. I craved a change because I knew that there was something wrong with my present mentality at the time. So if I was given that type of grilling, let's say 10 years ago, I probably wouldn't have been upset about it. I would have been like, man, these motherfuckers really do care about the history, and they were really trying to push, understanding of Blackness. And I want to be for that. So I would allowed what y'all had to say to really resonate with my spirit. That's just me, though. So I can't speak for anyone else, but everyone has a journey, but you're going to come to that point where you're going to have to let go a lot of those ideologies that's held you back from really, evolving into that next level. Mm-hmm. So that's why people say, oh, you're hurt, sis. And that's why Grandmaster Troll said, oh, you need to go to therapy. I mentioned, it's like, yeah, I went to therapy. And, I didn't just take the therapy, I took their drugs too. So I wanted to heal by any means necessary. And it's a hard realization to where you're going to have to take everything that you thought was, I never thought I would be taking drugs to help with my depression. I never thought I would be in this position, but then, when I was talking to my last live stream of how my mom suffered from depression and she suffered alone and angry and there was no help, I didn't want to end up like that. So I had to make that, that conscious change to, hey, I'm going through the same thing. I'm not going to be like my mom. I got to get my shit together, push through this. And hey, if I get laughed at for going to therapy, getting psychiatric drugs so I can help with my anxiety and my depression and like all of my grief ridden and all that kind of stuff, I had to do it. So, I hope that, at the end of the day, she will see that the intention was not meant to down her in any way at all. And, I know we have a way of vetting people, and that's why I came at her the way I did, out of understanding of her in her position, because I saw that none of y'all was really not gonna side with her at all. So I was like, I can't be on that side, and I really try to help her for real. And it kind of backfired, but it is what it is. All right, thank you, Brother Moses.
All right, see you, Brother Moses. I'm about to get off myself.
Yeah.
All right.
Whenever you get a chance to, when we play that Civilization, I definitely would like to be in on that. So yeah, thank you so much, Brother Moses, for coming up, and thanks, Kevin, for coming up and being the level-headed person here. Because I don't think I would have done it if it wasn't for you and Kay and Mother Earth. To be honest, I don't think I would have been able to handle that shit myself because the anxiety was bad. It was really
that's part of the reason why that was part of the reason why I wanted to try to remain as calm as possible, even when the things were being heated up, because you start taking in the energy of the conflict, trying to moderate the conflict, you start getting that anxiety yourself. And at the end of the day, I was wanting to make sure that Annalicia was understanding everything that was being said, and not trying to add to everything. But all in all, you did a good job. You did the best that you could. I think even from my standpoint, I did the best that I could to try to help out. It just wasn't. It just may not have been the win for it today, and that's okay. I think it's an important lesson for us to remember for the future when we are engaging people who are maybe similar like this, or probably even more so, to just be kind of mindful, and don't tolerate disrespect. I would agree to that, but also recognize that we are dealing. I don't know, Jen. You have a deal of patience that I don't have.
That's what I'm saying. Like I can't. That's why I was very shocked when Black Women's Fear said I was hot the whole time, and I'm like, whoa. I know I wasn't. I know I wasn't at all. So, maybe I need to look back and, revisit that and listen for myself. But I know I didn't want to come out of a place of hate and attack and any of that type of shit. So, see, look, if Sin is saying that I was being calm, listen, come on, man. Honestly, bro.
I just say from our standpoint, even as somebody who was trying to see from her point of view, we did the best that we could, and there's just certain things that there's things for her that she may have to work through. But I'm just saying that for the future, we need to be more cognizant when it comes to people who come in from these divestment movements or from these these manosphere movements, and recognizing that they have a whole lot of baggage that they need to sort through for themselves, and don't tolerate disrespect, but at the same time, just be mindful of that. That's important in the aspect of being B1. Our goal is to try to make sure that the community progresses forward, not just try to go toe for toe and be right. That's what I cared about more than anything else.
Absolutely. And I appreciate your insight and your input on everything. You really did balance out the flow here. But yeah, thank you so much, Kevin, like for real.
You're welcome. I hope everybody has a wonderful day today, and a wonderful week ahead.
Is it Monday? Shit.
Yes, it's Monday. Yeah. I mean, like, you've been on you guys have been on here talking straight for hours. I had to sleep. Like I couldn't deal with that. I can't talk for hours like that. That's a patience that I need to have, because I can't do nothing like that.
Oh, I'm a night owl, so I'm usually up. So I was really surprised that we went. Well, I'm not surprised that we went this long, but I didn't want the conversation to be 7 hours long. But it is what it is, man. This was a learning experience. I'll take it for what it is. I'll take my lashings as well. I like a big girl. I'm not gonna complain about it, because I know what my intentions are, and I just want to move on from here, to be honest. If she still wants to come back into B1 and stuff, I know how. I told her how I was going to be. I was always going to be cordial with her, because I have no issue with her. But I cannot speak for everyone else. So I do hope she makes her way around town, walking fast. And I don't know this fucking song, but
maybe. I just think it's a great lesson for us. I mean, like, this is the first time I've ever seen anybody be this heated before. This is the first time I've seen people be out of character before. I've not to this degree. This was quite something. Like, even for myself, this is not trying to be the Zen master is not a typical normal thing for me. So everybody changed up, just try to due to the energy of the room. And so I think this is a very important lesson for each of us as we try to handle things going forward. That's all I can say to that.
Absolutely.
All right. Much love, everybody. See you later.
Thank you so much, Kevin. We'll be definitely coming live. Not anytime soon. Shit, I need a break. I need a long fucking break after this one, y'all, for real. But thank you so much for coming up. I don't know, Kay, if you're still there. But thank you for coming up. And Taz, I know you have your live stream going on right now as well. So I'm actually looking on my phone. But thank you guys for coming through. Thank you, Cynthia, for also dropping by as well. Sean, what is the name? Waiters, Yeti, Sugar Babe, all the usual B1 fam. Thank you guys for coming through. Next time when we do a live stream, it's going to be a little bit more lighthearted, because I don't like, we're not going to do this type of shit. But Kay, I don't know if you're there, but I'm going to drop you off. And Monsieur Taz, because I know you probably have to get back into your content and stuff. But again, before I get off of here, I do want to apologize if anyone has ever felt that I went at somebody. You know what I'm saying? That was not my intention. And Candace, calm down. It's really not that serious. Like, I'm really just trying to calm down. So if you came here to hear my Jamaican accent, you got to get me angry. So, but I want to apologize. This was definitely not something where I wanted to put a bad name on the B1 network, because I know it's not mine, but I wanted some type of solidarity and some kind of understanding. So I do appreciate all of those who did participate, whether she didn't like your opinion or not, but I appreciate your insight, guys. Thank you so much for standing by me. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's been very difficult. My anxiety's been on one, like, the whole night. And so I definitely need to cool off. But thank you guys so much for coming through. I hope y'all have a great and safe Monday. Please, like, y'all, if y'all need to sage, I'm about to go sage soon. So I just need to cleanse my spirit. But anyway, y'all, I'm going to cut this off, you guys. Y'all have a great one. I'll see you guys around, but I just feel a little stressed. You probably won't see me around for a while, but I just need to take a break. But thank you guys for coming through. B1, I love you guys. Peace out.